Check 1 2 1 2 3 4. This is the Babe Ruth Network. Good morning. Community radio upcoming on the Babe Ruth Network. Stand by.
We're now about to go live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now live.
89.5. you. How I feel. Everybody seems to identify. Everybody seems to identify. Everybody seems to identify today. Everybody seems to identify.
We're now about to go live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now live.
89.5 WSKB.
from the campus of Westfield State University. This is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Bay State Noble Hospital, a brand new name for a Westfield institution which is improving the health of our community every day with quality and compassion. Noble Hospital and Bay State Health, better together.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Bay State Dental. Comprehensive dentistry at 14 convenient locations in Springfield, Chicopee, Longmeadow, West Springfield, Belchertown, East Longmeadow, Ludlow, Northampton, Greenfield, and Wilbraham, as well as 29 Broad Street in Westfield. Bay State Dental makes it a priority to help you achieve and maintain the healthy smile you deserve. Visit on the web at baystatedental.com.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
This week or last week, I don't really care about it anymore. I write myself this later. I tell myself you let me go. It was you rocking again. Your house or mine, I don't really care about it anymore. I close my eyes, I make myself unhappy, so you'll go. It was you rocking again. I say, damn your mood swings, damn your mood swings. I say, damn your mood swings, damn your. I'm calling out, I don't really care for this city anymore. I spend the night, I lay awake and miss you when you go. It was wrong again. I say, damn your mood swings. I say, damn your mood swings, damn your mood swings. I say, damn your mood swings, damn your mood swings. I say, damn your mood swings,
Good Monday morning. We're broadcasting live today from Bowen's Field, which is
Wow.
gorgeous out.
Nice echo, Jay.
Is starting to what's that?
Holy cow. Yeah, we'll back that down a little.
Jay's got a little reverb going on in there.
Oh God, I don't have
It's the
headphones.
stadium effect.
Yeah, well, we are at the stadium.
That's a
which is-
lot of stadium effect.
We're in a big room here.
Yeah, it's gigantic.
Wait a minute. Let me change
It's
it.
about as open as you can get.
The technology is amazing.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wow.
Anyhow, am I too loud now?
Now you're
I can
tinny.
talk more quietly.
Tinny?
Yeah.
Okay, I can
Is it
fix
tinny?
that.
Are you hearing tinny? I'm hearing it in the headsets. I'm upstairs in the in the press box in the broadcast location, where last night I was calling the game at about 8:30 at night with a great new broadcaster, Sophia Lipp from Longmeadow, and Donnie Morehouse, legendary hockey broadcaster in the
son
area.
Of a gun. Okay, this should sound a little bit better. right?
Much better,
All right.
yes.
Yeah.
And then I had also called the game up at Westfield State University, which was thrown at me at the last minute. Continuation of a game that got rained out here on Saturday. Westfield versus Sarasota, Florida, which was a great game. So it was a lot of fun. Oh no, Westfield versus Mountain Home, Arkansas.
To say the least, it has been a busy week
That
for
is for
Mr.
sure.
Pete Coles.
I've lost
and,
track of
and
all games
of us,
myself.
actually. Yeah.
So
I think we've only
who's
missed
really lost?
2 games down in the other field on Yakima, and I just ran out of equipment.
Well, we appreciate all you've done, Pete, for this thing, keeping us on the air. In fact, you can find us if you go out to World Series, WestfieldWorldSeries.com. You can find us on the web. We're actually, that's not the picture I'm seeing now. I'm seeing the field. It's the tarps are still on the field.
I was watching the sunrise earlier, and it was absolutely beautiful. But now you can see you guys.
No, you can't.
Well, it's coming to you. There's a delay on your computer, Jay, of about 20 or 30 seconds.
Oh, is it that much?
What do you think about
Yes.
All right. So
'Cause
my apologies to all.
And they'll also be able to see you on Channel 15 as well.
Yeah, you can see us worldwide, as a matter of fact. So if you happen to be out of our listening area and you're not seeing us right now, you can tune us in. But wait, no, if
That's a problem.
Yeah,
You can
okay,
tell
and-
your friends if you're listening to us to watch us on WestfieldWorldSeries.com on the Babe Ruth Network.
You know, when I was a kid, I can remember listening to the radio, and one of the lines, there was a particular finance company in the greater Hartford area, and they would always end the spot with, if you're within the sound of my voice, call whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it used to always freak me out because I'm like, if you're within the sound of my voice, if you're not within the sound of my voice, you wouldn't be hearing the commercial.
Correct.
So that always just like, that doesn't make sense. So
By the way, I just want to say that Kat's partner in crime, Ellie, has been doing yeoman's work for me over at Westfield State, teching a ton of games over there for me. And she came lickety-split yesterday when we had that 10 o'clock game thrown at us. She was going to do the noon, and then Kevin Sullivan and I were able to call that 10 o'clock game. And then Kevin stayed for the noon game with both Sullivan and Annalise Eck, which is one of the coach's daughters, but she's been playing baseball and softball since she was a little kid.
well, apparently you wore her out because she's not here.
no, she's tired, I guess. No, I'm kidding.
She might
woke
not
up
be
late.
awake.
She did a good job, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
she learned it quickly. I went in and I visited her. She did a great job.
Yep.
Yeah, if you give us a little more in the headsets here, Pete, we can both hear a little bit better because I'm using them as essentially a speaker.
Okay, how's that?
That's fine.
Very
Yeah.
good. I have another pair of headsets if she wants to run
Yeah,
up
I'll
here
come
in a
up and
break.
get them. I'll come up and get them.
But that's okay. I mean, this is a good start, I think.
Sure.
And now, just in time, as if on cue, the trash truck pulls up, so you're going to be hearing the trash truck in the
That's
background.
true.
Yeah, well,
Emptying.
that's another thing that the DPW and the city departments have been doing yeoman's work. We had a power problem here the first day, and the water department quickly sent over an electrician just to help us out. And it's just been amazing the amount of the spirit of the community just to pull this off. I mean, this is just a huge effort.
Well, we're doing things here that really have not ever been done before, so you're always going to get a few glitches. And
No, well, not on this scale. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. So when you see when you do that, you expect to run into a few problems, and it's how you handle them. So problems are going to come up. It's how you handle them. And it really, everything is just, okay, look, between power, between rain, between whatever, these are the things out of our control, and they've brought them all back very nicely.
Yeah, I think everything's running. Well, of course, I'm not in the background, but everything out here is running pretty smoothly as far as I can see. I've come to see like 7 games. I'm not even kidding.
Yesterday was the
Outstanding.
first day that we got all of the games in that were scheduled.
Yeah.
The day before, we got everything but the final game in. So, and that was making up games from what we canceled early on Friday. Saturday, we had games playing on 3 different fields simultaneously. It was crazy.
Yeah.
And the only game we couldn't finish was the nightcap. So, that was pretty good.
Were the games already scheduled in the other field, or was the other field ready just for makeup games?
Westfield State was originally going to be a makeup field, and with the 2 teams added, we had to play 1 game a day there no matter what.
Okay.
We had to play games on Saturday down at Yackham Field, which is really just originally scheduled just to be a practice field. And I think we had to play 2 or 3 games down there as well, so it's just crazy. It's just been crazy. And then, we had the station KCTT from Mountain Home, Arkansas, covering their team. They've been covering right through regionals and everything else. They begged us to do a radio game up at Westfield State, so that was a dark game for the network. And I said, well, if I have everything else up there, I might as well just throw my webcam up and give them something, because some of the teams were not happy. They were not going to be playing with the video down here. They really weren't happy that they weren't going to be on TV.
I mean, how likely would it be at a different Babe Ruth World Series that they would be on TV?
Well, every site has been trying to do something. Some it's just a single camera and natural sound. Some hire people to do it. Some have a local cable access that's really big into it and is trying to do it. So there's some form of streaming, but not. People said not to the level of this. They were amazed when they weren't playing on this field that the team and the followers were disappointed. It was amazing.
Oh,
Wow.
because they weren't televised or whatever, I guess.
Yep,
Yeah.
and then so that's when we came up with doing the field at Westfield State with just a webcam and good announcers, and that's how we kept moving with that one.
Now, that's extremely cool. It's so much goes on behind the scenes that most folks don't realize.
It's true.
And so it's really it's nice to see that all come together here. Hey, you got a guest coming in for our 7 o'clock hour, don't
We
you?
do. Ryan Lavner from the Roots Sports Complex is coming in. We thought it would tie in with the whole sport thing we're doing here.
Like there's a lot of sports going on down here.
There is. So they're getting ready to open up. So we thought it would be cool to have him back in again. We had him in. He was really fun. Told us a bunch of cool stuff, and so we're going to have him in again.
Hey, we probably ought to tell people who we are. I don't think we've done that yet this morning.
No, maybe
Hi.
I don't know that we ever do. I think we just kind of start rolling.
just start rolling?
Make them guess, yeah.
Well, that's Kat Bentrowitz over to my left. If you're looking at the TV, you
Is
still
it
won't
on?
see us.
Yeah,
no,
no,
'cause I
that's
still
the
don't
field,
see
which is
us.
fine. Leave it on the field. It's much more attractive.
I'm on you guys. You might want to refresh your page there.
Oh, is that
Oh.
what I have to do?
Yes.
Is that Jay?
Oh, you didn't. Oh, so it's my fault. It's always my
Well,
fault.
no,
Well,
I
it's
can.
definitely not my fault because I'm not in control.
I'm putting out you guys to the network right
To the
now.
world.
Yes.
Okay, so the person over here that can't figure out his technology is JPEG Luca. Good morning, everyone. I'm not usually here on Tuesday, so don't check your calendar.
Except that it's Monday.
Yeah,
You
don't check
usually
your
are here on-
calendar. It's not Tuesday. It's not Friday. It's Monday, and Pete says, "Hey, can you come down and set up some of your toys?"
No,
I says, "Of course."
I didn't say that. I said, please help. This, I think, was the beginning of my email.
He doesn't usually say please, so I guess I
He was
felt
really
obligated.
desperate then, huh?
I'm just worn out. How's that?
I'll bet you are.
And looks like I'm going to be running camera a lot today, so it's going to be a busy day.
Well, camera can be fun. That's. Hey, look.
Oh, there we are. How many games are there today, Pete?
There are 6 games today. First game is at 9 o'clock here on Bullens Field. We have an 11:30, a noon at Westfield State, a 2 o'clock, 4:30, and 7 here. And I think there's talk of thunderstorms today as well. So we might be playing games tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean, it's kind of everything's been fluid.
Right. Well, the
What's
weather
that?
held up yesterday.
My first 2 announcers this morning are Brian Barnes and Danny Kanapic.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Don Morehouse and Brian Barnes are doing the 11:30. Donnie Morehouse staying for the 2, working with Brian again. And then the nightcaps are Danny Kanapic and Steve Donnelly.
All right. There you go. You asked me to come and help host a game, or listen to me, announce a game, but I had a panic attack because I know nothing about baseball. So I called Amber Danahy, and she came in and she did it. She did a really good job. Her son plays baseball. She plays softball. And she came in. She did a great job. I think
That was
all
with Patrick, right?
Yeah, that was with Patrick. I think all the announcers have done such a great job. I've watched some of it on Channel 15. So my husband loves baseball, so he's really excited that
Well, have him come in and call the game.
I told him to do that. He's like, no. Also, he's not.
I mean, it's
Mr.
easy.
Microphone or
All you got to
anything.
do is you watch the guy on the little hill in the middle of the big green field, and he throws a little white ball, and
Yeah.
then somebody tries to hit the little
True.
white ball.
And he knows a lot more about baseball than I do. But
It's a little more fun than golf, but that's a whole nother. That's a whole.
other.
Yeah,
thing.
that's a whole other animal,
That's
yes.
a whole other thing.
Are you guys ready for a break?
Sure.
All
Is
right,
that
let's-
what we're supposed to be doing?
So Pete's
Yeah,
picking
that's
the
it.
music today. So if it's terrible, not that mine is so great, but you can blame him.
Oh, thank you.
we have a new name for Pete. Pete Coles, of course, is our producer, and Bob Plass has a host of names, a host of Bobisms
Yes.
to describe our person across
I think
the
I'm
board.
currently Admiral of the August Airwaves.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, we'll come back and we'll give you one more.
Oh, boy.
We'll be back on the other side of the break.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. Gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is that rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue sky. Look straight ahead, nothing but blue I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Oh, what a bright.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Westfield Bank. For more than 160 years, Westfield Bank has been an important community presence and commercial leader in the Pioneer Valley. With convenient full banking services in Westfield, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, Agawam, Feeding Hills, Springfield, Southwick, as well as Enfield and Granby, Connecticut, visit us on the web at westfieldbank.org.
Support for community programming on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. Visit bettsplumbing.com or 14 Coleman Avenue, Westfield. Public welcome. We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
Wednesday mornings start off right from 6 to 8 a.m. with Tina Gorman and Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, you take my job now. Look
Yes.
at you. Wow, Jay.
All right, let's back up.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. You
No, it's supposed to be good Monday morning.
I know. I can't do that like Ellie. Ellie can do that when she gets here. I'm going to come up with my own intro for when she's gone. Although there's only, 1 week left of summer camp? That's it.
You know, I'm not used to this calm and relaxed cat here.
This is morning, Catherine.
This is morning,
Yeah,
Catherine.
this is
Unless I
morning,
crank her up.
This is not the afternoon cat that gets up and rolls. This is
Yeah, this is
the morning Catherine.
that is correct. This is
This is the pre-coffee, Catherine.
I know. I've only had one sip of my coffee, literally.
But wait, have more.
I would think I will
And
have
that
more.
will help.
I was so tired when I woke up this morning. I never press snooze ever. I mean, well, I know I'm not tired compared to you, Pete, but
I know. I feel your pain because I did
compared
the
to
same
mere
thing.
mortals, I was so tired. I actually pressed snooze, and then the second time I got up, I did my thing, and apparently the clock in my kitchen is slow. So I'm not even kidding. I'm just futzing around in my kitchen, just killing time, and
So that's your excuse.
I'm not even. And then I went to pick up my phone to text Ellie, and my phone said 5:46. I'm like, no.
That's and it's been that kind of a weekend. I had 2 gigs that were far away from here, and yesterday I was in Albany. Got to say that. And before I get into that, Pete.
Yes.
There's you know how. Chairman of the board has always been one of your monikers.
Yes.
From Bob.
Yes.
Bob Isms. And of course the kitten of the keys.
Meow.
Yeah, that's
love
also
that one.
always been another one.
That one's my favorite.
Well, we can now marry the two of them. I have a friend of mine that came up. We were talking about cat names, and he says his cat is named Chairman Meow. So you are now Chairman Meow.
Please don't tell Bob that.
Guess what's on the top of my list for tomorrow?
Oh no! You know what though? Thank God we'll be back in the studio. There'll be some sense of normalcy to my day.
Yeah.
With Bob, there's some sense
Yeah,
of what?
well,
Yes.
Normalness?
Actually, yes. There will be a lot of sense of normalcy to my day.
But I have to say that yesterday was a humbling day. I was providing music for a Vietnam veterans
Like a ride or something?
fundraiser
Yeah.
up in Albany. And a longtime friend that I used to work with, he's retired some years ago, had asked if I could help out with this.
Yes.
All right.
All
We
right.
just had a lovely gentleman come and tell us that somehow we were off air. And he pulled his car up and he said, "Hey, you guys, I was listening and suddenly it's dead air."
Yeah.
And
so
we wanted to say thank you.
So thank you. Yes,
for
that
telling
was
us.
really
See, so
great.
we have one listener.
We do, and he drove all the way here.
And he drove all the way here.
It's not
to
like
tell
he could
us.
even go to call the studio and say, "Hey, we can't hear you."
it's one desperate listener. Yeah.
No.
No,
Come
he was
on.
lovely.
Yeah.
best
Thanks
listener
for letting
we
us
have
know,
right
because
now.
I didn't realize it was. I looked over and it was frozen. I was like, "Ooh, that's not good."
Yeah,
Oopsie.
no. So
Well,
that
that's
was
the-
really nice. Thank you.
It's nice that we have some dedicated listeners here in our community radio audience. So
Yeah,
thank
it
you very
is.
much.
I know.
That made my whole day. I'm really excited.
We to those of you that are wondering where we are, that someone can just drive through the studio and say, "Hey, you're off air." We're actually at Bullens Fields, where the Westfield.
I don't know why we are not, broadcasting from center field. I'm a little bit
Or,
upset that we're
home
over
plate.
here, home plate.
Yeah. Okay. You guys try striking that while they're trying to set up the field for a 9:00 game.
Well,
Hey,
I know,
Liz,
but it's
that's
like
not our
really
problem. That's
early in the
some-
morning. 6:30. There's nobody playing baseball now.
They don't understand. Yeah.
We're kidding, Pete.
Okay, I'm
Oh
just-
my
I'm
God,
just,
they're just jokes. It's okay.
Just
For-
jokes.
Pete is not in the mood for jokes. Can you hear him? He's
You
just
are
like,
correct.
"Shut up, I
Pete,
hate
this
you."
only takes a couple of minutes to set up, you
Dude,
know.
This looks like easy peasy.
Don't feed them, Jay.
Doesn't take much.
Yeah. We're going to turn them into techies. By the end of their tenure here on air, they're going to learn to set this
10
up,
year. How
take
about
it down.
1 year? Do you know what I did this weekend?
Yeah,
What did
no,
you did this
yes,
weekend?
She killed it.
Pete taught me how to push a lot of buttons and move the mouse in various
You've
places.
been pushing his buttons for a year.
No,
what are you
but listen,
talking
he
about?
actually
That's
wanted
true.
me to push these buttons.
That's a whole other story.
Yeah, and I was doing all the computer stuff.
She was in charge of the Babe Ruth Network Channel 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Ah, okay. I'm
what I did.
impressed. I'm impressed.
She did. It was really
4
cool.
games.
So she was basically running the switching for video and audio for
Well,
the other game.
There was no switching for the video because it was just my regular remote package. There's one camera, but she was doing the updating the scoreboard bug, and she was controlling the audio for the broadcast. Doing a great job.
I'm impressed, especially when she just calls it pushing buttons and doing the thingy.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
it
so
was.
not bad. You got next time teach her some terms, will you?
You know what? I
terms
didn't.
Proper terminology.
I said I used the mouse.
Jay, I didn't have time.
Yeah, she did say mouse. So all right.
did.
Yeah, I don't know where she picked that one up, but she got that one down.
I pulled that one out. I
That's a-
Googled it earlier.
Yeah. It's a step up from rat.
Yeah.
So,
The black thingy.
Oh my God. Oh yeah.
No, but it was really fun.
You did a good job. I was impressed.
I was very nervous when Pete first called me. I was like, oh gosh, I guess I'll do it.
see, I don't get
You know what
nervous
I'm gonna
when I get on Pete's side of the board. I don't get nervous. I just screw up. Yeah, it just
It just happens.
it happens.
No, Ellie didn't mess it
No.
up. She did it.
So thank you.
Yeah, we
very
pulled
much.
off we really pulled off a lot of games this weekend. And like I said, the only games we couldn't do were the games down on Yackham Field. And that's literally because I didn't have enough equipment to do it. But we still had a PA announcer there. Joe Mitchell was doing some PA announcing, taking one of my speakers down there with a stand and plug it in and put a mic into it. So
Hey, it's something, yeah. That's again everybody taking everything we have, you
Right.
know, and just rolling with the punches.
Right.
It's been a heck of a. It hasn't even been a week, has it?
not
No,
yet.
not yet. Yeah.
When did this start? Last Wednesday. Right?
Wednesday was when we kicked off. We were supposed to have the skills competition, but that got rained out. And then we had the banquet on Wednesday. So
Of
that's
course,
really
we're
when it kicked
talking
off.
about the 14-year-old World Series being held here in Westfield, Massachusetts. Thank you again for everyone who's doing everything around town here. And, of course, to Pete Coles, who's put this stuff on the air, made sure we are doing the best we can, even when we go off air once in a while.
Sorry.
It's a good thing we have. It's a good thing we have monitors. Those are the FCC monitors that drive through town, right?
Yeah.
Go off air.
No, I think those are just straight up fans.
Yeah.
That was fun. That's
Well-
been my job this weekend is fan. I watched 7 games. It's
That's
kind of
been-
excessive.
Okay.
but
Well,
it
considering
was,
you don't
it was
understand
really
baseball,
fun. No, I don't
yourself,
not
admittedly.
understand
Well,
baseball,
now she
but
does.
I don't know enough to announce. I did learn that for sure. This is what I do. Ooh, oh, ah, ooh, oh, yeah, he got it. Yeah, that's my announcing skill.
Sometimes that's okay.
Oh, it was just painful. Just
Hey, are we past due
painful.
for a break here, Pete?
Yes,
Why don't
yes,
we
we
do
are.
All right, Pete's picking the music, so here we go.
Kat,
It's gonna be
Ellie?
a good one.
If I can reach the stars, pull one down for you, shine it on my heart, so you could see the truth. Then this love I have inside is everything it seems. But for now I find it's only in my dreams that I can change the world. I will be the sunlight in your universe. You would think my love was really something good. Baby, if I could change the world. If I could be king, even for a day, I'd take you as my queen. I'd have no other way. And our love will rule in this kingdom we have made. Till then I'd be a fool, wishing for the day that I can change the world. I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would think my love was really something good, baby. If I could change the world, baby, if I could change the world. I could change the world. I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would think my love was really something good, baby. If I could change the world, baby. If I could change the world, baby. If I could change the world.
WSKB's programming is generously underwritten by Whip City Fiber. Westfield Gas and Electric wants to help you decide where they offer gigabit speed Whip City Fiber Internet next. Turn your neighborhood into a fiberhood. Get on the list today at www.whipcityfiber.com.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
It's Tuesday morning from 6 till 8. Wow, it's Tuesday with Bob Plass.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good Monday morning.
Yay, she's back.
I'm here.
There she is.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was sleeping. I've never done that before. I mean, like sleep past 5.
Ellie, that's okay. I did the same thing. My alarm was set for 4. 4:45, I woke back up and went, oh, God, Jay's going to be mad at me.
What do you mean I'm going to be mad just because I couldn't get in the gate
Exactly.
in time to set up?
And you know what it is? Usually there's somebody here setting up before that, but they finally had to get some sleep themselves.
Yeah, we all did.
I think after this hot weekend, we've all been outside.
It's pleasant. Here, Cap's
Right
over
now.
here got
The
a
humidity.
sweatshirt on.
Yeah,
I
the
do have a
humidity's way
sweatshirt
down.
on, but that's so I'm not cold because I don't like to be cold. It's perfect with a sweatshirt on.
Hey, before the last break, we were talking about the weekend and some time I spent out in Albany with some Vietnam veterans, and it was a fundraiser and a big picnic. They get together every year. I think this was the 27th year, 28th year they've done that. And
Really? That's cool.
yeah, they've been doing this all along. A couple of the support groups there just caught my eye, caught my ear as I'm talking with them. One of them is rebuildingwarriors.com, and what they do is provide companion dogs to vets that have come back recently from the front, from the theaters. And specifically the Middle East recently, and they had a couple of German Shepherds there that were brothers, as a matter of fact, and they hadn't seen the brothers hadn't seen each other since they were puppies, so they were reunited, and it was like they were never apart to see them together. But now they've been trained and they're as companion dogs, and it was extremely cool. The other one is Songwriting with Soldiers, and if you want to learn more about this amazing thing, as most of you that know me. In my Friday show, JP's Talk About Town, and I promote music and especially young artists. Songwriting with Soldiers is an organization that does retreats, weekend-long retreats with soldiers. They do them all over the country, and the soldiers will tell their stories in a roundtable kind of thing. And a lot of times, this is the first time they've really getting those feelings out, and then the songwriters and the artists that are part of this will take and turn those into lyrics and put them to music. And I have a couple of CDs that I'll be playing some tunes from this Friday, and it's absolutely amazing. The tears were coming down my face just reading the lyrics and listening to a couple of these.
I just read a couple of lyrics, and they're pretty poignant.
Yeah, but it's all in the style of country music, and it's very well done. And country music is the genre for storytelling, so it's extremely cool. But please, if you want to learn more, you can donate. You can find out more about this, and it's songwritingwithsoldiers.org. And the other one, of course, is Rebuilding Warriors. That's saving warriors one dog at a time. I like that slogan.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Rebuildingwarriors.com. So check that out. So there's my public service announcement for the wonderful families that help maintain our freedom. It's just an incredible thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Those are great programs.
No, really. The songwriting one is, they're both really cool because just the comfort that a pet can give a person is pretty amazing. But the songwriting one, just reading a couple of those lyrics, I couldn't even get through a whole song. I had to skip to the next one. I'm like, oh, no, too deep.
Yeah.
Move to the next one. It was
that was worse. That was not worse, but it was more.
Next.
The pets is. Yeah, it just fell out of my head. Rebuildingwarriors.com. The guide dogs, not guide dogs, they're companion dogs.
Yeah.
Companion dogs are provided at no charge to the veteran. And they go to wonderful homes. Some of them are rescue dogs, and it really has done some amazing things. They tell the story of one guy who was a double amputee, and he tried to take his life twice.
Wow!
Until he was paired up with this dog. And they have been inseparable.
Isn't that amazing?
And that
So
was
great.
a couple of years ago, and now he's out telling his story. So it was kind of cool.
Yeah,
It really
that
was.
is-
It was humbling at the very least, and
Yeah.
at the most, it was an honor to be able to help them out and MC for this thing.
Yeah,
so it was
that's
cool.
great.
Absolutely. It's so nice that there's people out there who devote, all of their time to make other people's lives better.
Definitely.
When I was doing marketing for the Springfield Ski Club back in the 90s, we started something, and it was, again, one of the board members out there was a vet. He was a retired colonel, Army colonel, and he suggested we do a military weekend. And we turned that into an annual military weekend for the vets and their families. Just come on out. You want to go skiing a day out on the mountain. We did that every year, and I think they still do some version of that now. But that was the most rewarding thing, to see these guys come out, and not only the guys and gals that are serving, but their families. This was
Yeah,
our way to give
right.
back to the families, because in many cases they're sacrificing just as
they
much.
really are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Definitely.
we have, of course, the air base up here at Barnes, and then over in Westover, over in Chicopee, are our two local bases in Western Mass. So we have thousands of men and women who serve, and anytime you see them, if a lot of times they're just really humble, down to earth. You don't know.
No,
but,
definitely.
Yeah, just thank them. It
Yeah.
just means so much.
We have a pretty good handful of military kids at where I work, and it's interesting to watch, to see it from the kids' side of you, because you think, well, they're only 2 or they're only 3.
Right.
Are they really affected? Do they really know? Well, they do. When their parents are gone for months and months, and
Yeah.
I miss Dad, or I miss Mom. Yeah,
and it is really sad. And
Yeah.
it's not easy for them either.
It is-
So I
and
mean,
the-
I see it from the other side.
Yeah, and that's why I've always felt strongly is don't just thank the vet. It's their whole family.
It is the
that,
whole
Right, no, it definitely
that
is.
a part of that.
Definitely is.
So it means so much. But anyway, thanks for letting me and indulging me in that. That was
No, definitely. That was great.
that was cool.
I love it.
So what do you have coming up at 7:00?
Well, we actually have Jason Blunt from.
Oh, is that who's coming?
Yep,
Oh,
from Roots
we changed our minds.
Athletic Complex. Ryan was going to come out, but Ryan Lavner, he emailed me a little while ago saying he was stuck out at a soccer meeting somewhere.
Oh, really?
I guess soccer is bigger than I thought.
I got a soccer story.
Yeah,
Soccer
it
meeting.
was. I guess it was late last night.
An
He
emergency
was-
soccer
it was
meeting, huh?
Out east. So Jason is his right hand, so he'll be out. He just texted saying he was on his way.
All right, great.
You guys want to take a quick break because we got the 45?
Yeah, that
Sure.
sounds great.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks for keeping us on it, Pete.
Take it away.
1, 2, 3, 4. I just want to celebrate another day of living. I just want to celebrate another day of life with my faith in the people, but the people let me down. So I turn
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by McDonald's at 299 East Main Street in Westfield. Open 24 hours a day with breakfast served from 4:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. daily. Wake up to deliciousness. Breakfast has never been tastier. McDonald's Westfield. I'm loving it. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Comcast and Xfinity.com. With the Xfinity Double Play and Xfinity Triple Play, you can choose to bundle Comcast services for a great value. Experience Xfinity TV, Internet, home phone, and home security services. Explore all that Xfinity has to offer in the Westfield area on the web at Xfinity.com.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
Wednesday mornings start off right from 6 to 8 a.m. with Tina Gorman and Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good Monday morning. It's 6:54. You're listening to Cat and Ellie on WSKB 89.5.
Two of our hardest workers out there, Bob Tote, our executive vice president of the World Series and Babe Ruth, and Dan Welch, the president of the executive committee and Westfield Babe Ruth, are out there by themselves pulling off the tarps. I think they gave the field crew the morning off. Or at least let them come in late, yes.
Oh, my.
I did notice, though, that in all the great work that everybody's been doing and all the foresight, no one thought to buy any oil for the trailer wheels on that little tractor there.
Well, you know, details.
Beyond squeaky.
Yeah.
They probably don't even notice it anymore.
I didn't hear it on the air, so that's good.
What?
I didn't hear it on the air, so that's
okay,
good.
Good.
That's
Give it
because
a
we're
minute.
off the air. No, that's
No,
just
don't
good.
start that again. Good
Yeah.
Lord.
Again.
Oh, all sorts of
And here
equipment.
comes the mower.
Oh, great. The mower.
Perfect timing.
That's okay.
fantastic.
I had Southern Rain in here last Friday singing, and I don't know. I wish I could hear what it. Well, I'll go out and listen to the recording, but you know, every time we came live and they were going to run something, here comes another tractor going by, or somebody with a leaf blower, and you know, I just
Yeah.
But that's all right.
the
It was
show
still
must go
fun.
on.
Yeah, that's right.
This is what being on location is about.
Yeah, we're kind of invading their space. But you know what? That's part of Westfield Park and Rec. DPW unit at Park and Rec. They've just been great with this field. They've been mowing it every single morning. It's just amazing how well
Really?
they've kept this field. Yep.
Wow. Oh. Well, and we're going to get a little taste
Yeah,
of
Pete,
that
we're
now.
probably not going to be able to hear you, so we're going to let
Yeah.
you. Because
Okay, I'll shut up.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I can't hear a thing you're saying.
all right, so that we just got him to shut up. Just keep rolling
Yeah,
now.
I guess.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I guess until he shuts
can we
us
play
off.
this every Monday at the studio too, Pete? We can't hear you.
Did you bring your your thing?
I know. This is a cool little story. Kenny has one of those little pocket
sound maker thing.
Yes.
makers. You know, like a. I don't know. What would you even call that? The
A
one
fart
with
in a
like
box.
a sound
But it does
box?
more than fart in a box.
A
But it
fart-
does more
I'm
than
not going
that.
to call it that.
Right.
That's not what it's called. Maybe
It's
like
probably
a whistle
meant
in a
for
box
children.
or something. It is probably meant for children. It's like a little gag thing that some wise acre would keep in their pocket, and when you say a terrible joke, they do that thing. So anyhow, I've been
That's as
saying
good as his little box.
they have a little meow, like Jay's meow, and all kinds of stuff on this thing. It's like 22 sounds or whatever. Anyhow, I've been saying to Kenny for months, I'm like, oh my God, I totally want one of those. I totally want one of those, whatever. Anyhow, Kenny heard
He
my
delivered.
He heard my call, and he came to my house the other day with a little wrapped up. I don't want to sound like that was stalking. He didn't just come to my house. I invited him. But
Okay,
just
that
show up.
begs. We all know Kenny. That begs the question.
That's why I had to clarify.
He came out of his home.
He came out of his home. No, and with a wrapped up package.
He did, and he did such a.
Oh no, that's awful. Wait a minute. I take that back. Anyway, so he had this. Yeah, right.
All right,
again.
so he worked
Anyhow.
really hard on wrapping it.
He did.
He
He had
had
it all wrapped up.
newspaper and he had duct tape. And he used everything he had to make this as special as he
all
could.
of his skills, all of his skills. And he
was
presented
fabulous.
his gift with great pride.
It sounds like an episode of Criminal Minds.
He probably could have ended that
Were
way.
you afraid to open it?
It was a little. It was a little. I had company though, so I mean, like other people were there, so it wasn't. It was like a little impromptu soiree, not really with four of us, but anyway, whatever. Anyway, so I and it was the little sound maker box, and I forgot to bring it this morning because it's with my tablet that I bring to the radio every Monday, except
Yes,
today
and we know
because
you
we're outside.
rushed out the head.
Well, I didn't really rush. I was totally ready. I was killing time.
You weren't ready.
Look at this. This doesn't happen, you know.
She doesn't wake up like this.
Actually, I did. But
See, some of us need no primping.
no makeup, no
Exactly.
nothing.
That's
no
it. That's this girl right
To
here.
our
No
guest,
makeup.
welcome to Monday.
Yeah, it's a Monday.
What
oh,
more do you want
man.
from us?
I know. Sun is getting nice.
I know. I really should have brought my shades. They're in my car.
I know. I can't help you with that.
That's all right. I'll
Well,
be
we
fine.
can put you on that side so the sun's on your back.
That's all right.
We
It's
could
fine.
do that.
I maybe I can get rid of the
My
white
ra-
spots
I have
from my.
look at my
Yeah, you
raccoon
do.
eyes.
Yeah.
I have like the wickedest, but
Oh,
that's all right.
raccoon eyes?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the sun.
I do
Yeah.
from the sun. I have really the opposite, like negative raccoon eyes.
Right. So I didn't forget my sunglasses. I'm just evening my tan.
It is 7 a.m. straight up at WSKB Westfield.
Oh, okay. Pete's being responsible.
Yeah. Is
Yep.
it 7?
It's 7
Yes.
straight
On the
up.
dot.
On the dot. Look at this.
He's
That's
on it.
real time here.
Shall
Not
we-
that fake time we usually give you at WSKB. When we're like, oh, it's
You know what? I'm gonna
7:02 and a half, but really it's not. It's like 7:01.
I'm going to train you guys how to set that clock. That's it. I'm done.
We can't hear you at all, Pete. There's way too much.
WSKB.org Westfield. WSKB Westfield.
We can't hear Pete at all, though. Because there's.
Can Jay hear me?
I can hear you.
You can, because you have the headphones.
Why don't we take a break? It's because it's 7
can
o'clock and
see-
we need a
Why don't we
break.
take a
Pete's
break
lips
because it's 7
moving.
o'clock?
Yeah, let's take a break, Pete.
Okay, we'll take
All
a
right,
break.
and then we'll introduce our guest. We have a guest.
And we'll be back with that guest right after this.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Bay State Noble Hospital, a brand new name for a Westfield institution which is improving the health of our community every day with quality and compassion. Noble Hospital and Bay State Health, better together.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Bay State Dental. Comprehensive dentistry at 14. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Bay State Dental. Comprehensive dentistry at 14 convenient locations in Springfield, Chicopee, Longmeadow, West Springfield, Belchertown, East Longmeadow, Ludlow, Northampton, Greenfield, and Wilbraham, as well as 29 Broad Street in Westfield. Bay State Dental makes it a priority to help you achieve and maintain the healthy smile you deserve. Visit on the web at baystatedental.com.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
It's Tuesday morning from 6 till 8. Wow, it's Tuesday with Bob Plass.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good Monday morning.
Oh, man,
boy.
what a Monday.
That
You're
was
having way,
It was spot on. except
way
it
too
wasn't
much
the right time.
fun down there.
That was Jay's fault. Jay's like, you got 5, 4,
Four,
3, 2.
Just kidding.
No,
just,
not
oh,
so
wait,
much.
no, we're going to do this again.
Are we back for real
We're
now?
back for real.
Yes.
We don't have headphones or anything, so you have to bear with us. We're broadcasting live from Bullens Field, and the lawnmowers are going.
And
There's
the
a lot
squeaking
going on.
trailer
There's a
is going.
squeaking trailer.
They're taking all the tarps off the field for the morning.
Amazing listeners stopping by, letting us know that we're not actually on the air.
Yep, that is absolutely true. We
But don't
really
worry.
appreciated that. That was
We're
great.
back.
We're back now, and we have a guest.
We do.
We do.
This is Jason Blunt.
Hi guys.
All of a sudden he's quiet.
How is everybody? No, I won't be quiet, I promise. Rarely quiet.
He is from Roots Athletic Center.
Roots Athletic Center, that's right.
And what do you do there?
What don't we do there? My goodness. So obviously, or I hope you guys are a little familiar with the Roots complex in general. So the Athletic Center is just one small portion of what we have going on over there on Root Road. It started with Roots Gymnastics. It's expanded into Roots Learning Center, and then into Roots Aquatics and Fitness Center, and All Stars Dance Center is over there. And at the same time, now we are building a massive indoor turf facility. We're going to be hosting lacrosse, soccer, any type of sport, activity, fun, excitement that you could possibly imagine for kids and for families. It's going to be really
Are you
exciting.
going to have adult classes there?
So yes, we're going to be doing a lot of spin classes. We're doing all types of different things. I'm going to go take care of
There's
this guy
going to
real
be
quick.
there's going to be a spin room,
This
right?
is why we're doing turf, so there's no lawnmowers involved.
Right.
It's all turf fields, no lawnmowers. Sorry for my lawnmower friend.
So we could broadcast live up there.
Right, exactly.
It would be
right.
quiet.
It's going to be quiet.
Yeah.
Except for me.
And for the record, now that I'm listening full on with the
Yeah.
headphones, it's not as bad as it's.
No.
You know, actually the squeaking is what comes through.
Yeah, I'm hearing the
So
squeaking.
you
I'm not
can hear
hearing.
the
I'm not hearing that
motors
big.
I got a guy that can
That
help
big
me with
lawnmower.
that.
The big tractor we don't hear, but the
Yeah, they should
squeaking
figure
just
that
comes.
out.
It's the right frequency.
But
That's the big
the exciting part is, along with the athletic center, we have the new Roots Soccer League that's being pumped through there as well. So we're really involved with the community as a whole, the entire Pioneer Valley. We are going to be doing adult spin classes and things like that. We're going to have a very, very, very close relationship with the Aquatics and Fitness Center, which offers adult classes from the pool to the gym and all the way through. So it's a very exciting moment for us at Roots.
Yeah, it is exciting.
That is. for
And
sure.
the floors have been poured, so they're going to start working on the walls soon.
The floors have been poured, and I
Yeah.
tell you, that was an experience. You ever seen concrete poured?
Yeah.
Those guys are masters at what they do.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
the trucks are what actually amazed me. They have like these big. I don't know if anyone's ever seen them, but these big, huge like pump
The pump
trucks,
truck,
right?
yeah.
Come
Oh, yeah.
in and they like suck the cement right out of the truck,
Oh yeah,
and then they
It's
send it through
terrifying.
these
You should watch
crazy
it.
long hoses.
yeah.
And I don't. It's really neat.
It is cool. It is cool. But I mean, the guys at Sage Engineering are just so good at what they do that it's moving along at a remarkable pace, and the quality is going to be through through the roof.
Yeah, all
We have
the
retractable roofs.
I was going to say,
So there'll
speaking
be
of
big
the
holes
roof, you
and-
can actually go through the roof,
Yes,
right?
you can actually go through the roof.
that is pretty exciting. I can't even wait to see that.
It's going to be very cool.
Yeah,
Very
if you
cool.
drive by now, you can see the holes in the
Yep.
roof right now.
You can.
Can
yes.
you right now?
Yeah, it's all the
I
spaces
never,
where.
ever go up to that part of town, but maybe
Oh, you
I will.
should.
Yeah, you should drive by.
Oh, you should.
You should go for a run on the turf.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Feels great.
Yeah. Oh,
So inside,
okay.
we're actually the biggest
Totally gonna do
the biggest
that.
track in New England.
That's
Wow.
right. Indoors.
Possibly the biggest track in the East Coast. I have to double check on that. But
No
I know,
way,
I know in
really?
New England, yeah. Indoor track goes all the way around over all the fields.
So how long
Suspended-
is the track? Oh, is that too specific?
You know
think
what?
it's-
I know that number, and right off the top of my head, this lawnmower is just pulling it right
There's
out
a
of me.
lot going on right now. I mean, the
there is.
sun and
You know?
Is it 4 laps to make a
No,
mile?
it does. It does.
Well, a little bit longer. It's slightly longer than
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Slightly longer than that.
Close to a quarter mile.
But it's everything you could imagine and hope for and more.
yeah.
So the only
That's-
thing we're missing is candy from the walls and Oompa Loompas running around. But it's magical.
Oh
And I
my
mean, we
word.
can do that. You know, for
Oompa
special
Loompa.
We
nights.
could
Alright.
figure that out, Ellie. We could probably get
Yeah,
you in there.
yeah. I'm pretty sure. I
Paint
could.
you orange.
Paint
I-
your
I-
orange.
I-
I was gonna.
I
say
could pull
that.
off an Oompa Loompa.
See, now I want a
I
chocolate
have striped
waterfall.
legs.
You know,
Yeah.
Chocolate waterfall.
Yeah, I
Can
want
you
a
get one of
chocolate
those,
waterfall.
possibly?
At a health
I'll have to
complex.
talk to the,
Yeah.
to the big guys.
At an exercise place.
Probably
Oh, yeah,
not
I
going to
would
go for that, are
No,
they?
no.
Maybe a fountain.
We are pushing the health kick, so maybe a hummus fountain or something.
Ooh,
something
that
like
would be
that.
delicious.
It doesn't sound
You
very
can
attractive.
dip your
does it?
carrots in it.
No.
That's
Hummus.
great.
A ranch dressing fountain.
There we
No,
go.
ranch dressing
Spilling
is not
over carrots
healthy at
and-
all.
I think the diesel
Well, it all
fumes are
depends
getting
on
to
the
your
output.
brains.
What are you going to dip in it?
You know?
True. Unreal. So, that's, and is there, I know you don't have a completion date, but what are you thinking? Like,
So realistically, quality over anything and completion over anything. When it comes down to it, we're going to be going with our league in the fall 100%.
now we have a leaf blower.
The league will be playing, and we'll be having games on the outdoor turf fields. And
Oh, you can't?
in the
No.
wintertime, we'll be ready to go with moving forward. So step by step, stage by stage. We already have things going on there today.
Yeah.
So we'll be moving, and as everything continues to complete itself, we'll have more and more activities over there.
Yeah, that's great.
And you guys will hear about it for sure. If
Yeah,
you go down
well,
Root Road,
yeah.
you won't miss it.
No, you
won't miss
definitely can't miss it.
no, you
exciting.
cannot.
All of the Roots buildings are
Right.
right there.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. Every one of those buildings is the highest quality you could possibly imagine. The instructors are of the highest quality, and the owners that's where their passion is, and I think that's what really makes such a good, awesome environment over there.
right.
The best of the best.
The best of the best. That the leaf blower is 3 feet away. So that's
Surprisingly, you can't hear that.
Now you have the groomer coming on the
squeaky
field.
tires.
Yeah, but
It's very distracting for us, though. So excuse us for being
no. You've got
so
to,
discombobulated. Yeah.
You've got to learn to be professionals and ignore the noise.
I am ignoring the noise. I'm listening
They are
to
doing a
Jason.
great
I was
job,
listening
though.
to. Yeah, they are. Field
The
looks
field
I
looks
mean,
good.
great.
The whole place right here is just top notch.
Yeah, they did a good job.
It looks so great.
They really are doing a great job. I mean, it's so much work from so many people, but they're killing it. They really
Just
are.
to get the tarps on took about
I
20 or
actually
30
had no idea
people.
there would be this many people down here right now.
No, I kind of thought it would be just us. And
I really had no idea.
no. It's a lot of work if you think about it, just to even get the field ready. When's the
Right.
first game? 9?
Yes,
Yes.
9
Yeah,
o'clock,
so,
but
I mean,
field
that
prep
kinda
is just crazy.
Sort of makes sense. Oh, my phone has a nice thin layer of dirt.
So I want to take an opportunity. You guys are parents.
Yes.
We are.
What are some things that you guys want to see in the community through sports and education?
Oh, wow.
Anything to tire them out.
Tire them
Yes,
out?
tire them out. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what I want. I want to be able to work out or exercise in some way while my kids
I think that's clutch.
are in classes and doing their thing. That would be the ideal thing. Like if their whatever soccer practice was
10 feet away.
Sure.
Well,
And-
no, I mean, it can even be.
Well, I mean, not
100
that
feet
far,
away.
but
My gosh.
right. I mean, I guess in the same
Looking
parking
for a
lot.
break.
A few
You
feet
know what I
more,
mean?
yeah.
No, but you know what I mean.
Spread
like,
it out a little
in
bit.
the same
You
parking
don't have
lot.
to drive anywhere.
So you don't have to drive away. You can
Right.
just drop them off there, and especially because they're playing sports. Like, I mean, my kids dance, and this
And
is
you
going to
sit
sound
there.
really weird, but I don't necessarily feel comfortable because they do acrobatics and going away. Like, not that I could do anything for them, but
Sure.
I don't know. Apparently it's break time. Can we visit this when we come back?
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. We're going to go for a break. You listen to Kat and Ellie live from Bullens Field on WSKB in Westfield.
So slashed and torn.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Barnes & Noble College Bookstore at Westfield State University, right here in the Ely Campus Center. Whether you're a student, faculty member, or friend of the university, it's the place to shop. Everything from Westfield State t-shirts, sweatshirts, and gift merchandise to all of your academic needs. Offering textbook materials in new, used, ebook, and rental formats. Visit the bookstore on campus or online at www.westfieldstate.bncollege.com. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Commercial Distributing Company of Westfield. Now in its third generation of family ownership, Commercial is one of the premier beverage distributors of Western Massachusetts. The Plasek family and the staff of Commercial Distributing wishes you good times throughout the year and urges you to drink responsibly.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
Wednesday mornings start off right from 6 to 8 a.m. with Tina Gorman and Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good Monday morning. It's 7:20. You're listening to Kat and Ellie on WSKB. Down here at Bullens Field. Kids are
gorgeous
rolling
out.
in. It's
Yeah.
beautiful
First teams
morning.
are already here
Here
for
come the
batting
players.
practice.
Uniforms are all clean.
I saw these guys play the other day.
Yeah,
Did
they, I
you?
mean,
Yeah.
they
They're
look
talented kids.
happy.
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
How happy do they look?
They look wide awake and
They
chipper.
look just as wide awake as Kat did when she rolled in here about an hour ago.
I'm awake now.
Yeah, we're on it.
The
now?
sun
Takes a few
sort of
minutes.
woke
Your
me up.
coffee's almost gone.
Hey
No,
guys,
I didn't even-
Jay,
I
just to let you
I'm
know,
only right there.
Yeah, hang
that
on, guys.
that team up there, Mountain Home that's coming in, is from a town about 15,000 in Arkansas, and the whole town is basically rooting for them. It's awesome.
Outstanding. Yeah, they were just talking. Well, that's right. Everybody heard. So,
We
okay,
didn't,
back to
but
the
that's
girls.
all right. Back to
All
us.
right.
All right. Pete, no more talking from you. We can't hear you.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Just
Whoa.
kidding. I'm only
Big
kidding.
thumbs up.
He knows I'm kidding. Half
No, he
kidding.
doesn't. Look, he's about ready to jump off the roof now.
Up in the eagle's nest, controlling.
That's it. The eagle's nest.
Yeah,
I
I
like
that, right?
that.
Not
What
only can we not hear him, we can't see him
We can
either.
see his thumb.
I can see his thumb.
Yeah,
That's
the
right. We got the thumbs
works.
up.
Yeah.
That's about
And that's it. That's all we need. Until we get the thumbs down, we're good.
it. Yes, I'm sure it's coming.
We're waiting for the thumbs down, Peter.
Any minute
Yeah.
now.
All right.
So we are here with Jason Blunt from Roots Athletic Center, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You got it.
I always want to call it complex.
It is
but
Yep.
kind of a
it-
complex.
Well, we got the
Center.
whole complex.
We do.
have all of our centers.
Yes,
and then
we do.
The centers
To
all make up the
compile
complex,
a
right?
complex,
We have
right.
the
I get it.
atoms, and then we have the organism.
Right.
Yes.
So when we went to break, we were talking about what parents would like to see
Right.
while their kids are doing their sports. Yeah.
Right.
And that's kind of a fascinating topic. I'd
Absolutely.
like to
Well, that's
go
something
right
that
back
we're,
to that.
we're really trying to master over at the complex itself. We want to treat it as a true complex. For instance, if your daughter is signed up for gymnastics and your son is signed up for swimming, there's going to be an opportunity for you to go and take a spin class or an aerobics class, go jump in the pool, go run the track. Any of those different options, we're really going to try and tie it in as an entire family activity complex.
Yeah.
Parents will be able to achieve something, kids will be able to achieve something of all ages, all skill levels. It
I think
doesn't-
that's fantastic. I mean, when my kids are at dance, I just kind of sit there like a slug.
Sure, and wouldn't it be great if you could go and jog the track, or you can go and hop in the pool?
It
right.
would be.
You know?
I mean, it would be ideal. I think that's the hardest part of exercise, as being a mom and
Sure.
exercising and working out is, if I go and work out, that's a whole nother hour away from my kids. I already worked 8 or 9 hours away from my kids. Now I'm going to take another hour for myself, which I could instead skip and spend more time with my kids.
Right.
And so I think that
Even though you're not really with your kids because your kids are on a field or
Well,
in
no,
a
I mean
room.
in general.
No, I know.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
but if you leave them and you don't have the time
Right,
to,
right.
and then that's I think a big thing with people in general. But it's a convenient excuse for people. Oh, I don't have the time.
Right.
If you want to have the time, you have the time. But it's a
Right.
convenient built-in excuse when you have kids. Like, oh well, we have, soccer tonight, so I don't have the time or whatever. But if that opportunity is right there, I think
And
that
if you guys get a chance, go up to the Aquatics and Fitness Center, or go up to the Gymnastics Center and walk in there, and you won't need a lot of self-motivation because the environment itself is
Yeah.
going to inspire you to want to do something productive and proactive.
And to make yourself better.
Right. Well,
Right.
what do they say? You can't pour from an empty cup, right? So you have to take care of yourself as well. I mean, and we do that, I think, as moms, or parents in general, a lot. we spend so much time taking care of our kids and, bringing them here and there and making sure that they have everything they need, that we sort of forget about what we need or put it on the back burner.
Right.
And, take care of them first, which is, you have to do that, but you also have to take care of yourself, which is why I go shopping, because that's what feeds my soul. So...
Well, I mean, lucky for a person like you, we're going to have, they're going to have a store where you can get your turf cleats. Are they turf cleats?
Oh, and
I don't
food,
know.
All that
too.
good
You guys
stuff.
are going to have
All that good
food.
stuff.
Yeah, we're getting
Right
there.
now at the Aquatics Fitness Center, there's already Sierra's Cafe.
Yep.
So if you're looking for a protein energy drink or a
Yeah.
healthy wrap after your
Yes.
workout, we have that already.
Yeah, that is
Yes,
great.
it's
We'll be
great.
furthering that into the athletic center.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's really cute. I've
Yeah.
been to the aquatic center a couple
Yep.
times,
Yep.
and it's really cute the way it's set up. I love the whole cabana feel in the dressing area, and I think that's absolutely adorable.
Yeah.
Adorable.
And what's really unique about everything that we have too is gymnastics, swimming, soccer, dance, and education.
Yeah.
You can't get a better combination than that.
No,
That is the ultimate Sunday of awesomeness and proactive fun.
Right, for
know, that
kids.
is-
And now we're going to
Yep.
bring the parents
Yep.
in as
For
well.
kids and for parents
And even
and for
grandparents.
everybody.
Grandparents can work out too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can.
Absolutely.
My
My
mom
goodness,
does. My
they
mom's pretty tough.
So yes, it's something that we're really excited about. We want the whole community to enjoy it and beyond. We want everyone to enjoy it.
Right. No, definitely. And I think
plenty of
I
opportunity.
think that will happen too. What are the ages for kids? Even we'll just say just for soccer. What are the ages for the kids to be able to be involved in that?
So in terms of what we're going to be doing at the complex, we haven't necessarily put too much of that information out just yet. But we are looking at, starting in the preschool age groups. I know that swimming starts very, very, very young.
Yeah.
I believe 12 months.
I
Kids are
think
able to-
even less than
maybe,
that.
Yeah,
maybe
you
a
can
little
do
bit
a
younger
mom
than
and
that.
me class probably at 6 months.
I know that at gymnastics, they start at that age as well,
Yep.
and they're rolling and they're tumbling. Obviously, at the Learning Center has kids that are from infant age all the way up, and
Yep.
they're teaching them a lot of those core fundamentals, and dance as well. So we start as young as we possibly can. We pull parents in there, we get them boogieing, we get them moving. The Gymnastics Center, I don't let the dads jump in the pit, but a few of them got in there. So parents have fun, kids have fun, and we start as young as we can. Early intervention is important.
It
We
is.
start them young, and our motto is we plant the seeds for healthy bodies and minds. We plant the seed at that young age, and then we use our tools and our amenities to nurture that seed and
Foster it.
foster it into a
Help it
productive
grow.
plant.
Right.
Yes, with
Right.
roots, with healthy roots.
With healthy roots.
Look how we got there.
Look at that. Full circle.
Oh man.
Perfect. So what else do you have for us? Like what other ideas are going on up there?
So I mean, it's never ending really, as far as ideas are concerned.
You
I
guys
mean,
are pretty creative up there.
There's a
You-
lot of creativity. Carrie Demarinis, who's the general manager and the owner, along with her husband Frank of the Aquatics and Fitness Center as well as the Learning Center. Their ideas and her creativity is endless.
Yeah.
And then Pamela Pryor and Steve Pryor at the Gymnastics Center, they're always coming up with something amazing. They've turned their regular hot cocoa gymnastics meet, which is a big deal in the wintertime,
Yep.
to an invitational.
Yep.
So it's going to be, 10 times the size, and following this Olympic year, it's going to be extremely
Yeah,
impressive.
that's going to be huge.
Go
right?
there and go in January, I promise, and watch those girls and what they can do. It's unbelievable.
I know.
Unbelievable.
Always after the Olympics, it's a
and along with all that, even in the summer, coming down towards the end of these summer day sessions with the carnival that we have coming up and the open house opportunities that we have coming up. So that's something where you guys can come, even if you haven't been to Roots before, come to the open house, walk inside, and see what we have to offer. And I promise you'll be excited to be there.
Do you know when the open house is?
It's in September.
Yeah.
I don't remember the date off the top of my head, but I'll definitely put it out there when,
All right.
when it gets a little closer.
Definitely. All right. Well, we're going for a break. It is 7:29. I don't know if that's on the nose or not, but it's kind of immaterial.
And a
Somewhere in
half.
the 7:29 and a half range.
You know
You're
it.
listening to Kat and Ellie live from Bullens Field on WSKB in Westfield.
So
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by McDonald's at 299 East Main Street in Westfield. Open 24 hours a day with breakfast served from 4:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. daily. Wake up to deliciousness. Breakfast has never been tastier. McDonald's Westfield. I'm loving it. WSKB's programming is generously underwritten by Whip City Fiber. Westfield Gas and Electric wants to help you decide where they offer gigabit speed Whip City Fiber Internet next. Turn your neighborhood into a fiberhood. Get on the list today at www.whipcityfiber.com.
We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
Wednesday mornings start off right from 6 to 8 a.m. with Tina Gorman and Wake Up Wednesday.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Good Monday morning. You're listening to Kat and Ellie here on WSKB 89.5 Westfield. We are down here at Bullens Field, broadcasting live.
It's pretty exciting. I mean, we're almost done with the lawnmowers and stuff. Well, we're done with the lawnmowers. We have a leaf blower, but all
He's
the
cleaning the stands.
players are coming on, or in,
They're
rather,
walking in.
which is pretty cool. They're looking at us like, what is going on
I know.
over here?
I've never seen them so clean.
I know. One poor guy had a big rip in his pants,
Oh.
but it's all right.
We could sew it real quick, though.
I know. I was thinking that. I wish I had my kit with
I
me.
can come back. It's the mom in us. Like,
I
we
know.
can sew your
We're
pants,
like, oh, we can
sweetie.
sew
Come
that,
here.
honey.
You don't want to go out in the field with ripped pants.
Oh, well, they're just going to get more ripped, and then he's going to be pantless.
Right.
My mom would have gone and bought me a pair that was like 5 times too small. Here you go, dear. Squeeze into these.
Perfect.
You just heard Jason Blunt.
Yes, this is our guest. And
from
What a
Roots.
guy.
From what?
Who'd you give a buck?
Oh
You gave
my
who a
gosh.
buck?
For the penguin plunge already?
Oh, my God, that's
What
hilarious.
about me?
My stalker,
you
Rick
gonna
Barry's
plunge?
here.
No, I'm not going to plunge. but
Well,
I'll
then
raise
you don't
money
get a
for
buck,
it.
do you?
Listen, that water is cold.
You could not pay, even if you gave that buck directly to me and not the Children's Museum, but to me to put into my own personal purse, I still wouldn't. And you gave me $1 every time you saw me, I still wouldn't jump into
Well,
that
that's
cold
the
water.
thing. Rick Barry just wandered by, and he's up in the booth now. But he has been our Penguin Excelsior for many, many years now, which is basically the guy that that raises the most funds to go
Yes.
jump in the water in January.
It's
You just
true. He
jump
does
in
an
the lake
amazing
in
job
January.
raising.
So in order to help him do that, I jokingly give him $1 every
I
time
know
I
you
see
told me
him.
that you do that, but I really didn't believe that you
Oh
did.
yeah, I just saw him up there. I reach in my pocket, pull out another $1. Here it
Do
goes.
you always have a pocket full of dollars?
I always have one, yeah, it's just for him, just in case.
Because one never
you know what?
knows.
If I have a 20, it's going to be really hard to give him that.
Yes,
True
this is
story.
true.
True story.
This is true. And he raises money for the Children's Museum,
That's for
Yes,
the
he
Westfield's
does.
Amelia Park Children's
which is
Museum.
also
yes.
a near and dear
Yeah.
organization to me.
Ellie is all over the place.
I am
Oh, look at this. We're watering the flowers. I mean, there's
focused.
just so much going
There
on.
really
It's
is
so
so much
great.
going on.
So much activity here.
What I'm getting a kick out of is something happens that's different, and you go, ooh, shiny things.
I know. I
Just
am
kind of how she works.
well, I'm an artist, and I really, once I see something, it catches my eye. I really just can't. It's not that I'm flaky, because I'm not, but I'm an artist, and that's just the way I work. This, I do feel bad for this guy. He's looking for something. But anyhow, so we're here, and it is pretty exciting. You guys should come down, and I don't know what the schedule is, but there will be quite a few. 6 games here today?
I think 6 games here. I've got the schedule right here.
And come down and check out a
Palm
game.
Of my hands. The first game is at 9:00.
Yeah, I did know that, and that looks like it's going to be with Mountain Home.
Yep, and Bismarck.
Yep.
And then let's see, 11:30, Tri-Valley versus Arlington, Mass.
Tri-Valley is, I mean, I'm not that I'm going to bet, but I bet they take the whole thing.
You
They
really?
are-
Because I'm betting
I've
on
seen them.
Sarasota.
Are you really? You want to
Yeah.
bet? Let's
Yeah,
bet.
I do.
Can we bet on we
$1?
won't- We'll bet $1. Can we do that on air? Is the FCC going to fire us?
No, I got $1. Remember, I still got
Yeah.
$1 left.
I'm going with Tri-Valley. I think they're going to take it. They are pretty.
think
I've seen
so?
them play a couple times. They are pretty intense. I saw them spank Sarasota the other day.
Is that what they did?
Yeah, they did. But that wasn't fair because Sarasota did like a doubleheader back to back, and it was only
And it was,
7,000 degrees.
yeah,
So that wasn't. That's
102
that's not
and
super
humid
fair
and miserable.
to say it like that.
Then there's another game at noon at Westfield State. There's another game here at 2. Westfield will be playing that game against West Lynn.
At 2:00 here.
Yep.
Maybe
at
I'll bring the
Oregon.
kids down.
Yep. And then 4:30, Pittsfield, Mass. against Tri-County, Maine. Here. And then 7:00 game is Sarasota and Atlantic Shore, New Jersey.
All right.
So
What
those-
time is that one? 7:30.
7
7
o'clock.
o'clock. All right. So
And obviously those times are not exact.
no.
And it depends on the weather.
True.
As we have learned over the last 3 days.
Yes, we have.
So you just you don't know exactly what's going to happen. But this is the last day of all the
Yeah.
of all the games before we really get down to it.
Yep. And then starting tomorrow is playoffs. So
Nitty gritty.
they really they got to bring their A game today if they want to make it to the playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
A lot of great games this weekend. So if you haven't been down, you should definitely stop down. It's a lot of fun.
It really is. I mean, my kids are not sporty; they're dancers, whatever. But we've brought them to 7 games so far, and they've really enjoyed themselves. I think they have a new love of baseball. My older asked me if she could play baseball, and I told her, "No, you already dance." So
Baseball. What if she's better at baseball than dancing?
it's too late. That ship has sailed, and we are indoors in a dance studio. Yeah,
I know. Seriously,
is-
it's all about her.
it kind of is.
And I'm the opposite. My kids have done every sport.
5 minutes to wrap, guys.
Oh, all right.
All right. So, if you have a child between the ages of 5 and 13, and they've kind of been hanging out at home, and
Watching
they're looking
TV
for
this
something
summer.
to do.
Playing
And-
Pokemon Go.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's fun.
That is fun. All right,
But-
not even Pokemon Go, just
Let's
watching
pick a
TV.
different game, yeah.
Yeah, just watching TV.
And you are thinking that maybe they should get out of the house for a week. Jason and I are collaborating
We are.
on an
Very closely.
amazing soccer week next week.
Yep.
That does sound like so much fun. My
Yep.
kids have dance camp next week, so I can't do it. But I was kind of I was almost.
You were thinking about it, yeah. See, that would have been that would have been a way out for you.
That
They
would-
could have done a sport that wasn't dance.
I know,
and
and for a week,
you wouldn't have to be outside.
that is true, and I totally could have done that. But
We could be outside sweating all week.
We're also mixing
With
the,
your
the,
kids.
the two great worlds.
We are. So the kids
I
are
mean-
going to come up to the field with you.
Right? We're going to play some soccer on the brand new turf field.
how
Yep.
fun is
And
that?
then you're going
Brand
to come
new.
back to me.
Yep, and back to you. We're going to
you're
ship
gonna go
them back
swimming.
over to you. And
This is that. It
Toss
does
them in
sound
the
like
water.
I know you told me
Yeah.
about this,
Yeah.
and it sounds like
we're just gonna toss them back and forth all week,
so
Yeah.
much fun. I
multiple
know.
times a day.
I know. I wish I could do it. Oh, I could do it for my kids because it sounds like something that they would love.
Yeah.
Swimming.
well, they
and
get to be the
running
first
and-
group on the turf field.
yep.
The first real group on the turf field.
How fun is that?
Beautiful turf is the best stuff that you can get. So that's really exciting. They're going to be
It
able to
is.
experience some of those soccer games, and I get to yell again, which is nice. I haven't been able to yell in a while. So I get to holler at some of these kids and
Nice.
hands in the sky, hands on your head, shoulders, belly, cheeks, and eyes.
Oh my
right?
gosh! If anyone knows Jason, your children will sing that and say that all
good
the
times, good times. Yes, absolutely.
time. Jason can get the kids riled up in about 3.1 seconds, and
And then I'll give 'em back.
walk away.
And then I'll give them back
So
to
that's great.
Yeah,
And I
you're
can't wait to
tiring
do
them out.
the
That's what we
same
like.
thing.
Tire them out. Tire them out. No,
Sugar
no,
doesn't really.
no.
That's
doesn't
a
really
myth.
do anything. It is a myth, but yeah, but it's a fun myth. Yeah, no, I think that's great. Get them all tired up and send them back home.
Yeah.
That's
So, Jason,
fantastic.
if people have questions, how can they contact you?
So I think the best way to go would be to probably go through the Aquatic Center and sign up for that camp.
Mhm.
You can find them at rootsaquaticcenter.com.
Yep. Or and if you have any questions, you can email me at leelli@rootslearningcenter.com.
Right. Or you can also contact me at Jason B at sage, S-A-G-E, -LLC.com. That's a temporary email address for now.
That's a long
Well,
one.
Ellie is
Temporary
the
email
kid whisperer, and I've seen Jason with kids too. Actually, he's like Kid Whisperer Junior. So
Well, I just don't whisper.
no, you yell.
Yeah.
He's the kid yeller, but that
I
doesn't sound
whisper.
very
Big and loud.
enticing.
Right. It does sound
Yeah.
a little daunting at
It's
first.
not
right?
though.
It's not.
They love it. They're like, yell at me more.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
yell
they
back
don't-
at me.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
they do.
Right. Can you
In
hear
a
me?
controlled manner.
But ultimately, I think the real thing that I want to portray to you guys today is, we have some really high-level athletes at Roots, especially in the gymnastics center and in the dance center. And obviously with the soccer, we're going to have a lot of high-level athletes. But, this complex is really built for the kids that want to do something a little bit more, do something exciting and new, and build some of those cognitive and physical building blocks for the future that don't necessarily want to be the next superstar athlete. You don't have to be Simone Biles or Gabby Douglas or Michael Phelps to do something really positive and to take a lot of the lessons that kids are going to get from these sports and these classes and these experiences and move forward. You guys are familiar with the Olympic Creed, right?
No, tell us what
You
is
don't know
it?
the Olympic Creed?
No, I'm not
The
sure what
Olympic
it
Creed
is.
was grounded to my head. That's why I'm going to look down at my phone here. All right, so the Olympic Creed, the most important thing in the Olympic Games is not to win but to take part, just as the most important thing in life, this is the big part, in life, I got to catch up with myself, is not to triumph but to struggle.
All right.
Okay?
Right.
So we get our kids into the facility. We teach them a lot of these building blocks to move forward as human beings and to grow and to develop.
I love it.
So
I think that's
that's our
great.
goal.
That's it.
Well,
I think that's great.
Thank you for coming in. We're
Thank
going to
you
wrap
guys
up
for having
early
me.
today
It's
because
fantastic.
the game
Because there's a game.
going to start, and Pete has an interview that I wish I could remember with who, but I can't. Somebody super important. Make sure you stay tuned for that.
Kyle
Somebody
Reyes
gonna
from
be
the
down
Silent
here.
Partners is going to be
Is he
who's
telling
joining me.
us? No, he's not.
Yes, I'm telling
he
you.
is?
It's Kyle Reyes from the Silent Partner Marketing, and he got a viral video of he went around to different establishments and identified himself as a senior citizen.
Oh, yeah.
And
all
we'll be
right, you told
talking
us
about that, yes.
Yeah. All right, cool. So
That'll
that
be an interesting interview.
that's for sure. And then
Tune in.
come down and check out some games today. It looks like a beautiful morning and great time to be outside. So
It's
thank
not
you.
super hot.
No, it's not super hot yet. Thank you, Jason, for coming
Thank
in.
you guys for having me. I
And
really
thank you all for
appreciate it.
listening. And thank
Had a
you
blast.
to our listener this morning to come and tell us that we were off air. That was super. That made my day.
Yeah, it made us feel special.
It really did. So
Aw.
that proves that we have at least one listener. No, I'm just joking.
The giggle girls are back.
All right. Oh, no. That was just terrible.
That was the
So,
best part of my
that
whole
was-
day.
My stalker just had Jay put an ice cube down my back.
Oh, well, that wasn't fun.
Thank you for listening. You were listening to Kat and Ellie live from Bullens Field on WSKB in Westfield. Have a great week.
white horses and ladies by the score, all dressed in satin and waiting by the door. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. White lace and feathers, they made up his bed. A gold-covered mattress on which he was led. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. He went to fight wars for his country and his king, of his honor and his glory. The people would sing. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. A bullet had found him. His blood ran as he cried. No money could save him, so he lay down and he died. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Ooh, what a lucky man he was.
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Westfield Bank. For more than 160 years, Westfield Bank has been an important community presence and commercial leader in the Pioneer Valley, with convenient full banking services in Westfield, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, Agawam, Feeding Hills, Springfield, Southwick, as well as Enfield and Granby, Connecticut. Visit us on the web at westfieldbank.org.
Support for community programming on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. Visit bettsplumbing.com or 14 Coleman Avenue, Westfield. Public welcome. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Dunkin' Donut shops of Westfield and the Sardina family. It's nice to know that even as the world changes, Dunkin' Coffee remains the same at 7 convenient locations throughout Westfield. We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield. .5 FM WSKB, and a special edition of Conversations with, live from Bullens Field. We gotta just tilt that thing up. Yeah, it's been so hot and muggy in this booth. It's like an easy bake oven for the past 4 days that we are trying to do anything and everything to keep us cool. It's just been amazing here. Welcome, Kyle Reyes.
Thanks. Nice to be here. I brought you the nice weather.
I know. Thank you. The humidity's finally broken. It's unbelievable how and we've covered so many games. We're at game 26 starting this morning.
Holy cow! You must have been melting.
Yes, it's been fairly interesting. 35 games total we'll be covering for this event. and it's just been crazy. And you know, Kat and Ellie, who just got off the air, and JPEG Luke are doing a yeoman's job down there, setting up table, microphones, another board for me. It's just been a great community effort all the way around. And I told him, I texted him last night and said, please come help. I am just completely beat. And Rick Barry, who's also here with us, has been doing yeoman's effort. He's been running this booth while I've been going to Westfield State broadcasting games up there. So it's just been absolutely insane.
It is a nice setup over here.
Yeah, it's a lot of improvements to Ballins Field. The city put almost $1 million into this field, $1 million plus. We now look like a minor league ballpark.
It's been a while since I've been in Westfield, Pete, but it's coming along nicely.
Yeah, it's a beautiful field. The field's in great shape. We had guys from the DPW here mowing this morning. The tarps were taken off by volunteers. The field is prepped and ready, and the first two teams were here at 7:30.
Wow.
For their game. Maybe even earlier than that. It's been crazy. So you've been up to trouble, have you not?
Always. Always up to trouble.
Writing articles about college students and giving them the straight truth. Talking about something I've been saying on the air now for a little while is that we've gone around the bend on the whole PC thing. It's just been incredible.
Yeah, it's out of control. And you know, I think even if you just look at the election cycle right now and where we are, it's almost like there's been a rebellion against the PC crowd, finally.
I've been tagging it since last fall as middle class revolt.
I like that.
And people are starting to catch on with that.
I like that.
Even professors. We have a professor at Westfield State University in poli-sci, David Smales. And he loves doing the show with me, his show with me as running the board, because he said, you have that take of just middle class, working their butt off, and it's just a take that he enjoys, because he's like, this election cycle has rewritten the book.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at before we were even in primary season, and there was definitely a big pushback against the politics as usual, and we've seen it over the last year now. It's getting crazy.
I mean, the more our good friend Donald Trump does to hurt his campaign, it just doesn't seem that people just don't care.
Well, I think that people are finally coming around a corner where they're just done with the PC garbage. They really are. And, you know, I say PC garbage, and maybe that's not entirely fair, because I think that there's a certain need for political correctness in this world. I mean, you can't go around... there's a line. There's a line that we have to be careful to not cross.
Gone over the top. I mean, there's a difference. This is what I found in dealing with people lately, and more so, you know, part of the last couple of years in the police department. There's a lack of basic respect.
Right.
And when that went away, the basic respect went away, that's when things started to get ugly.
Look at Wisconsin right now. Look at what's happening over the last couple of nights there.
I haven't seen any of the news, but I heard there was a officer-involved shooting. Again, people are rioting, and I'm seeing videos of the guy pulling the gun on him.
You know, it's not that difficult. When a cop tells you to put down the gun or to stop what they're doing, stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult.
You know, my dad raised me, and your parents probably raised you the same way. On the street, that's their turf.
Mm-hmm.
Just do what they tell you to do. Show respect. If you don't think that they did you right, then you go to court, and that's your turf.
You know, we're looking at the rise of these so-called social justice warriors, and, you know, maybe if I talk enough smack right now, your phone lines are going to explode, but I think we're seeing...
They'll be ringing in an empty studio because we're on location.
Perfect. We set this up nicely. But, you know, with the rise of the so-called social justice warrior, who, by the way, the social justice warriors are, on average, upper middle-class white kids who parents are paying for their college and they don't actually have to work for anything, we're seeing this rise of this ultra PC crowd where you can't say anything.
Yeah, exactly. It's just incredibly frustrating right now that, I know there's off-color jokes and things like that over the years, but you can't joke about anything anymore.
Oh, my God. People are going crazy over the new Seth Rogen movie, Sausage Party.
I've heard about this. I was like, okay, this might be interesting and it might be incredibly funny, but I don't know if that's going to fly.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look back at some of the greatest comedians over the years, George Carlin, everybody, comedy isn't about being politically correct. As a matter of fact, some of the best comedy is the anti-politically correct comedy, where you're offending absolutely everybody on the face of the planet. Comedy doesn't discriminate, and yet all of a sudden you can't say anything that would be even slightly hurtful to anybody in the name of comedy.
Well, I've heard this story flying around that comedians are refusing to play college campuses now because they don't want to deal with the protesters. Just straight protesters.
You want to see a great video, go on YouTube and check out Steve Crowder and Milo's appearance up at the University of Massachusetts up in Amherst, where Steve Crowder was almost booed off the stage, but Steve Crowder doesn't get booed off the stage by anybody. He then goes and in his opening monologue launches into a tirade against these social justice warriors, just absolutely rips their faces off. It is not safe for work, but it is safe to make your heart happy.
You've been writing some great articles in the past couple of months. I saw the one about the note to college kids about coming into the workforce, and just give a kind of synopsis of that, because I read it and I just laughed, and I sent it to a couple of the people, and they're like, yeah, they really. Schools, I mean, a school like this, Westfield Technical Academy right here, it's the old new name for the trade school, because they've gone adult learning, they've gone high school learning. They're trying to teach soft skills. And more so than the technical skills, to have these kids be able to survive in a working environment. And that's one of the big things now that you're teaching is soft skills, customer service.
You know, I do have to be careful because given where we are today with the games going on, I should point out that I did mention that I'm sick and tired of this whole 8th place gets a trophy thing.
Right.
So I don't know if they're giving out trophies for 8th place today.
I don't know. No, here's the format of this. There are 12 teams, 6 in each division. They play 6 games each, and the top 3 of each division advance. Everybody else is out.
Oh, I like that. That's, the way it should be done. I didn't see any 8th place trophies given out in the Olympics over the last couple of weeks. Have you?
Correct. Nope, just first, second, and third. And the thing about this is, and the teams usually do stay to watch the other teams play. And some teams know that they're in weak divisions and weak regions and things like that. Even the home team Westfield, they just they peaked early and they were making mental mistakes, and they're probably out. And that's the host team. It's just these things happen. That's life.
Right. Isn't that how life is? I mean, success isn't predicated on the color of your skin or your socioeconomic background or how much money you make or your sex or your gender or anything like that. Success is based on your ability to out-hustle and outplay everybody else. I mean, these games are a prime example. The hardest players, the ones who crush it, are the ones who are going to take the trophies.
And the ones who make mistakes, you learn from those mistakes. Hopefully the next game around you can turn it around, but if you don't and you keep making mistakes, you're not gonna advance, you're not gonna win.
So some of this was sort of the basis of, it was an open letter to college crybabies from a CEO.
I love the title of it.
I meet every day across the country with business owners and CEOs and presidents of organizations and boards of directors, and the feedback that I get from these guys about the workforce these days has been consistent, which is that, millennials, quote unquote, and I'm a millennial, so everybody chill out who's flipping right now. Millennials don't want to hustle, and all they want to do is complain about how unfair complaining and moaning that everything is unfair in life.
Right, and I really, it's a great read if you want to Google it. I'm sure you can Google it, Kyle Reyes letter to the millennials, and it's just funny. If you're a person who just works their butt off all the time and enjoys what they do and really provides for their family and does everything you need to do as an adult, you read it and you go, really, why is nobody else saying this to them? Why are not college professors saying this to them?
Well,
why are parents not saying this to them?
I think that more college professors would be if it was more acceptable in the college environment. But again, when we have a society filled with these so-called social justice warriors, and you say anything that'll hurt their feelings, all of a sudden they're all rallying to have you lose your job. A lot of these professors have their hands tied by this ultra politically correct environment that we're living in.
Isn't that something that they reaped?
Yeah.
They've been preaching this for years, and now it's coming back, and now they have to deal with it.
Absolutely. The chickens are coming home to roost. Is that the expression?
Oh, yes, it absolutely is. So you have a business, Silent Partner Marketing. How's that going? What are you guys up to?
It's spectacular. I
still want to come down to a think tank with you guys because I think it'd be hilarious just to spitball.
You just want to come down because you heard we have a 25-foot bar in our office.
Well,
and
that too, but
chairs.
but I'm good at spitballing. I come up with ideas like this. Hey, let's do 3 cameras for the World Series and broadcast it in HD. And everybody looked at me like I had grown 2 heads. But when I explained it all to them and really sold them on the idea, they gave me the money to do this. And you know, honestly, we've heard from coaches, we've heard from players, we've heard from families that this is the greatest thing they've ever seen at any baseball tournament.
I mean, you hacked security cameras to do a live feed on YouTube. It doesn't get much more, you know, scrappy and hustle-filled than this. But, you know, our forces combined would be dangerous because I walk in here and we're Snapchatting and going to Facebook Live right now. I think that if you put our forces together, I think the world would explode. At least liberals' heads would explode. But
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you know, looking around the field here, you see all the sponsorship, all the people that stepped up to sponsor this event. Not only our regular sponsors that, you know, some of the right field, left field stuff, but we feel this fence hasn't been filled all the way around since I've been part of Babe Ruth. And it's all the way around, plus all the way down the first base line. It's just amazing how many businesses stepped up when you asked and said, hey, we got this thing coming. It's a really big thing. And right from the get-go, right when we pitched this to Babe Ruth National, the city rallied in force, and we had a huge reception up at the airport, at the conference room of the airport, and we had about 40 or 50 people, including politicians who the night before had election night parties. And they still came out and supported this. It was just amazing how many people showed up to support this event, and they've been continuing to support this event.
I mean, these are the moms and pops that own businesses. These are the families that are giving back into the community. This is the true foundation of where marketing begins. It's, you know, it's so easy to get overwhelmed these days with where do we spend our ad dollars? Where do we put all of that money? But putting it back in your local community is sort of ground zero for where we should all be starting from a marketing perspective.
Yeah, and you just see these businesses, as we see one of the teams, I think that's Portland, Maine down there, coming in, just finishing up over at the batting cages, and they do have time on the lower field to warm up practice if they want to. The other team, Mountain Home, Arkansas, a great success story for them, a town of 15,000, made it through their regionals. I've been talking with the guys down there. They're doing every single game on the radio. It's our only radio affiliate, KCTT in Mountain Home, Arkansas. And we actually, the first time we did the other field is they begged me, said, can we work something out? We're on a field that doesn't have video coverage. We really want to carry the game. So I worked with their tech staff, and we got just a audio-only, two-way audio communication going with them. And, you know, I'm hearing this guy in the studio in Mountain Home, and he's counting me down in breaks, and it's like, wow, I'm on a radio remote with a real radio station. It's just amazing. It's been a lot of fun.
Pete, what do I have to do to throw out the opening pitch? Or at least sing the national anthem?
Can you sing?
Well, no, but...
we might be able to get you to the first pitch.
You know what? We'd probably be
if you
better
stick
with me
around
singing.
for the 9 o'clock game, we might be able to pull that off. I think I got a few connection around this joint.
I think they're going to kick me off the field, Pete.
Can you make a strike?
No, not at all.
No?
With a match.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Actually, it's Bismarck, North Dakota, then, and Mountain Home, Arkansas tonight.
That's
for the
a
first
long
game of the
ride.
season. That's a fly-in. Those are some of the fly-in teams. And Brian Barnes, our airport manager, is going to be calling the first two games, actually.
Like that. Am I in a seat?
Yeah, we'll probably end a little early so we can so that he can do his thing. But he's now going to be the director of our ice skating rink in town, Amelia Park. And they had a huge tournament over there for Kevin Major, a gentleman who passed away. Yeah. A teenager passed away from an undetected heart condition. And his mother now has started a foundation to put automatic defibrillators, AEDs.
Wow, that's
in
incredible.
all kinds of places. She raised a ton of money over the weekend. They had pro hockey players, NHL players, AHL players, just kind of showing up, jumping on a team.
That's awesome.
And having a blast, and they raised a ton of money. And actually, the Kevs Foundation, which is their foundation, I'll throw her a shout out, little guerrilla
plug.
marketing, yeah. Actually donated the AED for Westfield Babe Ruth that's in the concession stand.
Wow, that's great.
Yep, so all kinds of crazy stuff. Why don't we take a break here? It's about 11 after 8 on 89.5 FM WSKB, and the Babe Ruth Network will be back right after this.
Down around the corner, half a mile from here, you see them both running, and you watch them disappear. Without love, where would you be now?
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by the Barnes & Noble College Bookstore at Westfield State University, right here in the Ely Campus Center. Whether you're a student, faculty member, or friend of the university, it's the place to shop. Everything from Westfield State t-shirts, sweatshirts, and gift merchandise to all of your academic needs. Offering textbook materials in new, used, ebook, and rental formats. Visit the bookstore on campus or online at www.westfieldstate.bncollege.com.
Support for community programming on WSKB is provided by Betts Plumbing and Heating Supply Company, an independent, family-owned wholesaler serving Westfield for over 50 years, specializing in plumbing, heating, and industrial piping supplies. Visit bettsplumbing.com or 14 Coleman Avenue, Westfield. Public welcome. We thank the generosity of our underwriters. For additional underwriting opportunities, please contact the Westfield State Foundation offices at 485-7363.
It's Tuesday morning from 6 till 8. Wow, it's Tuesday with Bob Plass.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB. Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Back on 89.5 FM with a special edition of Conversations With. This is what they told me when they took away my hours, that every once in a while they'd throw me back in there to do a cool interview, and that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a great interview with Kyle Reyes, who started some trouble with this.
Identify today with how they feel. So today, I feel like a senior citizen, so I'm going to hit up a bunch of different companies and ask for my senior discount, and we're going to see what happens. Hey, can I get a value-sized diet soda, please? A value diet soda? Yep. Diet Coke, perfect. You want a Diet Coke? Yeah, the senior one. Thank you, man. Happy Friday. Have a good day. Thank you. How I feel is how I am here at the BK Lounge. We're off to McDonald's. Hi, can I get a senior Diet Coke? Happy Friday. Have a good day. What do you got? You know, I'm a business owner in a state of liberals, so sometimes I feel like I'm 82. And apparently I look my age. Do you guys offer senior citizen discounts? Awesome. Could I have my senior discount? Drink? If you're a senior? Oh, can I get another drink? Diet Coke. Awesome. Thank you. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza. How are you? Do you guys do senior citizen discounts? Yeah. Awesome. Could I have my senior discount? Yeah. Thank you. I identify as 72. You're 72? I identify as 72. You're the best. You guys have a wonderful day. You too. Take care. Got my senior citizen discount of 6 cents. Saved 6 cents. State of Connecticut. That probably means I'm going to get a bill from the Department of Revenue Services for $14 in taxes. Well, I would call today a success. Whole bunch of senior citizen discounts. Again, it either means that I identify as being really old or I actually look it. But I guess that's what running a business will do to you. See you next time.
We're back. You cause all kinds of problems.
I do.
I've been telling people, you know, all this talk about the bathrooms and things like that, and there was no problem before, and then a problem was made, manufactured, to push an agenda.
Yep.
If I wanted to identify as a 16-year-old cheerleader, what's saying I can't go sit in the locker room and they can't throw me out? I brought this up on the air.
I just had this mental image of you dressed as a cheerleader, and that was one of the more disturbing sights I've ever had in my entire life.
Exactly. I illustrate the absurd by being absurd.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what we did here, which was just to say, hey, listen, where does it end? Where is the line drawn? I mean, you're absolutely right. It was a manufactured controversy. And it was a controversy that upset. I ended up writing a piece for New Boston Post Media, which was "Enjoy Your Transgender Bathrooms. We Just Lost America."
Yep.
And within a couple of days, we had millions and millions of hits on it. And the whole point was that we are focused on the wrong things. You know, we have an economy that is still struggling to recover. I mean, we're in the state of Connecticut, and
Businesses are leaving Connecticut.
Well,
that's due to Governor Malloy. But
we're going to need a whole separate hour for that. But we're focused on the wrong things. People should be focused on providing for their families. And, I want to go back for a second to these so-called social justice warriors. Here's an idea. Go out and volunteer in your community.
Yeah, look at all the people that are around here right now getting this field prepped and ready to go. These are all volunteers. A lot of people took time off from work, just as myself, to make this thing go for the kids, not for all of us. We don't care about recognition, whatever. People have been giving me comments. I'm like, it's not about me. It's about what they want to do. So that's the whole point of this. It's all the people you see in the shirts like this, the executive committee have been doing this for 14 months, and all the committees below us, and all the people who just signed up to do this. That's what it's about.
Absolutely. I mean, if people have that much time on their hands, there's a whole mess of stuff that they can do to give back to the community.
And make their communities better. That's the thing they don't understand. They complain about homelessness, and they complain about this and complain about that. If you spend as much time putting effort into trying to solve those problems, even a little bit yourself, you could look at all the police shootings, right? Recently, a group of concerned citizens in Westfield started a Facebook group to bring meals to the police. And they had it coordinated amongst themselves every single day of the week. They were bringing dinners, lunches, water, giving guys on road jobs in the heat, just walking by, drive by, give them the water. And it became so much, the police department's like, we love this, we love the attention, but we're okay, we'll be fine. Put that effort into bringing something over to the Samaritan Inn, which is our homeless shelter in town. Do something to those people, and it's just been amazing. The response has been amazing. But that's what people can do when they motivate themselves.
Right, absolutely. I mean, we have clients all across the country that have stopped operations to put together gift baskets to reach out to the local police just to say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, these are some of the same companies that every single day have employees who are volunteering in the community, just because that's the right thing to do. I mean, if people would take 5 minutes out of their day and instead of focusing on what Instagram filter to put on their face to make their lives look better than it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
If they took that 5 minutes a day, I mean, you're looking at half an hour a week that you could be giving back, that you could be doing something good, that you can actually be making a difference in people's lives.
Even something as simple as one of the officers posted about somebody seeing the cruiser in their rearview mirror at the Dunkin' Donuts line and paying for their coffee. And then what they did is they started a chain. They paid for their coffee. They said, I'll pay for the next person. They just started a chain of that. And I think the Dunkin' Donuts people said it went for quite some time.
It gives you a little bit of faith in humanity again, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It just says there are good. And you know what? That's the thing. The majority of people are good, honest, hardworking people. And then the coverage that you see is of the people that are out there protesting or are out there complaining or out there doing this.
Of course, it's more visual.
Mm-hmm.
It's more visual
You
than
and I
hearing a
both know.
story.
You and I both know that the consultants tell you they want something hot and heavy at the top, and the good stuff gets buried in the final segment called the kicker.
Although the beauty of this, Pete, is that a lot of these consultants have become massively antiquated. I mean, we've actually been doing a lot of consulting in traditional media and television and print. And it's because a lot of these old school approaches to what consumers are looking for, they're out of touch with this new Frankenstein that we have of traditional and digital. So the ability to take that story about the Dunkin' Donuts, pay it forward, we can now make something like that go viral and get exponentially more views on it on this digital platform. So this whole idea of if it bleeds, it leads, I think we're going to see a strong shift. I hope we're going to see a strong shift away from it.
At some point, you really just need to change the mindset of everybody. And really, you're seeing that whereas the news media, national news media used to be kingmakers, really, for the political scene, they have no control or no clue as to what's going on because they can't handicap it. The more they try to bash somebody, the more popular that person gets. The more they try to help somebody out, the more less popular that person gets. I don't believe right now any poll I see out there. I'm just not buying it.
No, you can't. But, I mean, look at the piece that I wrote last week about how it's okay for Trump supporters to come out of the closet. Because there has been this Trump bashing where you say you're in support of Donald Trump and people
you get hammered.
attack you.
Yep.
And every single day, Pete, I'm in the offices of business owners and they go, hey, do me a favor, go close the door for a second. And I close the door, and they're going, hey, what do you think of Trump, huh? He's pretty good, huh? They won't go out. One of the guys who I was talking to, CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, last week was saying to me, oh, yeah, no, they called and they polled me, and I said I was voting for Clinton. I said, you're voting for Clinton? He goes, no. But it's like poker. We don't want to show our hand, right?
Right.
So I'm with you. I don't believe these are the same polls and the political pundits and the hucksters who all said that Trump never had a chance.
Right.
But you're absolutely right. The traditional media, it's not the kingmakers anymore. YouTube and Facebook Live and Snapchat and Instagram, these are the kingmakers now because we all have a platform. We have a louder voice than we've ever had before.
Well, I mean, look at the platform you're sitting in right here. I mean, YouTube Live didn't exist a year ago. It really it was special events here and there. Now, on the channel, I was just looking at the statistics before we came on the air. I mean, they're unbelievable as the amount of people that are watching us that are just just out there. 14,000 different views, unique views to the stream. 250,000, almost 251,000 of minutes. 250,000 minutes of views, and average view duration 18 minutes. So people are tuning in when they got a chance at their desk. They're watching their kids play. They're watching their nephews and nieces play.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, look at Facebook Live, too. So Facebook Live, the ability to, and we've been streaming live this entire time, people can engage with you live in that moment. So it takes, I mean, everything that we did and are doing in radio for years where people
TV
could
too,
call
yeah.
in TV. I mean, reporters across the country are using it. It allows for a new level of engagement and interactivity, and that engagement actually drives the reach through the roof. So the more people that are watching and commenting on it, and the more you're engaging with them, the wider the audience you have.
I mean, I was telling you about the setup that we have here. We couldn't do this 10 years ago. It just didn't exist, you know? We just couldn't do these things. It just didn't happen, you know? And now the technology has changed so much and so radically that the program that I'm using was used in Europe for about 2 or 3 years for UEFA soccer. This is their first foray into the U.S. market. And I said, I'm going to write you guys a white paper for this because, you know, people need to know that this is affordable for a local Babe Ruth league, that you can afford something like that.
Well, we don't call them white papers anymore. We call them whatever color you want to identify as papers now.
Okay, well, yeah, I go the traditional route. I'm sorry. Shoot me. I don't know.
But the technology is also so much more affordable. The ability to be live, you're right, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or Meerkat or Periscope, just a few years ago, this technology was so out of reach from a cost perspective.
Yep.
And now businesses across the country are able to use it to get in front of eyeballs for free.
Well, I told the committee when I pitched this to them, and they had thought about cutting it. I said, listen, here's the deal. If we had to roll in a traditional broadcast truck, that's about 10,000 a day. To staff it is about another 5,000 to 6,000 a day. We're doing all of this in less than 1 day of TV production if we wanted to put this on. And the quality, although it's not an ESPN because I don't have 9 cameras, you know what? People are loving it across the country. We're getting, like I said, we're getting reactions from everywhere that this is a wonderful thing and it's really cool.
Oh my God, I'll never forget working in TV when I had to buy sat time. You know, we couldn't hit the cell, and we couldn't hit the tower, the broadcast tower, and we had to buy sat time. And man, if you were producing and you missed your window, and you had to book more sat time, you were done.
Yep.
Sat time. I mean, our signal now is better than half the sat time we ever booked when we were out in the field.
The signal today right now is our gas and electric decided to lay fiber to the home. They dropped the fiber in here for us, and that is literally feeding the ballpark.
You and I look good in high definition, I'd say.
You better than me. I still have the face for radio, but and then our gas and electric stepped up and put Wi-Fi in here. Now the Wi-Fi we're doing was donated by a company called Carousel Industries and Extreme Networks. Extreme Network has a contract for the NFL. They do all of the Wi-Fi in all of the stadiums, and mainly for the analytic part of it.
Sure.
We can see where you are in the stadium. We can see what you're looking at. We can see for advertisers. We can see how many apps you've accessed, whether you've accessed the Westfield World Series website. We can see all that data and give it back to the people that are organizing this, Babe Ruth National. Even the G&E, we're going to share the data with them saying, okay, you guys have Wi-Fi here going forward. This is the load you should be looking at when the stadium is full. These are the loads you should be looking at. Not necessarily the traffic, but we've been pushing about 100 gigs a day across the network here, just on our connection. That's not counting people who have connected to the G&E, the Whip City Fiber APs, that's just ours.
So, Pete, I want to touch on something that you mentioned there, which is the data that we can access, right? So we know what apps people are using and how much time they're spending on there. Later today, I'm rolling out a piece about how marketers are hacking your brain. And everybody likes to freak out about technology and privacy, and everybody goes, oh my God, I can't believe that they have access to all of that data. That's so big brother. Yet the same people who are complaining are the people who are putting on Facebook how dilated they are when they go into the emergency room to have their kid. They're checking in on Facebook and telling people how dilated they are, and then they're letting people know that their home is vacant for the next 3 days.
It's an extension of their lives. So they can't live without it.
Right. We freak out about privacy, but the reality of it is that we want that lack of privacy. We want to leave Amazon after we forgot to click buy now on a product, and we want that thing to follow us around to remind us when we're on Facebook that we forgot to buy it.
And even more amazing, yesterday, the past couple of days, I've been just so busy. I don't even check my phone. And when I have a minute to check my phone after a couple of hours, it is amazing as to Facebook notifications and Twitter because I'm doing the Westfield Babe Ruth Twitter account. All the notifications on there. People have been trying to ping me on text messages. No missed phone calls at all. It's amazing. No missed phone calls.
I hate when people call me.
But all the notifications, and it's like, I guess I'm old school because I'd rather have a phone call than, if you really want to find me,
text me.
Call me.
Oh, man.
I'll check text once in a while, but it's been so busy. Like, my wife, my phone rang twice, my other phone rang, I'm on the air calling a game, and I'm sitting there going, I can't. I'm on the air. And I texted her back saying, I'm on the air. I don't know when I'm going to be done. I'll get a hold of you later.
We have a client in Wisconsin who found us because of Snapchat. And he and I communicate largely through Snapchat with each other. And he owns a multi-million-dollar corporation.
Really? 10 seconds at a time?
10 seconds at a time. But it's all about how you utilize the technology to tell stories and to engage with people.
Yep.
I believe in being where the eyeballs are. And that's why social media, Snapchat, Instagram, Pokemon Go. Don't get me started on Pokemon Go, but a lot.
You know what though? We've noticed downtown in Westfield, that's become a Pokemon stop. The Athenaeum, our library, figured out the whole app. The staff sat down for an afternoon session, figured it out, and they have a historical walking tour of Westfield based in Pokemon Go, and the kids don't even know it. They're being educated.
I hear that some towns are starting to spray for the Zika chews that are flying around because everybody's worried about the virus.
That's hilarious.
I thought it was.
But yeah, they're there till there's good Wi-Fi now because the gas and electric put Wi-Fi down there, and kids are down there all till 11, 12 at night. Teenagers down there hanging out, talking. You see the phones moving around, but it's been a good thing for them.
So I hear all the time that millennials don't know how to have conversations, that they don't know how to communicate anymore.
My son doesn't.
But you know what? Here's the thing. So I was recently talking to a business owner who said, Kyle, I was over in a restaurant with my wife, and I saw this couple sitting there at a table, and they were ignoring each other, and they were both sitting on their cell phones. They don't know how to communicate anymore. Pete, here's the reality of it. That same couple 10 years ago still wouldn't have been talking to each other.
Yep.
They would have been watching the game, or they would have been looking all around. So it's not that they don't know how to communicate. Those two people are, in that moment, communicating with thousands of other people. So you're taking people who wouldn't have been communicating with each other to begin with, and now you're giving them the technology to communicate on a larger spectrum.
All right, so question for you, and this is what I'm going to throw out. Is that making us more individuals and less likely to have marriages continue and things like that? Are you just going to get sucked into yourself?
Oh, that's deep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only halfway through my coffee.
But I'm seeing that. I watch my studio up at Westfield State every morning, and you see kids with their heads down with the earbuds in, and they're just lost in themselves in their device. Is that gonna make us a country of individuals?
Pete, it's evolution. But it's evolution. The reality of it is that they are out there talking to hundreds and thousands of other people. So they're not doing it in the way that we did it in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, but it doesn't mean that they're not communicating.
Okay.
It just means that how they're communicating has shifted. Now, what it does open the door to is more outside influencers with their own political agenda. I mean, we look at how Google and Facebook and Twitter and Instagram are sculpting the political conversation.
Sure.
So that's absolutely a danger, but that's no more a danger than a professor with their own plan or their own agenda pushing it to the students who are listening in person. How is that any different?
These social media sites are becoming their own big-time media.
Sure.
Whereas they've replaced broadcast news they're becoming their own news sources. And as with anything else, if you're controlling the strings, you can have the bias whichever way you want.
But how is that any different from traditional media?
That's what I'm saying.
It's the exact same thing.
They've replaced broadcast media, the former kingmakers, with the new kingmakers, and they're like you said, they're shaping things the way they want it to go.
You know, what we really need to focus on is how do we teach students these days not what to think, but how to think for themselves.
Yes.
And that is the opportunity. But that's
Problem-solving skills have gone out the
But it's no
window.
less important now than it was 20 years ago. They're just engaging in different platforms now. They're just having conversations
but you know
in different
what?
ways.
But you know what? One of our guys from Westfield State's coming in. They had a problem. I threw them a curveball with their board setup for a streaming show, and we added some more equipment, and they couldn't figure it out.
Sure.
They couldn't figure out the pathways to make that work. And they couldn't think about it in their head. If I drew it out for them, no problem. I can assemble that. But if you have to problem solve on your own, like setting something up like this, like last night we had a power outage, we blew a circuit. I had us back up in a minute. It was the 7th inning of a big game, tight game. I had us back up within a minute because I knew the procedures and I didn't necessarily have to think about them, but something that threw you for a loop was easy.
Okay, cool, great. But now you go into a business owner and you take a millennial and you give that business owner the opportunity through that millennial expertise to all of a sudden get in front of 100,000 people in 13 seconds.
Right, no, there's different
Just a different
skill
skill set.
Okay.
100%.
All right, why don't we take a break here on 89.5 FM Conversations with the teams are warming up for the 9 o'clock game, so we're going to get out of here about 10 of, so the announcers get a chance to get set up in here.
And I have to sing the anthem?
Not exactly. Take a break right after this on 89.5 and the Babe Ruth Network.
Don't you know, playing with the fire
Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Westfield Bank. For more than 160 years, Westfield Bank has been an important community presence and commercial leader in the Pioneer Valley, with convenient full banking services in Westfield, West Springfield, East Longmeadow, Agawam, Feeding Hills, Springfield, Southwick, as well as Enfield and Granby, Connecticut. Visit us on the web at westfieldbank.org. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Commercial Distributing Company of Westfield. Now in its third generation of family ownership, Commercial is one of the premier beverage distributors of Western Massachusetts. The Plasek family and the staff of Commercial Distributing wishes you good times throughout the year and urges you to drink responsibly. Support for the community programming of WSKB is provided by Comcast and Xfinity.com. With the Xfinity Double Play and Xfinity Triple Play, you can choose to bundle Comcast services for a great value. Experience Xfinity TV, Internet, home phone, and home security services. Explore all that Xfinity has to offer in the Westfield area on the web at xfinity.com.
Support for community radio on WSKB is provided by Rocky's Ace Hardware. For all your fall cleanup needs, plus you'll experience our legendary helpful service in every department. Rocky's, rock solid service since 1926.
It's Tuesday morning from 6 till 8. Wow, it's Tuesday with Bob Plass.
Community Radio.
89.5 WSKB.
Live from the campus of Westfield State University, this is 89.5 FM, WSKB, Westfield.
Last couple of minutes here because we have to cede to the announcers who are getting set up. Brian's chomping at the bit to get in here and work his first game of the day. He's been busy with a hockey tournament all weekend, and now he's going to call some games today and just kind of help us fill out the pool play schedule.
I've got to warm up my arm, too.
I got to find Lisa Mascardelli, see if we can get you to do a first pitch. That was tough finding people to do first pitches.
Really?
For the championship game, we have Lieutenant Colonel Bennett Walsh, a friend of mine from high school, 29 years in the Marines, retired out now as the new superintendent of the Holyoke Soldiers Home.
Oh, very nice find.
He's psyched about it. He's just absolutely stoked that he's going to be doing a first pitch here for the championship game.
Well, people are afraid of it because they know you're going to be live broadcasting it, and they don't want to be embarrassed in front of millions of people.
Mayor Sullivan threw a strike, so, for the opening ceremonies.
He got lucky.
He was a former coach. So what do you want to tell the listeners about what you have in the hopper, and the last video I think was absolutely hilarious, that people either didn't know what to do when confronted with this, or have gotten orders to say, whatever happens, happens.
I think what it comes down to, Pete, is that businesses are afraid of being called out and destroyed publicly for absolutely no reason. They're afraid that if they offend one person, that it's going to go viral and it's going to destroy them. And business owners need to understand that there are a lot of people out there. So for every one loudmouth out there that's complaining about your business, you have 100 other people, if you're doing business the right way, who you can turn into those warriors for you, who you can turn into brand ambassadors.
I saw you do that for your company, Silent Parking and Marketing. You had a couple of trolls out there that were trying to hammer away at you.
Pete, I love internet trolls, man. They're the absolute best because, think about it, they bring a tremendous amount of exposure because every time they share your piece and they complain about you, they're exposing it to thousands of people. And among those thousands of people, there are going to be people who your message resonates with. The piece that I had written, the open letter to college crybabies.
That one got a ton.
Oh, it was great. And then after I was on Fox and Friends, all of a sudden the internet exploded, and we had a couple of these social justice warriors who left lousy reviews about us. So I just put out a call to our clients and our friends and said, hey, do me a favor. If you have 2 seconds, can you go write a review about us? And we were inundated with people who actually had great experiences with us, who've actually done business with us, who flooded it and buried those internet trolls.
I know, and that's the funny part. I think that there's, and this is what we used to call the silent majority.
Sure.
And the thing about this election cycle, and that's why I keep using middle class revolt, the silent majority is not being silent anymore because they have a platform to not be silent with. They have a platform to just go out and say, hey, I can't hit the TV. I don't qualify for the man on the street. But here's what I think.
Absolutely. But what it comes down to, Pete, is that so many business owners don't understand how this whole internet thing works. They're overwhelmed with it, And so they freak out. They get one negative review, or they have one person tweeting things about them, and they just don't understand what it means or the implications that it has on their business. So they freak out, and part of what we try and do is guide them through that process and help them understand that this is just a mouthpiece to get out there. It's a tool. It's like having a Lamborghini in the garage, and if you don't take it out on the road, you might as well get rid of it.
Exactly. Hey, thanks for being here.
Pete, thanks for having me.
It's been a lot of fun. We blew through an hour pretty fast again.
I love it.
We're going to be turning it over to the announcers for the first game of the morning here at Billy Bowen's Field. 9 o'clock on the Babe Ruth Network, coming up in just about 15 minutes. I'm going to let my director, Nick, throw it to music over there, and we'll be out.
Perfect.
Pleasure having you
Thanks,
here.
Pete.
check, 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 check.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Billy Bowen's Field here in Westfield, Massachusetts. As we're looking for the game this morning between the Bismarck, North Dakota team and the Mountain Home, Arkansas team. Bismarck will be in red. Mountain Home will be in blue. I'm joined by Dan Knappich here, and we got Rick Berry and Nick O'Dill doing our tech work for us today. So the game is about ready to get underway, and we'll be ready with the play-by-play shortly.
Well, good morning, Brian.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm excellent. Beautiful day for baseball. It looks like it's a little bit cooler than it has been over the last few days.
Yes, yes, it is.
That's kind of the theme for the tournament. Lots of heat, lots of humidity, a little bit of rain here and there.
And Dylan Poosh is getting ready to pitch his first pitch to Skylar Riedinger. Big number 12 righty. And the first pitch in there for a ball. Kind of an interesting situation here today. We'll discuss that here in a minute. The second pitch. And he hits the batter on a off-speed pitch, just a little bit inside. So Skylar Riedinger gets a walk as he's hit by the pitch. That'll bring up Darren Noltz, number 7, who's the left fielder. Again, another right-hander. Riedinger takes a modest lead off first base. Poosh checking him back, and the pitch. High curveball missing high. That'll be ball 1. Light breeze blowing today. Not a lot of humidity, so a big relief for a lot of the boys here. They've been putting up with quite a bit of heat and oppressive weather. Dylan Poosh looking in. There he goes. He throws over to first base, but Riedinger dives back. And a little bit of shadows from the first base side falling as the sun is coming up with kind of a high overcast, kind of broken clouds. And Poosh delivers. There's a strike. Evens the count up at 1-1.
Well, we've seen some excellent action. I was at the Sarasota game last night, Sarasota-Pittsfield. Sarasota prevailed in that game. Went to the late hours last night, but, you know, all throughout the tournament, we've seen some excellent competition by the boys.
Yeah, there's a bunt laid down. It's going to roll foul, and line gang keeps that, I'm sorry, it's Will Gross. Keeps it foul. Good play by the third baseman, and we're going to do it again. Count sits at 1 ball, and 2 strikes to Darren Noltz.
Just bear with me a little bit here. I'm trying to get the Game Changer app pulled up on the laptop.
Oh, I know. This technology is great. I got to say, it's been doing really good, I think, throughout the games. And every once in a while, you have a little hiccup, especially early in the morning. I'm actually looking for a couple things, too. So Poosh looks in, comes to set, and it's over to first base again. Riedinger dives back to the bag. And the flags are blowing here with just a little bit of a light breeze. So a beautiful morning for baseball. And the pitch, that's high. Catcher fake pumps as he's going to throw back to first to keep Riedinger honest.
You know, I can tell you this team from Arkansas, they brought quite a fan base with them. They're very loud here at the field.
Yeah, especially early. They're kicking in already. They're better than I am. There's another high curve missing. So Dylan going to his curve balls, breaking ball. He's been missing high a little bit in the first few pitches. That brings the count to 3 balls, 2 strike full. And the pitch, ball 4. So a little bit of early trouble here for Mountain Home. Runners on first and second with nobody out. And that's going to bring up the third batter, Cade Feeney. Number 19, he's the catcher. Feeney, kind of a tall, slender fella from the right side. Moving up a little bit more in the batter box than the previous two batters. Dylan looks in, checks the runners, and here comes the pitch. High curveball, missing 0-1. I'm sorry, 1-0. And the pitch, a little bit inside. We're going to 2-0. So a little bit of control issues with Dylan Poosh early in the game. Coach is going to come out and talk to him and settle the righty down. Gets a good opportunity for the other coaches to all kind of come in and talk to their players. The batter's going to go. Feeney's going to go talk to his third base coach, and everybody's going to take just a little bit of a pause. If you're listening to us today, either on WSKB 89.5 FM in Westfield, Comcast for the Westfield folks, looks like we're on channel 15. And just a reminder to folks, you can find the data, the scores, and everything at westfieldworldseries.com. This live cast is going off on the World Series network. And finally, if you want to tweet us and give us some updates on your guys or any information you want us to use, hashtag WestfieldBRWS. So we look forward to hearing from you folks if you want to talk to us. And hopefully we can see some of those throughout the day. That's the way we find out about the kids and learn more about them. Besides getting down there and talking to them, which I tried to this morning, but everybody was a little bit busy. Understandable as they're preparing for a game about an hour and a half out. There's the pitch. High, that's going to bring it to ball 3. So he's dangerously close to going to a bases loaded, no out situation here in the first inning. And kind of an interesting note on Mountain Home. I have to actually see they're 4-0-0. They're actually undefeated.
Yeah, they've had a good run. I've been able to call a couple of their games. Very competitive squad for sure.
Yeah.
Been able to come back from a couple of deficits.
3 balls and 1 strike, the count now. High, and there is the second straight walk. And if you include the hit batter, we've got 3 guys on without a single hit. Bases loaded, nobody out.
You know, Brian, so often in the tournament we see these teams that get a little run manufacturing going on in the very first innings go on to have a pretty good game, and it's so important to try to hold that score when you can. These teams score runs in bunches.
Absolutely, absolutely. Connor Hansen, the first baseman, first lefty we've seen today, and the second walk out to the mound for the Mountain Home coach.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get behind this early in the game.
Yeah.
We saw that last night with Sarasota. They took a 2-0 lead and they never let up, and they ended up finishing off Pittsfield last night 7-1. And,
well, yeah.
Tough situation to get behind.
Yeah, you can't. Looks like he's going to take him and he's going to push him over to right field. So Dylan Poosh is going to go to right field, and the right fielder is going in. And it's going to bring on a new pitcher. Yeah,
it's a situation for these boys. It's been a long tournament today. We had double headers for most teams on Saturday. The weather has been incredibly oppressive is the word, with high temperatures, high humidity. I know the kids, a couple of them had some trouble with the heat in the last couple of days. So to run out of gas, it's not a big surprise at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's a good move. You don't see it a lot. Many times in just, in normal league play here at Westfield, you won't see coaches bringing a guy out in the first inning, but there's a lot at stake here for these guys.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I know throughout the tournament the coaches had a tendency to stay with the players on the mound through a lot of difficult situations because of the amount of games in a short period of time, and mindful of the 7-inning rule for pitchers. You didn't want to go too deep into your bench.
Right.
And I know a number of teams carried between 4 and 5 or 6 pitchers, but still, you get a run up a score, you can get through that pretty quick, and then you're in trouble for the next game.
That's right. Yep, it's kind of like 50-50 shot. It's not a good situation either way for these guys now, but everyone's got to go through it. It's not just these guys. Everybody's depleted their lineup, and the players are tired, so they got to do the best they can with what they've been given. And it looks like the new pitcher is going to be Gage Hirschberger. Haven't quite been able to see his number here. I believe that's him as he came off the bench. Right-hander. And he has a daunting task. He'll be facing the cleanup hitter, number 15, Connor Hansen. And the ump is brushing off home plate, and we're ready to get down to business here. Okay, the catcher's going to go out. They want to make sure they have everything just right. Probably just discussing the signs with them, making sure that.
Yeah, even at age 14, there's a lot of communication that goes on between the pitcher and the catcher.
Yeah, this is far above when I played baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we had 2 pitches. Well, 3 maybe. A curveball on occasion, but
That's
a changeup
right.
and a fastball right at number 1.
That's right. You'd walk out there and say, all right, just put them over. Here's your 3 signs. Let's go.
Absolutely.
I know. It's changed a little bit.
Yeah, these kids are excellent ball players for sure.
There's a base hit. So right off the bat, the first pitch, Hansen comes through, and they're going to hold the other runners, and Hansen comes through with a single and an RBI. Score is Skylar Riedinger, and that makes it 1-0 for Bismarck, North Dakota, and that's going to bring up Luke Domrez, who is the right fielder wearing number 20, and he's going to face a bases-loaded situation as well.
Yeah, still no outs. It's a tough spot to be in right now. Throw over to third base, runner back safely.
Yeah, it's not an enviable position now for Hirschberger.
You know, Brian, unlike in the pros, these runners do a lot of games out there on the base pass, and we saw some really creative base running yesterday, and they try to make their own situations occur, so I wouldn't be surprised. You run a kid at home and see what happens, and we saw a steal a home a couple games ago, and a suicide squeeze here and there. They're not afraid to be creative.
No, and that's a strike, and that evens up the call here at I'm sorry, it's 0-2. Yeah, I've noticed they're very aggressive. I guess at this stage of the season with this skill level, you're going to see a lot of aggressive base running. We've been seeing that the whole tournament.
Got to make things happen.
Absolutely. That gets away from the catcher, and that is going to score Darren Noltz coming in from third base. And he scores, I believe it's going to be a wild pitch.
All right, so Domry, he's had a pretty good tournament. He's 11 at-bats. He's had 4 hits already. Plate appearances 15, 5 RBIs, 4 runs scored. So he's definitely been pretty productive. He's in at a 364 average for the tournament, on-base percentage of 400.
Wow, excellent. Those are good numbers.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch and the hit to shortstop. He's not going to be able to do anything. He runs to third to make sure that it's covered, but that's going to bring in the third run as Cade Feeney comes in from third base.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, playing shortstop here at this age bracket. Hardest position in baseball, I think, and has a lot of ground to cover, and there wasn't a play to be made there for him. Number 14 stepping up to the plate.
Cam Miller, number 14. Bases loaded again. Squares to bunt, and the catcher. So we've got an advancement now.
Yeah, we had a bunt attempt and a double
bunt
steal.
Attempt and a double steal, and the bases weren't loaded. That was the coach standing in front of me. Yeah, so they, coach, get out of the way.
Yeah.
But no, we got the runners now have advanced. Again, we're sitting here with nobody out, and the batter is Cam Miller, who's their pitcher.
Yeah, it's a great situation here for the team.
You betcha. Miller hits an off-speed pitch deep to left center field. Center fielder ranges to make a great play.
Runner
That's
tagged
Asa
up.
Smith. There's a tag and a score. So the sacrifice fly RBI. And for Miller, the pitcher helps himself out. And that advances Domrez over to third.
That was an excellent over-the-shoulder catch by the center fielder. There's a lot of room to move at Bullens Field here, probably at about 360 feet thereabouts. And nice running, striding catch and good throw back into the infield.
Absolutely. Brings up Connor Wycombe, second baseman. Number 9, 7th batter that we've faced here. Pitch in for a strike. pitch a little bit low in the dirt, and that's going to bring us to 2 balls and 1 strike. There's 1 out in the inning. It's 4-0 for Mountain Home, Arkansas.
You know, one of the things I've been really impressed, Brian, with the tournament is the play of the catchers. They're excellent catchers in this tournament.
Yeah. No, I agree. And not afraid to throw. There's a nice block, speak of the devil, right there by Jim Strider.
Yeah.
And they're not afraid to throw.
They're now behind the first or third base runners. Great stops at the plate. We saw a catcher last night put out 2 putouts. Tag at the plate from a throw from the outfield, and then he pickled a runner from second to third and put the tag on him and going to third. That's a rare play. I don't think I've ever seen a catcher do that.
I don't even know how you score that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm glad I'm not in the scoring booth with that one.
After he tagged him out on the relay from home, he threw it up to second base, and they got the hitter in a pickle. It was an awesome play.
Wow.
That would have been
and to throw over to third.
The team from Sarasota last night. Very well coached, these players, and very, very well skilled. The level of play is tremendous. These kids.
No, absolutely.
I have a hard time believing they're 14.
Isn't that true? There's a hit and drops in just over the third base line. So there's going to be an RBI. He's going to try to takes a wide turn, but going to go back to first base. So Connor Wycombe with an RBI single to left.
Dahmer's scores on that, Brian. So add another run to the.
The train continues.
Yeah. We saw a base running Jim yesterday on one of the games. It was a little bloop over the second base, and the batter never stopped running, and he noticed that the second baseman and the shortstop nearly collided just outside the infield grass. And you know what? He slid in safely for a double, and he made his own situation happen. That was a great heads-up play. So we see a lot of that too in the tournament.
Mason Linegang up, third baseman, number 32, big tall righty. Connor Wycombe out there at first base. And, of course, they're not going to take the foot off the gas pedal because anything can happen in these tournaments.
Absolutely.
These guys are fighting for their life now in pool play. Throw back to first base, and he's in.
Yeah, you get 5 runs in, it looks like, and halfway to a mercy maybe. Is that what the rule is in Babe Ruth?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd all, the winning team would appreciate a short day, not the other guys.
No, that's for sure not.
That's low and inside. Ball 3.
The other big shout out to the grounds crews at all our fields, Yakima, Bullens here, the main field, and Westfield State University. With the amount of rain we've had, you come out today, for instance, and you'd never know we've had so much rain over the last few days.
Well, you've been doing quite a bit of bouncing around in the dirt. There's another ball. You've been doing quite a bit of traveling around. I think all the announcers and the tech guys have been bouncing back and forth to get us, but we're back on schedule. That's
the big thing.
Beauty.
Yeah, and Pete Coles, big shout out to our communications director.
Absolutely. Pete. There's a strike.
I've heard so much from the parents at home how much they appreciate doing this broadcasting effort. One of the things when we sent our teams down to World Series, it was the information blackout. You didn't get any news for hours and days, and we've been very pleased. That was one of our big goals here in Westfield, was to bring live broadcast to all the hometown fans. And I'm glad to be able to say that we've been able to get most of the teams covered.
Yeah, no, it's been a great success. Kudos to everybody that's been a part of this. And there is ball 4. So Gage Hirschberger, that came in with the daunting task of having no outs and the bases loaded, is probably wishing that his pitcher could have gone a little farther in the first. That's a tough spot for him to be in. We got runners on first and second. It brings up Adam Feldman.
There's only 1 out, Brian. So a little force is in play here.
Well, that could help.
Yeah.
And timeout is called just before he lets it go.
We've seen a number of inning double plays, and that certainly is a big help when you get the twin killing out there. So.
Well, that's true, and we've got it set up right now. So maybe Hirschberger can force a. There's a strike. Good-looking pitch. And he's ahead in the count. 0-1 to Adam Feldman, who's the extra hitter. There's something I had to wrap my hand around a little bit.
I like that idea, giving as many kids a chance to get into the game. We do that in Little League at the very young brackets. We let all the kids bat through. In a couple of our leagues, we allow 10 fielders to occur.
Right.
And that's, it's tough to watch kids, not get in on the game as much as that they can. So the extra player situation, I've become a fan of that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure myself initially, but, and what I like is they bring a thin bench to begin with.
Yeah.
There aren't a lot of players, so everybody
No,
really
that's
gets to
true.
participate. Yeah.
Right. And
That's
if you need
great.
to give your pitcher a blow, you can put him in on the extra player position there, and he's not taken out of the game.
Yep, absolutely. And the pitch. There's a foul. Kind of lunging.
I was surprised broadcasting these games how thin these benches are. You're used to Major League Baseball; they carry like 25 players or something. And here there's not much. I think 13, 14, maybe 15 with one kid doesn't dress.
Yeah. Well, if you're looking over right now in the Mountain Home Arkansas bench, there's one other kid sitting there, and everyone else is on the field.
And I know in some instances, some of the players. They couldn't afford apparently to come up to the event, and so they had to stay home, which is very sad. This is an expensive undertaking for the families, the communities. Kudos to all those folks that make this happen for these young boys.
Absolutely, great experience for them. Great experience for a community to support something like that.
Absolutely.
As we're familiar with, and so are you as the former mayor.
Yeah, love to do it.
And here comes the pitch. Got him swinging. Looks like he held on to it there. So that is a punch out, and a very needed punch out for Gage Hirschberger. So the K, and that's 2 outs, and that brings up Cody Sorensen, whose birthday it is, by the way, today. Happy birthday, number 3, Cody Sorensen. And maybe he can celebrate his birthday with a hit here. Yes.
How about that?
15 years old.
15, huh? To be 15 again, right?
I know. I wish I could say I remembered 15. I think I have glimpses of it,
I was probably in Westfield, but I certainly wasn't at a Babe Ruth World Series, that's for
That's
sure.
right. Well, you knew you were in Westfield. You're like my son. His whole life has been in Westfield.
Yeah,
He
pretty
knows.
much. I'm a townie, they call that.
Nothing wrong with that. We had to talk about that with my son. We keep referencing into, what was that movie? I'll think of it in a minute. Jimmy Stewart. There's a pitch. It's a
The
strike.
Wonderful Life, is that the one?
Yeah, where he never left, but
He
his
never
brother
left,
did. I told my
yeah.
son, "You're headed for that. You're going to be." Which, hey, there are worse things to be than a
no
townie
question
from
about it.
Westfield, Mass.
Absolutely. The older I got, the better it looked.
No balls, 2 strikes, just missing. Brings the count to 1-2.
We're deep in the final day, I believe, in pool play. So some teams the backs are up against the wall, and they've got to get wins and big runs too. Keep that run differential wide to finish off. So it'll be exciting to see who makes it through to the next round.
Yeah. Oh, just missing there. He's going to come to 2-2, evens it up. Yeah, I got to go over and talk to Mike Smith. We were talking with one of the coaches. I just don't remember which guy it was, but one of these teams faces elimination today for sure. And the thing is, either one of them, if he wins, is going to win his bracket.
Yeah.
There's a huge strikeout, and that's going to end the inning. So we had a big inning for the Mountain Home team, and after one, it is 5-0 Mountain Home, and we will be back shortly. And back again with you, Brian Barnes, here at Westfield Billy Boland's Field. And I got a little bit of a correction. It's Bismarck, North Dakota, who's 3-1, and they're in first in their pool. If they lose today, they're actually going to go home because of the tiebreaker system. So you're in first place or up near the top of your pool, and you lose, you go home. It's pretty severe. But if they win, they actually win the pool. So a very, very big game for Bismarck, North Dakota, who's in the field, and they're off to a great start. Leading off, Josh Printer, number 2, the shortstop for Mountain Home, Arkansas, as they try to get back into this game after falling behind 5-0 in the first inning. And the pitch, first pitch, actually behind the, was that behind the batter? It looked like from here. Yeah, there's a pleasant first pitch coming to you, so Josh takes ball 1. And missing high, 2-0. So Cam Miller, number 14 on the mound, big right-hander, had an RBI his first time at bat on a sacrifice fly. And the pitch, there's a strike. And we're at 2-1. And as I said before, nice cool day, a pleasant surprise. Talked to a couple of the kids coming in today. They were just so thrilled that it was better weather finally. Strike 2, 2-2. Josh Printer. And he fouls that down the third base line. So we're going to do it again. Count remains at 2-2.
Scores are on the scoreboard.
Then we've gone to 3-2 here. Low. So Cam Miller walks his first batter, kind of repays the favor. It's in the home box. It's supposed to be up top. And that's going to bring up Tanner Burnham, number 12, the second baseman, batting from the left side. Josh Printer taking the lead off first base. And the pitch, strike. Cam Miller checks Josh Printer back. And the pitch missing inside. That's going to go ball, so we even up the count at 1-1. Folks starting to stream in little bit by little bit here at Bowlins Field. Setting up everything, getting ready for a big day in baseball as these teams start to sort out who's going to be here for the elimination part of it. There's a line shot, and what a play by Connor Hansen on first base. That was absolutely stunning. We're going to have that for you here shortly, and there it is. And he just made a beautiful diving play, going the opposite direction from moving back in. There you see it on the screen, runs back over, tags the bag. What a defensive play. That brings up Will Gross. And there's a pitch in there for a strike, and that's going to give us 0-2 now. 0-2 to Will Gross. Wearing number 20 today, batting from the right side. That's a little disheartening right there. Looked like they had something kicking. A little bit low and outside. That'll bring on ball 1. Count falls to 1-2.
You can go down with them.
So you missed. Did you catch that from the other side?
I didn't see that. No, I was getting the score, the players'
And there's a long fly ball, and that's a towering fly ball to left field. Settling under it is
great catch.
Yes.
That's about
Darren Noltz.
A 340-foot blast, I bet there.
Boy, that was a good shot. I thought that had a chance early on, but it's an out just the same. And that is going to do it after one inning. It still remains.
Here comes the replay.
5-0. Yeah, you hadn't had a chance to see this. There's the dive back.
Oh, how about that play?
Tag first, bing, bang.
Yeah, oh, that's tough.
So, live from Billy Bowlins, we are going to check off and have a quick break, and we will be back shortly after the first inning. It is 5-0 Mountain Home, Arkansas. All right, and we're back with you again, Dan Knappich and Brian Barnes from Billy Boland's Field as we're watching Midwest Plains, Bismarck, North Dakota, face off against the Southwest team, Mountain Home, Arkansas. Mountain Home 4-0 in so far in the tournament, and as discussed last inning, Bismarck, North Dakota, #1 in their pool, 3-1, and if they win, they are going to stay, and if they lose, they're going to go home, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the news for so many teams today. We're going to be sad to see them depart.
Yeah, I know. This is the first time we actually say goodbye to folks. Now, I think they're probably, are they sticking around? Have you talked? Are they sticking around
some
to
are
watch?
and some aren't. You know, it's kind of a mixed bag. There is a cost increment for the airplane change schedule. But in general, my experience from talking to other tournament officials is many of the teams try to stay as long as they can.
Right.
And so if they can, they'll try to extend it. There are some kids in school already, though, Brian. You know, so I have heard that situation. So.
Right. So Skylar Riedinger, hit by a pitch and ended up scoring the first run last inning for Bismarck, is up to the plate. And there's a ball in the dirt, and that brings the count to even 1-1.
You know, so many times I hear parents ask, are there nicknames for the teams? And I noticed on the lineup card, Bismarck is referred to as the Capitals.
The Capitals.
Rather ironic, huh? Yeah. Must be Capital City, right?
There's a bleeder just over the third baseman's head, and that's going to drop in for a single. So here we go. Bismarck, North Dakota, starting off the inning with a hit by Skylar Riedinger.
And I believe the team from Arkansas is known as the Blue Devils. I checked out their radio broadcast yesterday, and their radio station that simulcasts off the game so far, they have they add into the breaks their own advertisements, and it's all "Go Blue Devils, Go Blue Devils, Go Blue Devils." So I'm not aware of one for Westfield.
I don't think so. We'll have to ask Pete.
Yeah.
Checking the runner back.
Yeah, my game changer doesn't seem to want to.
Doesn't want to help you out?
Yeah, it doesn't want to update, so I can't get you all the updated statistics here.
You can probably steal mine if you want here.
Let's see.
There's a pitch. He said he went, and that's a strike. So he's going to fall. Darren Noltz, the batter, now the left fielder. Last time up, he walked on a wild pitch, and then he scored. Actually scored on a wild pitch, but he walked.
Darren's batting .250 for the tournament, 17 plate appearances, 12 at-bats, and 3 singles, 3 hits. Yeah,
it's tough, you know. We all tend to get enamored with the 300 hitters, the 350, but you know what?
250, 280.
There you go.
Yeah.
There's a curveball miss low and inside.
I think the scoreboard's all set now. We had a little situation there.
Yeah, I peeked over and I'm like, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Home just got 5 runs and they're just coming up.
And let me tell you, we'll hear about it from up here at the broadcast booth. We have parents listening in the stands. Hey, there's a nice stab.
Nice play, and yes!
Wow.
You know what? What an outstanding play by Trey. We're going to have that for you. Outstanding play by the first baseman to put the tag on him, or he wouldn't have doubled it up. So Will Gross.
Nice stab by the third baseman.
Will Gross makes a nice play. Throws it to first, but it's wide, so he has to make the tag. So he doubles him up, and that's a huge break
That's
for
a major league play right there.
You betcha. Great job. Hirschberger, the pitch, a slow dribbler. Hirschberger's going to go pick that up.
Ooh.
He's actually going to tag out the runner.
Boy, it looks like he's going to make it, Brian.
Boy, he did. He missed him.
How about that?
Now that was a little odd.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. You know, the safe play might have been to throw it to the first baseman, but he decided to put the tag on him.
Yeah, you can see him. All he had to do was flip it to first.
Oh, boy. And he slipped, too, the base runner, you know.
Kind of a calamity of errors there by everybody. So kind of an odd play.
Boy, that hurts.
Yeah, that puts Darren Noltz there on
that would have been
I'm sorry, that puts Cade Feeney out there.
Yeah.
And
would have been a nice way to end the inning, but if you're Arkansas, but boy, tough situation. You know, you got to make that split-second decision what you're going to do, and these things happen.
Yeah, that was just kind of an odd play.
And I do know our field conditions. I've heard some kids remark that our grass is a little different than what they're used to playing on back home, and I know it's been a little bit long, some of the grass, and And now I guess it's a little bit short. We did do some cutting, I believe, on it over the weekend. So
Yeah, they're going to discuss this a little bit. They're talking to him. I think he might be talking about he went out of the baseline.
well, it did look like it, but I think in a case like that, though, Brian, the pitcher kind of forced them out. With the move to the tag. So that's kind of a difficult call. Umpires are getting together on this. You had to. He was blocking the base path, and you can't do that. So you got to give the runner an opportunity to get by.
And there you go. It's going to stand, and we're gonna go. It's going to pick up with Connor Hansen, number 15, coming up to bat.
Nice play by the runner.
Excellent play. Actually, not a bad play all around. Just the simple play was to flip to first, but Connor Hansen is the batter, number 15, playing first base, who made a great play himself last inning, as he got a double play by reaching out and stabbing a line drive. He singled last time, scored, and he got an RBI. Steps into the box. And he takes a strike for the first pitch.
So this is Feeney?
This is Connor Hansen, number
Connor
15.
Hansen. Okay, let me see if I get some stats on Connor here. All right, Connor has had 15 plate appearances, 12 at-bats. He's batting .250
All right.
for the tournament, on-base percentage of .400. He's had, looks like, a single and 2 doubles, so he's made the most out of it. 3 RBIs, 5 runs scored, so he's been
Good for him.
there, yeah.
There goes the runner, and they hit foul down the first base.
Just foul. Nice dive by the first baseman.
That could have been a big play.
The other thing I'd remark on is the catchers. Even this heat, they didn't give up, backing up the first baseman. Coming right out of the box with the base runner, backing up first baseman, and with all their gear on and everything. That's those kids have been doing a great job. I'd give them the MVP award just for being catchers in this tournament. Here comes the pitch.
Slices it foul down the third base line. There you go. I'm in trouble talking myself today.
Not a lot of foul space here at Bullens. It's fenced in by safety fencing, so it's pretty forgiving from a hitter's perspective.
Yeah, and you've dealt with this. I mean, over the years we've looked at a lot of ways to improve this. Obviously, came the World Series, and the guys did a phenomenal job of getting this place ready.
Absolutely. And the fan protection today is a big part of the game.
Absolutely. Runner goes. Going to be a weaker throw. He's going to slide in safe. So a stolen base.
Yeah,
for Cade Feeney.
That was a big part of the program. The rules have changed since the last time we renovated the stadium here, and there were a lot of upgrades that needed to be made for not only fan protection but also accessibility for all our citizens. So glad to have that happen.
Yes.
Be behind us now.
Absolutely. And the pitch. He's going to reach out and slash that into center field for a base hit. They're going to send the runner.
Oh, boy.
Nope, he's going to hold him up, which was a great play.
Great throw. One hopper to the catcher. Overshot the
cutoff.
Cutoff, but still, one hop to the catcher. That would have been a tough play. I don't know how that would have turned out, but good move by the coaches to hold him. Little conference here.
It's going to bring up Luke Domers. And you see that even at the college level, you see this where the center fielders or the outfielders miss their cutoffs. And it seems harmless at first because you see the guy rounding third stop, so it looks, we saved him a run. But then it puts somebody in a scoring position. That's a hard play to stay disciplined on.
Oh, no question it is. And it's always from an outfielder's perspective. It's like you want to make the big throw to the plate, but
absolutely,
you got to remember that the cutoff there is there to keep the runner from advancing, and that's the situation we have in front of us right now.
So it looked like Mountain Home was going to get out of this inning with very little damage. They were made a beautiful double play, but now we have kind of a single on an odd play going down the first base line, and then a single by Connor Hansen, who advanced on the throw. We now have runners on second and third with 2 out. That is going to bring up Mr. Luke Domres, and Luke. Fielder's choice RBI, and he pops it up.
Yeah, Luke's been on fire in this tournament.
Shortstop calls it, and there we go. So the third out, and that's going to get us out of this half of the inning. So after 1.5, we're going to leave Billy Bullens Fields with the score 5-0, and we will return back here on the Babe Ruth Network. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Bottom of the second inning. Bismarck, Mountain Home, Arkansas coming up. Trying to do a little bit of damage, get back in this game as they find themselves down 5-0.
Asa Smith, you're saying, coming up to the plate here, right, Brian?
Yes, sir. Asa Smith, who's number 9 and the center fielder for Mountain Home.
Yeah, Asa, he's having a pretty good tournament. He's had 18 plate appearances through 4 games. He's hitting .357 with an on-base percentage of .500. And it looks like he's had 5 hits, 5 singles, 1 RBI, and 5 runs scored. And 1 hit by a pitch. We did see a couple of those.
Yeah, everyone needs a few of those each series.
Yeah, I always rooted for that. That was a safe way to get on, just kind of lean in, right? It's the old Don Baylor. I grew up in the era of Don Baylor, and he was known as the hitman because he was hit so many times. You just put that shoulder in there.
That's right. That's right.
Never a problem there.
And the first pitch by Cam Miller is a ball. And the big righty to home. There's a foul ball back. I don't think there's room. He's going to try. Outstanding attempt by the catcher, Cade Feeney. Just misses. You know, that's not good stuff to land on either.
No, not back there.
Some things haven't changed
no,
at Bowens Field, even though,
that was tough even when I was a kid here 40 years ago. Sad to say.
That's right. You and your brothers all played out here.
Yeah, you know, I always tell people the hardest position over the years, and I've watched a lot of games, third base, that lip there has never changed. It gobbles up a lot of third basemen and shortstops, and it's done it in this tournament for these poor kids.
And the pitch, there's a line drive through the infield for a single.
Hard shot.
Yeah, center fielder Cody Sorensen. Happy birthday, Mr. 3. Throws it into the cutoff, and that'll bring up the next batter, which is going to be Satch Harris, number 23, the left fielder.
Yeah, no matter how many field improvements we've made over the years, we can't seem to improve that little area there by third base. And, I'm just kidding, though. That's a tough position there, the hot corner.
That's a hard position.
So Satch, he's let's see, he's had a great tournament, 500 average, 18 plate appearances, 7 hits, 5 singles, 2 doubles, 7 RBIs. Very productive out there.
Yeah. Big righty. And here comes the pitch. Low and in the dirt. That's going to even up the count at 1-1.
Some great names we've heard in the tournament. You know, I don't know if the parents were thinking that the kids were going to grow up to have great baseball names, but certainly Satchel Harris is a great name.
There's a good play by the first baseman, Connor Hansen, blocking that ball from getting past him. Yeah, there have been some. You don't hear that name too often,
No,
Satchel.
Satchel, yeah, great name.
Down to the third base line, he picks it up, goes to second for 1, and he's not going to be able to turn the double play, but an outstanding play by Mason Linegang. Made the nice stop at the bag right on the line and got it over to number 4, Connor Wycombe, playing second base. So there's our first out. Runner stays, or the runner... the batter gets to first. The runner's out at second.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the crew in blue, the umpires here for Babe Ruth. They've done a great job. It's been stressful at times for them, and not a big crew, certainly, but I always say as a coach, always extend your courtesy and professionalism to the crew in blue. And we thank them for their service here as volunteers to the Babe Ruth League. Can't do it without them. And they're a big part of the game, so... Although you don't want them to be too big of a part of the game, right?
That's right.
Best kind of game is when you didn't even know they were there. That's what they say.
That's right. So we still have Satchel Smith batting. I'm confused at that one a little bit. Did we miss something on the... There is a single. Looks like it's going to fall in.
Tyler Smith, I think. I'm trying to see the number on the jersey.
Yeah, that was Satch Harris right there that just hit the ball.
Number 23?
Yeah, and I thought we just had a...
Maybe that was... Yeah, well, you know.
We're going to have to look.
Yeah.
Let's see. Number 19 is coming to bat, so that's Jim Strider. So Satch Harris. We'll have to talk about that one. Asa Smith was the first guy. We'll have to straighten ourselves out here. I apologize. But we know for sure that Jim Strider's on, and there's 2 guys in front of him. Goes to bunt, but he fouls it off down the third base line. And indeed, we have Asa Smith on second, and we have Satch Harris on first, and we have no outs. So something called that last play back. Jimmy Strider right to the pitcher. He has no play other than to go to first base, so a sacrifice, moving the runners up, and that's going to bring up Dylan Pausch, number 11, who started as the pitcher, but then moved over to right field. Number 11, Dylan Pausch, with runners on second and third and one out. There's a high pitch for ball one. Opportunity to get Mountain Home Arkansas here on the board. And the pitch, big swing and a miss, fouled it straight back into the netting. So 1-1, looks down to the third base coach, has a signal set. I'm noticing the catchers, looks like they're taking signals too. And of course, this has all become much more complex than when we were kids too.
Question.
Yeah, it looks like a high inside pitch. He's going to take that for ball two. Count runs to 2-1. So we have Asa Smith on third, Satch Harris on second, Dylan Pausch at the plate. He's going to take a low strike. That's going to even up the count at 2-2.
Dylan's had 2 RBIs in the tournament through 4 games. He's had 14 plate appearances. Getting in on the action there.
Big spot here is the windup and the pitch just inside. That's going to run the count to 3-2.
Big shout out to our bat boys here for Arkansas, Alexis Barber, that's a back girl there, and Darren Schnapp, and our ambassadors for the team, Scotty Bussell and Spencer Cloutier.
Strike three. Good pitch by Cam Miller as he gets him swinging. That's going to run it to 2 outs.
You know, Brian, my boys are bat boys for Sarasota, and I can tell you that I can't say enough about the teams and the coaches. The teams have embraced these kids. Okay. We didn't realize they were broadcasting. Okay. Yeah, sure. Well, we'd like to welcome KCTT to our network here. Apparently, they're carrying the game here. I've broadcast on the station before, so welcome. It's 101.7, right?
It is 101.7 KCTT. So we apologize. We did not know you folks were listening in, and we just want to give you a hearty welcome.
I thought maybe they had a high ratings morning show they were broadcasting, but hey, this is the game, right? So
that's right.
Welcome aboard, folks from Arkansas.
There's a ball in the dirt. Yeah, your team has got a little bit of catching up to do, but they've had a good tournament so far. They've had a great tournament, 4-0, undefeated.
Yeah, my name's Dan Knapp, doing your color, and this is Brian Barnes, play-by-play announcer. We're very pleased to welcome you to the broadcast.
And here comes the pitch. That's going to go in there for a strike. And we've got it 1 ball. 2 strikes there, 2 outs. There are runners on second and third. Asa Smith on third. Satch Harris on second. Trey Jordan, number 7. First baseman with an opportunity to knock in the first runs. There's the pitch. Low in the dirt, and it's a nice play by Cade Feeney behind the plate to block that.
Great stop, this is kind of amazing technology that we were able to broadcast throughout the interwebs to all over the world here, but certainly to be broadcast, picked up by a signal back home on one of the team's big radio station. That's a great technological feat here for the Babe Ruth.
That it is. We come a long way, Anyways, that was a ball, that pitch. That goes to 3-2. So Trey Jordan looking to get his team on the board. The pitch to the plate. There's a check swing. It's going to go to the shortstop, who makes a great play, and a nice scoop by Connor Hansen at first to end the inning. So we got a couple runners on, but we have no runs. And after 2 innings, it looks like it's going to be 5 0-0, Bismarck, North Dakota, and we will be back.
You're listening to
Go ahead.
KCTT 101.7 FM in the Babe Ruth Network.
Beautiful. And we're back here at the top of the third inning between a game between Bismarck, North Dakota, and Mountain Home, Arkansas. And I think Dan's got a little bit of information. We weren't aware that KCTT was listening in, so we've corrected that. But we want to mention where they're from.
Yeah, they're from Yellville, Arkansas. So we welcome them. Yellville is the county seat out there, and named after the former governor in Arkansas. And I think one of the first congressmen, too, I believe, is what I read. Yeah.
All right. Well, nice to have you guys on board. It's going to bring up number 14, the pitcher for Bismarck, Cam Miller. And we've got Gage Hirschberger, number 10, who's on the mound. Came in very early in relief. First pitch is a ball. Came in on relief for Dylan Poosh, who ran into problems where he hit the first batter and then walked the next two. There's a ball in the dirt, skips all the way past the catcher, and that's going to run the count to 2 balls and no strikes. And as we mentioned before, Dan and I were talking that normally you wouldn't pull somebody in that situation. But with the importance of these games, I think the coaches just felt they didn't want it to get too far behind. So Gage came in and has done a pretty admirable job given the bases loaded, no outs. 3-0. And the pitch. Inside, walks him on 4 straight pitches, so the other pitcher, Cam Miller, is going to trot down to first base. And that's going to bring up Connor Wycombe, the second baseman, wearing number 9. He singled and had an RBI his last time at bat.
Connor has had 15 plate appearances in the tournament. He's batting .273 with no RBIs, but he's had 3 hits.
And there's a high fly ball to center field. Asa Smith settles under it and puts that one down. 1 down. It's going to bring up the third baseman. Number 32, Mason Linegang, who walked his last time up. Mason's a very tall kid, right-handed batter. Wide stance. Gage Hirschberger looks in for the sign to the set, and here's the pitch. Low one in the dirt, nice scoop.
And Mason batting .333 for the tournament, 9 plate appearances.
Okay, and Jimmy Strider behind the plate there made a few good blocks already. Stopped that ball from going by and advancing the runner. There's a hit. Looks like it's going to fall in, and it does drop in. Gets by the left fielder as he has to go and retrieve it, but they're going to hold the runners. So Cam Miller unable to, actually nice play by the left fielder. Satch Harris getting the ball in. That puts runners on first and second with 1 out.
That should bring, I think, Adam Feldman to the plate.
It does. The extra hitter that we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
number 6, Adam Feldman, who struck out his last time up.
Adam is attending Century High School. Favorite player, Yadier Molina. You can tell you're old when you don't recognize too many of these names. There was a Prince Fielder in one of the favorites, and then the other night, one of the players who was the pitcher for one of the teams. He was a Dustin Pedroia fan, and I said he looked like Dustin Pedroia as he walked out of here with almost half of Bullen's field dirt all over him.
That's true, though. There's a check swing foul, and that brings the count to 1-1.
And Adam's favorite foods are pizza and watermelon. Hey, that's mine. I'll take that. Right?
I'm okay. You kidding?
Hey, you know, one of the nice things, he likes video games, too. One of the nice things, I'm not seeing a lot of Pokemon Go going on out here.
I
so.
know. That's probably a good thing.
Probably is.
That's a smart play there. So, Hirschberger coming to the set. He's going to redo this again. Going to look at the sign. Steps off the back to the stretch and the pitch. There's a golfed. The ball was very low to the shortstop, up and throwing. Makes a nice play, and the runners will advance on that to second and third. That's going to bring up Cody Sorensen, number 3, the center fielder. And as we mentioned earlier, it's his birthday, so a big happy birthday to Cody Sorensen, his 15th birthday. Great place to be on your 15th birthday.
Yeah, Cody, he's his favorite baseball player, Xander Bogaerts. He had a great game the other night. I think he had 3 dingers and 8 RBIs. It set some kind of record for the Red Sox. I think 3 home run games in the same season.
Wow.
Yeah, he likes basketball and football as well as baseball, and he's going to be going into the 9th grade at Century High School.
It's a good thing he likes baseball.
Yeah, well, he's doing pretty good at it. He's hitting 400, Brian, so he
Absolutely.
knows how to play this game.
Absolutely. There's a foul back, and that's going to bring the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Cam Miller on third. And the pitch, there's a long fly ball. Center fielder's going to settle under it. And that is the 3rd out. As Asa Smith settles under it to put him down. So that ends this half of the inning. Score still remains 5-0. It's Brian Barnes and Dan Knappich on the Babe Ruth Network and on KCTT.
Yeah, 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas.
We'll be back. And here we are back again at Bowens Field, and we are going to kick off the bottom half of the 3rd inning with the blue team coming up, which is Mountain Home Arkansas. Gage Hirschberger's.
Brian. Blue Devils.
Blue Devils.
Yeah.
Gage Hirschberger up to bat. First time for the game.
Let's see if we can pull up some info on
And
Gage.
that's a strike.
Gage batting 200 in the tournament, 6 plate appearances, 1 single, 2 runs scored.
And the second pitch. There's a hit. Just goes by the outstretched arm of the pitcher. Shortstop's going to in the dirt and not be able to make the play in time. So we've got the first batter on.
A nice stretch by the first baseman. Tried to pull that backhand out. Tough play. Just wasn't able to hang on to that.
And that's going to bring up Josh Printer. Josh Printer, shortstop. Last time he was he walked, and then he was out as he was doubled up on Tanner Burnham's ground ball. So Josh Printer comes with runner on first. That is a ball. First pitch ball. Pitch is in the dirt. It's going to get by the catcher, and that's going to allow Hirschberger to go all the way to second. He's going to make the turn, kind of looking at the catcher. But he has everything under control, so he's going to stay at second base. So Hirschberger moves to second. And the count sits at 2 balls and no strikes. And the pitch, another one in the dirt. That's going to the second one in a row by Cam Miller that's hit 8 feet in front of the plate, not even close, and rolls to the back, and that allows Gage Hirschberger to go all the way to third. So Mountain Home Arkansas with a good opportunity with no outs and their leadoff guy on third base. Printer stands in. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a strike. Runs the count to 3-1. And the stands continuing to fill slowly. Beautiful day here in Westfield, Massachusetts. To the set and the pitch. That is a strike. I think the batter thought that was going to go in for a ball and he was going to be on first, but a little bit low, but given the call, and it's 3-2 to Josh Printer. And the pitch. There's a high fly ball to left field. Darren Noltz is going to make the catch. The runner is tagging. Hirschberger is going to score as the throw was offline to the third base side, and Mountain Home, as their first run, is Gage Hirschberger, scores, and it's an RBI for Josh Printer on the sacrifice. Now batting number 12, Tanner Burnham.
Tanner's batting .214 for the tournament, 19 plate appearances.
There's a high pitch for ball 1.
14 at-bats, 3 singles, 2 RBIs, 5 runs scored, 1 hit by a pitch, so he's another young man that got hit by a pitch.
And he's going from the full wind-up, and the pitch from Cam. There's a line shot into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. So a base hit for Tanner Burnham, and the offensive machine's starting to gin up now for the 4-0 Mountain Home Arkansas Blue Devils.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting there by Tanner.
Yeah. Brings up the third baseman, number 20, Will Gross. He popped out to left field his last time at bat in the first inning.
Yeah, well, he's hitting .357 for the tournament, 18 plate appearances, 14 at-bats.
It's kind of like his counter. I think him and Asa Smith are hitting about the same.
Yeah. He's got, let's see, he's got 6 RBIs.
There's a hit to left, lost it. The center fielder's going to come in as the shortstop went back, makes the out. So there's the second out for Bismarck, North Dakota. It's going to bring up Asa Smith. Asa Smith singled and then was out on a fielder's choice back in the third inning.
Sun's coming up. It's getting pretty warm out here.
Yeah. There's a fly ball out there. Looks like it's going to be caught by the right fielder who's coming in. And Luke Dahmers does make the catch to end the inning. So that ends the threat. No runs come across. And I'm sorry, 1 run comes across, and it's now 5-1 in favor of Bismarck, North Dakota.
You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas, on the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back. Welcome back to live action here at Westfield's Billy Bullens Field at the 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series. I'm the play-by-play guy, Dan Knappich, and this is Brian Barnes here. Also listening in, we're very pleased to say, on KCTT 101.7 Arkansas. Welcome to all of those fans back home. We're glad to bring the games live to you from our 3 venues here that we've had.
Yeah.
Brian, great game so far. A little rocky first inning, but it seems to have settled in now. And
we've settled in for the long haul.
Yeah. So the folks here from, excuse me. The hometown team here, the home team has a little work to do. They're down 5-1 right now.
Yeah, Skylar Reedinger settling in here to take the first pitch for Bismarck, North Dakota. And he takes ball 1. Here comes the second pitch. Fouled off. Count goes to 1-1.
Skylar is a fan of snowboarding and football, and he likes pizza, lasagna, and spaghetti. Now, who doesn't like that combination?
Can't fault him.
No way.
Smart young fella.
He's got a great quote here. If you quit once, it becomes a habit. Never quit. You know who said that?
No.
Michael Jordan.
Really?
Yeah, rather interestingly, Michael Jordan, he dined with us the other night at the big banquet at the Naismith Hall of Fame dinner, right? He was staring down at us.
Nice.
And all the boys had a great time at the Hall of Fame. We were pleased to be able to have the dinner there for the opening event. It was a great place and great opportunity to see the Hall of Famers of the basketball sport.
And Reedinger just pops it over the pitcher. He's not going to be able to make the play. And actually, that was a great decision by Gage Hirschberger not to try that. So Skylar Reedinger gets on with just kind of a bloop over the pitcher in between the shortstop area. And that will bring up Darren Noltz, number 7, who hit into a double play his last time at bat.
Noltz, right-handed batter.
Digs in. Skylar Reedinger taking a modest lead off first. Not anything. And they're going to keep him in check and throw back.
Darren's a big fan of corn, it says here.
Big fan of corn?
Yeah, corn, pizza, and steak. No, hey,
does he put steak and corn pizza? I don't know. I love it. Big fan of corn.
10th grade in the fall, so he's age 15 now.
Maybe he's a Cornhusker fan or something. I don't know.
Looks like he had a birthday while he was out here. Huh? August 10th, that would have been maybe on Thursday.
Man, they ought to get together, all these kids, have a big birthday bash.
Big bash, yeah. I hope they're having a good time. You know, one of the downsides to having 12 teams in the tournament, there were no down days for the teams, and I know some of them had plans. There's a bunt.
Yeah, Darren Noltz lays down a good bunt. It's going to get the guy over, and he's actually going to make it.
Yeah, fielded by the pitcher, clean field.
Yeah.
Threw it just a little late, though. Nice bunt, nice in that area
Beautiful
between
bunt.
third base and the pitcher's mound, no man's land. But, you know, I do know some of the teams did make it to Fenway Park and some other the tourist locations in this area, and that's also part of the experience for the families to come up to the wherever it is that the World Series is and get in some of that local flavor. So we hope that they had as much of a good time.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked to a coach this morning. Said they were going this afternoon. I think it's actually
they got a bus.
Bismarck.
Yeah, they got a bus. They're getting ready to go down, right?
That'll be a good experience. That brings up Cade Feeney, the catcher, number 19. He has a walk and a single today, and he takes ball 1 for the first.
You know, we get a little spoiled having so many major league teams in and around our location that for some of the locations in the country that it would be a big journey to get there. It is something special to see. And Fenway's, you know, I said to one of the coaches, it used to be an incredibly difficult ticket, so you're lucky that you were able to get the team in there.
There's a missed bunt. Just barely tipped it off the bat, went all the way back to the backstop.
You know, I took my first trip to Fenway on a Little League bus trip back with my dad a long time ago against the Chicago White Sox. Must have been about 1974 or 5, and it was in the shorts era. Remember when the White Sox used to wear the shorts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an era I'm happy to forget, to be honest with you.
That and polyester uniforms. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, those, you know, it's fun to see those little things in sports that they try, all those little fads that are
well,
tried.
That was Bill Veeck. He was a big innovator, you know, back then, and tried everything. He tried, like, he put a small person out there on the to at bat to try, right? Remember all that stuff?
That's right.
Yeah, you know.
It made the game interesting for
Yeah.
sure. And here comes the pitch to Cade Feeney.
Wow, what a drive.
Long fly ball into left field. That is going to be caught.
Nice catch.
And nobody advances. That was an excellent
Yeah.
catch.
Over the shoulder catch, driving
Satchel
straight
Harris.
at him.
Yeah.
Right at him.
Nice job, Satchel Harris. I thought that thing had a chance to get out over his head, but he did a great job covering
Yeah,
that.
that was probably about a 290 to 300-foot blast right at the left fielder. One of the hardest catches to make over your shoulder.
You bet.
Nicely done.
That's going to bring up Connor Hansen, the first baseman. Lefty, he singled the second and singled twice. Had an RBI and scored once. So off to a good start, Mr. Hansen.
Yeah, he's a lefty. He's got 3 RBIs in the tournament.
There's the pitch.
He's got a
Shot.
chance here.
It's going to stay foul.
Yeah, he's got a chance here. Got a runner in scoring position.
So we got guys on first and second. We have one out. We've got a pretty good hitter up.
Yeah, it looks like the next team is piling in here.
Yeah.
Get a little practice in. It looks like, is it Arlington maybe coming in?
Yeah, I'd have to look, I think.
There's so many games going on, it's hard to keep track.
I know. It's either Arlington, Mass. or Tri-Valley, California.
Tri-Valley, what a team that is.
Yeah.
How about that, huh?
They're beautiful.
And Maine, too. Tri-County, Maine, and Tri-Valley, California. Little history between those two teams.
There's a shot to second base. Oh, it's going to make its way through.
Yeah,
So the
CNI.
single.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to score. Number 12,
It's a tough
Skylar
break.
Riedinger.
Yeah, tough break for Arkansas there.
Yeah.
Looks like, I don't know whether the runner, not that there was any interference, but might have just shielded him just a little bit. Ball scooted under his glove. But Tri-County, Tri-Valley, apparently they met in New York last year in the World Series. 13-year-old team from Tri-County was quick to point out that they actually won one of the first games of the tournament there, but to only lose in the final
Yeah.
to the Tri-Valley team. So they're looking for a little bit of payback here in the 14-year-old World Series.
There you go. Luke Dahmer steps up with the runners on first and third. And another opportunity as there's only one out for Bismarck, North Dakota to add to their now 6-1 lead. 10 hits. They're putting together a little show in the hit department. Runner goes. Pitch is in the dirt. He's not going to have a chance to get him as Jim Strider did a nice job to block it, but just not in any kind of position to throw down to second base.
Nice job just to block it to keep the advance from third coming. You know, if you get one behind the catcher, here's a good chance you're going to make it.
So Darren Noltz is on third. And Connor Hansen on second. There's a shot.
Ooh, nice stop by the shortstop, but just to knock it down. But a run's going to score.
Yeah, Josh Printer knocked it down. I'm sure they're going to score that a single. It's just he had no chance on the play.
Yeah, that was one of those that hit the lip of the grass at third base under the third baseman to deepen the shortstop, was able to knock it down but not make the play.
All right. So they're going to call a timeout and go out and talk. Coach came out, kind of talking to the boys and encourage them a little bit. Give us a chance to update some of our paperwork because we know our runners on first and third. Coming to bat is going to be Cam Miller, the pitcher. He walked his last time up and got an RBI on a sacrifice out on a fly out to center field.
You know, Brian, broadcasting here at Bullens is like heaven for us in this business. There's all these conveniences here available. I was up for a few games at Westfield State, and it's pretty Spartan accommodations there, but we made do.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, yeah. Everything is so electronic based today that without an internet connection, you got a tough situation. So Miller up, 14, right-handed batter.
Yeah, they're going to check back to third. A little bit unusual.
You know, we've seen a lot of interesting, real fundamental calls, like if like a pitcher throwing on an appeal to third base on a player that might have missed it. We actually saw a runner get called out who had scored. So good. Here goes the runner from first.
He's going to go with a low pitch, and they're going to throw it back to third in an attempt to try to catch him, but Connor Hansen on guard there, and he got back to third easily. But second base was taken by Luke Dahmer, so we now have two people in scoring position, and Cam Miller has an opportunity, as he did last inning with a couple people up to get a run here.
Batting .333, so he definitely has a chance to do some more damage.
Off-speed pitch, drilled to the shortstop. He's going to go to third to try to get it.
Whoa.
Now he's got him. He makes the tag. Actually, not a bad play at all. They get the out. They get the runner. That's going to be the second out of the inning. Runner gets to first on a fielder's choice, and you can see that coming up here on our replay for those people that are watching. Nice play. Looks like he's going to go to first. Gets the guy to commit to third. and the tag out made by the third baseman, Will Gross.
Yeah, it's always smart to get that lead runner if you can, but a play like that, a little risky, but nicely executed.
Connor Wycomb's coming up. He flew out to center field and had a single and RBI first time at bat. Ball gets all the way by Jim Strider all the way to the back, and that's going to allow the runner to advance to second base. So Cam Miller on second, again in scoring position for Connor Wycombe, who already has 1 RBI for the day. And you can see Gage Hirschberger. He's getting a little bit down out there. It's been a tough day for him and his team.
Still early though, Brian. You know, it's there's a chance these teams score runs in bunches. These are the best of the best 14-year-old baseball Babe Ruth teams in the country. So you know they can score.
That's right.
So I wouldn't get too down yet.
There's
it's
a
easy for me
low.
to say though. I'm up here. Right?
It's an easy game from up here, you know. I always say that to my son. It's a pretty easy game there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But certainly these kids have big hearts and they don't want to go home on a losing note. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've walked away from this field in some tournaments where our hometown team has played, and much to my satisfaction, when they were down by sometimes in some big deficits, only to find out an hour later I get a call, hey, they came back, where'd you go? I'm like, well, usually that's good news when I leave is they come back, you know, so that's I got in the habit of doing that over the years.
There you go. And here comes the pitch to home plate. That one in the dirt and low, and that's going to walk.
It's a nice stop by the catcher there. He didn't move. He backhanded that off the ground, and I think he's getting a little tired out there, but that was a good stop.
Well, again, you know, and like you mentioned earlier, Gage Hirschberger coming in a tough situation. Coach is going to go back out and talk to him and going to take the ball. We're at the stage of the tournament where these arms are tired, and they're just going with whoever they can. So everybody's stepping up, trying to do the best they can. It looks like the center fielder is going to come in and take the ball, and we're going to have a few switches here. This is always the fun thing. Looks like Hirschberger's going to go out to left field. The left fielder, Satchel Harris, is going to go to center now and into pitch. And I have to, if I'm correct, that's Asa Smith.
I can't get a number on him.
Yeah, I didn't see where he came from, but he did come off the field. Hopefully he'll turn his back to us here so we can. So he went there.
Changing gloves too, so. Well, you know, I also wanted to give a big shout out to our own Bat Boys and ambassadors to the team to assign to North Dakota. That'd be Evan Grant and Christopher Puza, Bat Boys, and the ambassadors are Jordan Bauer and Ashley Perro. So nice job. I know the ambassadors I watched last night, they bring in fans. They help to bring in fans and introduce them to the families of the players up in the stands. And we had a big turnout last night for Sarasota, which was good to see. They played Pittsfield, which is a relatively local team, only a few miles away, about 50 miles away. Kind of an interesting situation this tournament. We have Arlington, Mass., Pittsfield, Mass. You have 2 teams from Maine and Westfield. And in Westfield, actually had a chance to put 2 teams in the World Series, too, going back a little bit.
Yeah. It is kind of, if you're not familiar with the format and what they do here, it is confusing as you have a couple Mass teams. The Maine teams are here. It just takes a while to sort all that out.
You know, the hometown team, you know, they didn't have a chance to play in tournament play, so they were out on the hunt all summer looking for tournaments to play in. And I'm not sure, you know, if they got as many games in under their belt as some of the other teams that had to compete their way through. But you know, hard to say if that hurt them or not, you know.
Yep.
We did, I know, in 2014, we sent this 14-year-old team to the World Series in Ocala. We had one of the top pitchers at the time break his arm in one of those tournaments just before the World Series, and that was certainly bad news for the team,
So it is Asa Smith that's going to come in from center field, and that means that Gage Hirschberger is going to go to left field, and that's going to send Satch Harris back over to center field, and that looks like all the changes we're going to see here for the moment.
Good news on that story, though, is that young man was able to make a recovery, and he now is a pitcher for one of our high school teams in town.
Uh-oh. So stepping in is number 32, Mason Line-Gang. And he singled to left his last time up, and he walked way back in the first inning in that big inning for Bismarck, North Dakota. So Asa Smith looks in. The pitch, strike. Good way to start for Asa.
That's an excellent way to start coming into a game. Get that strike under your belt. Send a message to the batter.
Looks in, gets a sign from Jim Strider, goes to the set, and the pitch.
Good
Swung
swing
on
there.
and missed.
Yeah, he wasn't gypped on that swing, boy. That's a big windmill swing there.
Exactly.
We're going for that fence. We saw a couple balls drop in the tournament at the fence. I don't know of any home runs yet in the park or over the fence.
No, I haven't heard of any.
I know at Yakum, it's a long drive to get a home run there. You'd have to run a country mile, and Westfield State is a canyon. That is an enormous field there.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't see many balls hit out there.
No, I bet you don't see a lot in the college game either. I can't go
No,
over
only a
the,
couple last year.
Yeah, the depth of that field.
So the last pitch was in there. We're at 1-2 strike to Mason Line Gang. The pitch.
Mason's a good-sized guy.
Boy, and nice job by Asa Smith to come in there with a curveball to end the inning on a strikeout. And that's going to end it. So the score after 3.5, we've got 8 for Bismarck, North Dakota. And coming up to bat will be Mountain Home, Arkansas with 1 run.
You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM from Yellville, Arkansas in the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back after these messages.
And we're back live from Billy Boland's Field. Looks like Satch Harris is going to step in, who is now moved over to center field. New position for him. He was on the fielder's choice last time at bat, and he'll be taking the first pitch from Cam Miller, and it's high for a ball.
I want to welcome all the listeners back home in Arkansas and North Dakota to this game. We're being carried by KCTT 101.7 FM. We also broadcast here locally in WSKB, which is our Westfield State University station, and also on our public access and, of course, on the World Wide Webs at westfieldworldseries.com. You can check all the game action and our Game Changer app and all the other types of gadgets, gizmos, and whatever that's out there today.
We've got them all up here with us, too. So,
but no Pokemon Go,
no
Brian.
Pokemon
right?
Go. Good thing. Hey, we have now got a 3-0 count. There's a strike. Runs it to 3-1 to Satch Harris.
Well, I can tell you, the other night, this kind of dawned on me. I heard that they played Thunderstruck as one of the between innings songs, and it didn't go over too well with some of our volunteer staff, and it didn't dawn on me at the time. Great snag by the first baseman there on that play. How about that?
Line shot. He just couldn't catch a break on that one.
My wife had to
baseman.
explain it to me what that implications of that was. We're going to get a replay on that, folks.
Yeah.
Nice drive right up the first base line. Good snag by the first baseman.
That's going to bring up Jimmy Strider, the catcher. Sacrifice bunt. His last time at bat.
I'm a little slow sometimes, but once she explained it to me why they probably didn't want to hear that, I got the news.
Okay, Mr. Strider has 1 ball on the count. There's a strike, evens it up at 1-1 for Cam Miller. Pitching to Cade Feeney today. That's the battery. They've been a pretty effective battery to this point as they have an 8-1 lead. And the windup, the pitch, kind of golfed down to the first baseman. He's going to take that play unassisted. So Jim Strider grounds out to the first baseman for the second out, and that's going to bring out Dylan Poosh, number 11, who was originally the yeah, and that's Pausch, I'm understanding.
Yeah,
so
Pausch,
I apologize for that. Pausch, who actually started out pitching, ran into that rough spot, and then was moved out to right field.
Yeah, tough day on the mound here for to be a pitcher. It's been a long tournament already. There's more games to go, certainly for the teams to advance. But the weather has been very draining on the players, I know, and the recovery times with the doubleheader games and the interrupted games, which are almost like doubleheaders for some of the teams.
That's right. That's right. And, you know, it's not like these guys are, I mean, they're 4-0. So they're running into a little bit of a rough spell here, probably the first time since they've been here in the World Series. But a great record, 4-0.
It could be that, you know, like you said, they may be running down on gas here a little bit, and they just want to get through this game and see how the standings. It's a little complicated how they do all that with 12 teams on who makes it to the next round.
The tiebreakers and all that. There's a line shot on the ground to the second baseman.
Nice play.
Connor Wickham all the way over to Connor Hansen, and that will do it. 1-2-3, and that is going to leave the score at 8-1, and we're going to be coming up to the top of the fifth when we come back.
You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM, Yaleville, Arkansas, on the Babe Ruth Network. Back to Westfield's Billy Bullen's Field here. Billy Bullen's Field is a Works Progress Administration gem from another era in time. Brian Barnes is our play-by-play, and Dan Knappich, your color commentator. And Brian, this is a place where a lot of players never see a field like this. Built in the 1930s, a lot of concrete grandstand, just old school, and we've heard that time and time again from players.
That's right. Adam Feldman stepping up here, the extra hitter. Yeah, it is a classic. I liken it. There's a strike on the first pitch from Asa Smith. Kind of liken it to Fenway Park.
Yeah.
You know, Fenway's been improved over the years, but basically the same. And this is the same kind of thing you got here at Billy Bullen. So kind of a nice flavor to it, nostalgic flavor. There's a high ball missing.
Billy Bullens was a real legend here in Westfield, a longtime caretaker of this league, Park and Recs director, counselor, coach, you name it, that was Billy. And there's still a lot of his relatives here in town, and they have a lot of pride here. We don't name a lot of things after people in town, and this is a rare situation here, and we're glad to have done that years ago.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the job they've done to get this field, which has always been a great field, but just paint, and they redid the stands, and they've got the seats in the stands and the extra fencing. What I really like to see is all the banners. I've never seen this many banners in the outfield in my life.
Well, we've had great support from our community advertisers. There's a drive to right field.
Looks like he's going to bloop one into right field, so he's going to lead off with a single, kind of a little bleeder, the one that the pitchers hate to see, but leadoff runner is on, and that's going to bring up Cody Sorensen, number 3, the center fielder.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort by a community to host one of these events, and you can see by the banners and the TV advertisement, we had from the very beginning, great community support. Once this was planned as to whether or not we could do it, our Westfield team had gone to a couple World Series recently, and they thought they could pull this off, and here we are 2 years later from that fateful decision, and we're very pleased to have been able to host this tournament.
Yeah, it was a great effort, really a great effort all around. And as always, we're never short on volunteers and people that are passionate about baseball in this town. So it's really been a great success story.
Absolutely.
Cody Sorensen standing in now.
Cody's sporting a 400 average, 5 plate appearances.
What is
2
that
singles.
like?
Yeah, 1 RBI in the tournament.
There's a nice pickoff attempt. Nice move by Asa Smith. Really caused Adam Feldman to have to dive back. Just made it in there under the tag. 1 ball, no strikes is the count. Asa Smith looks in over back at first base. To the stretch, another move over to first. Has a really quick move once he decides to go.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of pickoffs in my time in the broadcast booth, so definitely you got to be on your toes out there.
Mm. And Asa Smith deals to the plate. There's a shot to the third baseman. He's up with it to second base for one, but the throw was a little bit wide to the left field side, so he's going to be unable to turn the double play, but he did get the leadoff runner.
You know, so many of these players today are on travel teams and specialty situations. They play a lot of baseball. They might only be 14 and been on the big 90-foot diamond for a couple years, but they certainly are well beyond an experience from that all the baseball they do play. And I know, like in Florida and many of these other venues, they play all year round.
That's right. Skylar Riedinger, this is his fourth at bat. A couple singles, scored a couple times. Oh, they've got him in a rundown now. They got him in the pitch. There's a throw to second, puts the tag on him. Really heads-up play.
Yeah, these things happen. Got a
and
replay
you
of
can
that?
see it here. Nice move, and we were talking about his
frozen.
move. There he is.
Yeah, well, not even close.
And then just done really well. Holds the ball, now makes the flip. Really played that well. Only one throw. The fewer throws you make, the better. So, well done. Brings up.
Nice job from the TV crew.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, guys. Rick
Kudos,
Berry,
boys.
Right?
So Riedinger's up, but he doesn't have anybody on. Ball gets past him, goes to the outfield. So that's the second out of the inning, and a big play. Big play by Asa Smith and the folks from Mountain Home, Arkansas. Count now stands at 1 ball. No strikes. And the pitch. High off-speed pitch, going to go for a ball.
I like how that catcher frames that mitt there, and then he snaps it and holds it for the umpire. Hey, see this?
That's right.
I think that was a strike. You ought to call it that way, right?
Jim Strider doing a great job, number 19, behind the plate for the Blue Devils. And here comes the pitch from Asa Smith.
You know, what's interesting about him, too, he's a lefty catcher. I mean, how many of those do you see?
Not many.
No.
That's a tough. That really is tough and apparently very successful. That last pitch dropping in there for a strike. Brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 evens the count at 2-2. So here we are with 2 outs and an opportunity for Asa Smith and the Blue Devils to get out of this inning and to get back at it and not give up any runs.
Hey, here's a stat for you. Lefty catchers, Brian. Why don't you read that one? We just got that from our tech crew.
Well, I will read that stat and just tell the folks at home, Skylar Riedinger catches it squarely in the back. So hit by the pitch, runs down to first base. Dan just passed me a note from the guys in back, said there's only 30 in Major League Baseball history.
You know, as these broadcasts have gone on, I'm amazed at our tech crew. We're almost like Major League with these guys here, you know, coming up with this data, you know. Nice job, boys.
All this good stuff.
Yeah.
In comes Darren Noltz, the left fielder. He scored a couple times today as well in single and a walk. So he's doing the yeoman's work here for the team. And the pitch in the dirt, but a real nice stop by Jim Strider to keep the runner at first.
That's a good scoop.
Yeah, the guys are really doing their job. I think everyone's getting comfortable, huh? Finally. First few days was like watching.
Oh, it was a scramble.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
but like anything, we're not professionals here, but even those of us that are a little slower, including myself, finally start to catch on after doing this enough times.
We're highly trained amateurs, unpaid at that. So, we've all had great fun doing this for the Babe Ruth Network. And like
absolutely,
you said, that was a big goal of the Westfield team, was to be able to broadcast these games, as many as we could live, so the fans at home could get a piece of the action.
Yeah, and quite a diverse group here, really. Former mayors.
Yeah, counselors.
The
college teams last night, you know, they talk about things that are real relevant, like in pop culture today. You and I are talking about old things here today, you know. So
that's right.
In the morning crew, I'm already hearing from some of the folks listening, and they're like, hey, we're like these old references to some of the old school stuff.
Yeah, that's right. We've never heard that stuff. You guys making this up because we have no idea where this is coming from.
Yeah.
And the set and the pitch. That's in the dirt, unfortunately, gets by Jimmy Strider, and that's going to allow the runner to go to second base and make the turn. So now we've got a guy in scoring position for Bismarck, North Dakota.
You know, just a couple of things for the folks at home watching. Westfield is known as the Whip City, and that's because about 120 years ago, We used to manufacture most of the world's whips, over 90%, 40-plus companies, and we only have one left. An interesting connection to pop culture today is that company today still makes those whips used for the equestrian team down at the Olympics on the same technology from the 1890s.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
It is crazy. Darren Knowles hits the ball right back to the pitcher. Asa Smith is not going to have any problem with this. Tosses it over to his first baseman, Trey Jordan, and they are out of the inning. So after 4.5, we are at 8-1 at Billy Bullens Field.
You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas, and the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the action here at Westfield Billy Bullens Field. Brian Barnes, your play-by-play. Dan Knappich, color commentator today. Brian, what do you think of the game so far?
So far, so good. Like you say, a rough first inning, unfortunately, for the guys from Mountain Home. But you know what? After that, they settled down. It's been a really good defensive battle back and forth by both teams.
Yeah, the kids, it's tough to go out on a losing note in the tournament. But,
yeah.
But these two teams have done excellent, all things considered.
Well, Trey Jordan's going to step in. Hey, if you want to tweet us something, hashtag Westfield BRWS. That ball is low and in the dirt for ball one. So if you have any information on your kids or just interesting facts about your city, you want to get them to us for the broadcast, don't be afraid to contact us through Twitter. Cam Miller in there for the strike, and that evens it up at 1-1.
I might mention, too, I'm very honored to be in the booth with Brian Barnes. Veteran of the Air National Guard and a fighter pilot, Brian.
Used to be back in the day. Wow. And here comes that's going to be a bloop single that falls in for Trey Jordan. So that's good. They got the leadoff guy on, something they desperately need, and that's going to bring up number 22, Miles O'Brien.
Sometimes during the broadcast you hear the big jets fly over. We have
F-15s.
F-15s and C-5s that come by from Chicopee, the Westover Air Force Reserve Base, and our own Barnes 104th Fighter Wing here.
That's right. Very proud of those guys.
Yep.
Brings up Miles O'Brien, right fielder.
Hey, we had a flyover on opening night, Thursday night. Our own civilian air wing came over. 2 planes. Joe Mitchell was one of the pilots.
Was he?
Yeah, he flew over. Gave us. We couldn't arrange the F-15s to come by to open up the ceremony. So we arranged our civilian air force here. So. And
there's a high pitch. Catcher's going to go back, and very close play as they caught Trey Jordan kind of looking a little bit, but throw down by Cade Feeney, just missing. Yeah, that used to be a lot easier to do back in the day. You used to be able to do flybys for these kind of events, but with the security and the costs and everything, they're just it's not as easy to do. No. I guarantee you the guys want to do it.
Yeah.
There's an outside pitch. Runs the count to 2 balls and a strike.
We're seeing some players get in the game today that haven't had a lot of at-bats prior to today, so that's good to see as well. We're deep in the tournament play.
Oh, there's a strike and a snap down. Boy, that could be argued either way. That was extremely close. We'll take a look at that on the monitor for those of you folks. Yeah. That was a beautiful play by the catcher, Cade Feeney. You can watch now as he throws to first. He just dives in and makes it. Nice play by the first baseman.
Yeah, he had that little jiggle step there, looking like he was going to go to second.
He wanted to swing it that badly, and it was framed very well by Cade Feeney, who's doing a really good job behind the plate today, but that's going to go for a ball. So Miles O'Brien's going to step in, facing a 3-2 count with a runner on first, and nobody out. There's a hand-fisted pop right back to the pitcher. First baseman came in to make the play, so no one was covering first base. Otherwise, it could have been trouble for Trey Jordan trying to get back. But there's one out now as Miles O'Brien pops to the pitcher, and that's going to bring up, I believe, and this is where
Number two. Looks like
Josh Printer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they've had a couple of juggles here in the lineup, so.
Well, yeah, Gage Hirschberger came in last time. Maybe he was used as the extra hitter last inning.
Well, let me tell you about Josh here. He's smoking at .692 in the tournament. 19 plate appearances, 13 at bats. He's got 6 singles, 9 hits total, 3 doubles, and 6 RBIs and 7 runs scored, and another hit by a pitch. So he's doing his part for the team.
And there we go. I'll tell you.
Another throw.
Feeney's working him. Yeah. Feeney's working him down there. He has really come alive here in this inning. So Printer's having a very successful World Series.
Yeah, you'll remember this one. You know, that was a nice message from the opening banquet from Bill Decker, the coach at Harvard University, telling the kid, there's a passed ball there, and runner's going to advance to second safely. He was telling the kids, hey, enjoy the time. Beyond the score, it'd be nice to win, but 20, 30, 40 years out from now, you're going to just remember the great experience that this was. But the best part about that speech, he goes, hey, enjoy your childhood here. He goes, look at what I got right here. And he holds up that 12-year-old kid that's applying to Harvard already to play baseball. I say, hey, Coach, I'm ready for your team. Are you kidding me?
That's right. Live a little. There's a ball outside.
Yeah.
As we now have Trey Jordan down at second base. Yeah, Bill Decker's a classy fella.
Yeah,
Went
what
down
a
in,
great story about him, huh?
Yeah.
Jeez, yeah.
Trinity.
Yeah.
He had a very successful program there where he won the World Series, College World Series for D3.
Yeah,
Just
great over
guy.
700 winning percentage.
Yeah, classy guy.
Yeah.
Good guy to have there for the kids.
Yeah, local guy, too. Not too far up the road. He grew up here about 25, 30 miles away.
That's right. Yeah. There's a strike, brings the count, to 3-2 with 1 out.
Yeah, Mike Smith did a great job getting Bill in as the keynote speaker there. Mike Smith, one of our Babe Ruth volunteers and executives here in Westfield.
Yeah, I think Mike.
Ooh,
ouch.
hit him in the back of the leg there,
Ouch.
in the calf. That'll sting you.
No. There's something to bring home.
But you know what, though? I haven't seen a lot of hit batters. I mean, the pitching, these kids are getting tired, but they have been getting the ball over the plate. Not a lot of base on balls either through the tournament.
No, I got to agree. Got to agree with you. Brings up Tanner Burnham. Yeah, it gives him a little bit of something to remember us by.
Yeah, a little black and blue.
He's stretching out a little bit. Yeah, it hurt a little bit.
Yeah, I saw a kid yesterday take one right below the rib cage in the back, and you could hear the thud.
Oh, yeah.
You knew that hurt,
Well, it's funny because you've got Josh looking down. Tanner Burnham's standing in like, let's go. Let's go. I want to go. So his own teammates like, let's get to it there, mate. But he's now back taking a few practice swings.
I want to say this team from Arkansas had a player yesterday get dinged in the back of the head off the helmet.
Really?
And he just shook it off, got up, and ran down to first base like nothing happened. I couldn't believe it.
Well, talking about the new age stuff now compared to when we were kids earlier, the equipment's phenomenal. There's a strike to Tanner Burnham.
I mean, he turned his back at the plate, took it right off the back end of the helmet. The ball shot up in the air, and he just ran right down the first base. The coach runs, "Oh, you okay?" And hey, I'm all right, coach. Relax.
That's right. I'm fine.
Yeah.
So Cam Miller, who's been in for the entire game and very effective for Bismarck, North Dakota, goes to the plate. That's a little bit high and outside for a ball. Runs the count 1-1.
Tanner, he's got a couple RBIs in the tournament. He's got 19 plate appearances with 14 at-bats, 3 hits, 3 singles.
And the pitch. Right back to the pitcher, but it got under his glove, and the shortstop's not going to be able to make the play. Unfortunately for Cam Miller, it just went underneath his glove. That's going to load the bases up, and now an outstanding opportunity for Mountain Home Arkansas.
Now, Brian, it's 1 out, 8-1 the score. They've got runners on bases loaded. Now, this is a great opportunity to get back in the game. We've talked early in the game about how these teams score runs in bunches.
Right.
And if you're back home in Arkansas, this game could be a long way from being over.
Well, and we said, yeah, we were talking about that earlier, how you just can never count people out. And that's the way Babe Ruth baseball goes. And that's kind of the fun of it. So it looks like at least this is shaping up to be Mountain Home's inning. And hopefully they can drive a couple runs across and we can bring this game a little bit tighter. Coach is talking to him, just kind of settling down Cam. He's had a great game so far. Actually, this is the first time he's been in a pinch.
Yeah, so if you're William Gross, you're pretty happy about the situation you're in. You dream about this situation. You got bases loaded, 1 out. You've got a great average coming in at 357 on base percentage of 500, 18 plate appearances, and boy, you could do some damage here.
I guess so. So bases loaded with Trey Jordan here at third base, looking to come across. Pitch, and it's fouled down the left field side here by the coach.
It's good to see a good crowd here at Bullens Field. The vendor tents are open. There's a lot of great memorabilia for the teams to bring home back to their home cities, and people are coming out. The locals are coming out, enjoying the games.
There's a shot just fouled by the third base bag.
One of the most popular vendors here is the folks from Moolicious. They're our own hometown ice cream operation. They've been good enough to park a trailer out here throughout the tournament and also send a card up to Westfield State University, where those are pretty Spartan conditions up there. And that card up there, when it shows up, is mobbed by the fans.
Will Gross is going to fist one into right field. This may drop, but coming on hard to make the play.
Good catch.
Yeah, that was an excellent play by Luke Domrez, number 20.
Yeah, full speed running down below the waist and corrals that ball. That was excellent catch.
So that makes it 2 outs now, and going to bring up Asa Smith, who's now pitching. He singled way back in the third inning. And he will be up with runners on second and third. Chance to help himself out as he's now pitching.
Well,
that one's going to get by the catcher.
Pitch there, yeah. No advancement, though. Not a lot of room at Bullens.
That must have I couldn't say that must have bounced off the backstop.
It did. It came out cleanly. The catcher turned around real quick, and the pitcher had gotten, I think, the head start off there from the base runner. I don't know if the base runner was really. You got to be ready to run. I remember from playing here in my own day. You've got to be pretty far down that base path to think you're going to make it.
So a fortunate break for Bismarck, and not so much for Mountain Home on that play. But Cam Miller now staring in, getting the sign. He's going to go from the full, and the pitch.
Nice pitch there for a strike. Yeah, you're watching the team from Mountain Home, Arkansas versus Bismarck, North Dakota. We're in action here in the 5th inning. The team from North Dakota is up 8-1. Bases loaded here, though. 2 outs for Arkansas. Good opportunity to get back in the game.
It is, and you'd hate to see it go by the wayside here because they're struggling a little bit. It might be a nice momentum boost for these kids.
Working up the pitch count here.
Yeah, Cam Miller going to go from the full windup. The pitch. There is a lazy fly ball. The first baseman retrieves back.
Play, over the
Beautiful play
catch
by Connor Hansen. Really played his position well. And that ends the threat. And after 4.5, we're 8-1. I'm sorry, after 4. Or 5 full.
5 full.
I'll get it right yet. It's 8-1.
You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas, and the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back after these messages. Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bullens Field here, the 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series. Brian Barnes is your play-by-play commentator. This is Dan Knappich doing your color. Brian, thought we were going to see some runs get pushed to the board there, but in the last inning, but didn't happen.
It was looking good for Mountain Home, but unfortunately they kind of fizzled there. It would have been a great momentum booster for those kids as they've been struggling a little bit today. But they're back out in the field going at it as we're going to kick off the 6th inning.
You know, one of the things we've remarked to the folks at home is how fast these games go. I called a game yesterday. It was over in like an hour and 15 minutes.
Really?
There is no time. These pitchers, they get right down to business. There's no dilly-dallying like you see in the major leagues, you know. And,
that's right.
And it's good to see, you know. It's a little challenging for us to stay on top of that, but that, you know, we're the least of the problem here, you know.
Hey, they're keeping it.
They keep the fans' interest, you know.
That's right. It's going to bring up number 19.
Cade Feeney.
Cade Feeney.
Right? Yeah, he's going to do a quick turnaround from the great job catching to being up at the plate here.
Yeah, he's been tearing it up. There is a curveball that just barely misses from Asa Smith, so we're going to start off with a ball. Cade Feeney flew out to center, or left field last time. He got a single, scored a couple times.
There's Cade, his favorite food, chicken strips and wings. Can't beat that for...
I'm hoping he's making some trips down to Wings over Westfield.
Favorite player, Bryce Harper, baseball player. I don't even know who that is. I'm that old, right? So
Bryce Harper?
I'm a Carl Yastrzemski guy, you know?
Yeah, I know. We're doomed. The people at home are like, who are these guys?
Well, you know, I had some the little kids say, how come that guy's not wearing a batter's glove? I said, hey, that's old school. He's reaching down the dirt, put a little spit on the hands, doing the old Carl Yastrzemski, you know?
That's right.
Who needs that glove? You don't need that
just gets in your way.
That's right.
2 balls, 1 strike to Mr. Feeney. Asa Smith staring in. And the pitch. Line shot, base hit.
Nice
through
job
the
hitting
third
there.
base shortstop
Yeah,
side.
it looks like being a catcher there for most of the game hasn't really tired him out for that, you know?
He's
going for second, Brian. How about that?
Wow.
Caught the left fielder sleeping a little bit.
He got me sleeping.
Yeah, how
I looked
about
down. Wow.
Wow, that's a great
All of us.
play. Heads up base running. Nice job.
All of us at the booth were looking down to get the next data, and there he goes.
Boy,
What
you
a
know,
heads-up play.
Not sleeping there, 8-1 lead, and boy, he just kept gunning it. So excellent play.
Boy, that was a heads-up play. That's going to bring up Connor Hansen, first baseman. So again, some of the wear and tear starting to show a little bit on the Mountain Home team.
Yeah, you didn't expect that to happen.
There is a ball hit, going to stay fouled on the first base line. Nice job by Trey Jordan to keep that ball foul.
You know, just for the folks at home maybe tuning in and watching this on TV, this field, too, also a few years back was home to the Vintage Baseball World Series. Jim Bouton,
That's right.
former Yankees player,
Yeah.
turned this place into an 1890s, 1880s style ballpark with the work gloves on. And
Indeed,
actually,
he did.
we had our own hometown team play one of our high schools in a great charity tournament, and it was classic. They do the hidden ball trick and that stuff. And the kids didn't know what to do with that, you know?
Yeah. There's the pitch low for a ball.
But this field has had a lot of interesting reuses, I guess, over the years. And then one tournament we had a Babe Ruth impersonator show up, which was pretty cool, too, here. So
There's been a lot of fun things that we've seen here at Bullens Field over the years. Kind of, again, highlights the meaning of the game here to the citizens of Westfield.
Yeah.
It was low one in the dirt.
nice scoop by the catcher there. That's a nice backhanded grab by the left
Jimmy
catcher.
Strider has done a really good job today helping out there behind home plate.
Yeah, we had quite an experience with that Vintage Baseball League. Still going strong. And
I haven't seen one in a while.
Yeah, we still got a team in town. They don't play here anymore. But
Shot to the shortstop. He's going to try. Oh, he tries to get the lead runner, and they've got him in a rundown.
Oh, boy.
Third baseman now has the ball.
Oh.
Now they're going. Oh, the ball
geez.
gets
Run,
away from
somebody
the
run. How
second
about that,
baseman.
huh?
And now they got a rundown between.
They're going to make it safe.
No, he's got him between first and second. Over to
about that?
third now.
Oh,
drops
geez.
the ball, and everybody's safe.
And everybody's tired, too. That was a lot of energy right there.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, can't even call that one. That was crazy.
No, in Feeney.
We got a replay of that, Brian.
Did you have the whole replay? Could you get the whole replay or just a little bit of it? I can't even begin to tell you what's going on here.
That's a crowd pleaser for sure.
Yeah, makes a nice play. Gets the guy in between. You got just the final part of it.
What a great job of communication between the base runners when they got stuck on the second
was.
base together. We're going to have a timeout here.
Well, yeah. Feeney's done.
Yeah.
Feeney is done. He ends up on third base, though, in that rundown situation. And Connor Hansen, of course, races around. He ends up at second. So
Absolutely great play there.
Wow.
I don't think they scripted it like that for sure because you couldn't practice for that. But
I don't think the
okay.
coaches knew that. That was just, hey, Massachusetts freestyle right there. Here we go.
I'm sporting my Babe Ruth World Series commemorative
Nice.
dry fit shirt. What do you think of that, huh?
Boy, it's nice. They give you those this year?
No, I think I had to.
I mean,
pay
you
for that.
bought
Come
it,
on,
you
I
know.
bought that. Absolutely.
You know what? A lot of great sponsors, really.
Absolutely. We've been blessed by sponsorship for this tournament. It's been a fabulous experience. I know all the broadcasting team has absolutely enjoyed it, bringing these games live to you. How about Bryce Harper? Look at the tech team is giving it to me. Plays for the Washington Nationals. Oh, man, I'm bad. I should have known that, right? But you know what? He's only hitting 234, 20 home runs.
He's a has-been.
58 RBI, 61 runs. Who the? Come on.
Yeah, Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper.
What kind of name is Bryce
I
Harper?
knew Mike
anyway?
Trout,
I mean,
though,
geez.
Brian. You asked me about a Red Sox guy. I know those guys.
We know those guys. Yeah.
We're from Massachusetts, right? There's nothing else outside.
There is
of
no
Massachusetts.
requirement
That's
ever
right.
in baseball to know any of the opposing players.
That's right. I hate to be like that.
Although I do still look out and think I'm seeing the old players.
Oh, I know
sometimes.
it. Absolutely. Every time one retires now, like Alex Rodriguez is going, I'm like, man, are you kidding me?
I know.
It's a shame, though. He's only going to be four home runs short of 700. Despite the issue with the Peds and all that, I still think it's a great testament to skill to hit a baseball. With the way these guys play today.
Unbelievable.
There's
a pitch in there for a strike.
In the era of specialized relievers and whatnot, these players, that was something. But to be 4 home runs short, I'd like to see A-Rod take. He should have, probably fessed up about the whole thing if he didn't. But
yeah. Well, Luke Domers is in there, and he's going to take a ball low. That's going to run the count to 1-1. And just to keep everybody updated, we got Feeney is on third base, and Connor Hansen, who made a very heads-up play getting up to second base on that rundown, is on second. There's an outside pitch. And Asa Smith falls behind here a little bit. It says Bryce Harper plays. Yeah, I like these little notes we get.
These guys, they don't miss a trick.
We can't repeat some of the notes we get, but that one we can. So for those of you listening locally on WSKB, welcome. There's a shot into left field. That's going to be a base hit. That may score 2.
I think it is. There's going to be a... Oh, he's going to hold him. They held him.
He is, but he's going to...
play it second.
Go to second. Got in there.
Yeah.
Heads up, base running.
Well, that was the importance of the cutoff man, right?
There you go.
Yeah, so you brought that up earlier in the game.
But he brought the cutoff, but he still didn't get him.
We have that on replay, the boys are telling us.
There you go. You can call that out while I try to catch up here.
Yeah, so here comes the throw-in, gets cut off. And a little play at second there. But I think if that had gone through, there might have been a play at the plate. Not sure if he would have made it, but certainly the runner would have been, the end outcome would have been at second anyway. So you hate to throw the ball around a lot extra unnecessarily. But
Connor Hansen on third. Luke Domers on second. Brings up Cam Miller, the pitcher. Then they're threatening again. The pitch. Asa Smith gets a high strike count. Goes ahead. 0-1.
I love it when these umpires call up that strike with authority, that a good fist pump there, so we can see that from our vantage point here.
Yeah, and that's kind of, how things have progressed. You get some umps that don't say anything.
I know.
I mean, they don't indicate.
No,
They'll
you're
say.
right, yeah.
There's a lunging shot. Second baseman ranging. First baseman will take the play.
Oh.
Tags. Fakes the nice play. Heads up.
Yeah, this has been a long inning here for the team from Arkansas for sure.
Yeah.
Not a lot of runs pushed across, but just a lot of time out there.
You bet.
1 out still, huh?
1 out. Was
That's
it?
First out, yeah.
Was it
unless
really?
The scoreboard hasn't kept up. I don't have the game changer up on me here, so.
Just going to bring up Connor Wycombe, second baseman, number 9. He has a walk, popped out to center field, and he singled with an RBI the first time up.
Yeah, 9-1. Bismarck on top of Arkansas.
And the pitch. Swing foul.
Top of the 6th action. Yeah, it looks like it's 1 out. Scoreboard is caught up by now. So 12 hits for the team from North Dakota. 1 error, 2 errors for Arkansas, 5 hits, 1 run.
Yeah, the fielder's choice was to get the leadoff guy last time. So here we go with the pitch. High for ball.
Well, that dust, you see that when the catcher snapped that?
Yeah.
Right in the umpire's face there. Huh?
And I haven't been, have been the water in the
Yeah, they have,
the
between the
basement?
games, yeah. They'd water them, and, it didn't, during the day it dries out fast, but they put water on between the games.
The 1-1 pitch. And he's going to step off third and try to pick off Hansen. Hansen safely back.
Yeah, it's a tough move for a third base runner there. The pitcher comes looking right at you. It's sometimes hard to pick up that leg kick to see if he's coming at you.
So Asa Smith's going to look in. And he's going to deal this time. Just missing. Jimmy Strider trying to frame that and get the call.
Yeah, nice job with that, holding that just for a bit to say to the umpire, hey, you see this?
Well, and it was on his side being a lefty.
Yeah.
There's the one advantage. He had the outside pitch to the right-hander, but he didn't get the call. But Asa Smith's going to try to get one this time around. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Oh.
Pitch inside and high, which causes Connor Wycombe to have to duck out of the way. And that's going to run it to 3-1. Coming up on 11 o'clock on the East Coast here.
Coming up probably at 90 degrees, too. Moments away from that as well. A little less humidity, it seems, today, though.
There's a strike.
But hot up here in the press box.
Tell you, it's a big improvement over the, well, you were here on Saturday.
Oh, gosh,
Saturday
yeah.
and Friday were
Unbelievable.
wicked.
Yeah.
And
Friday,
much,
too.
Yeah, much more so for the players, I'm sure. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Asa Smith looking to get the second out of the inning. There's a shot.
Oh.
Third baseman comes up, looks the runner back.
Wow,
Gets
what a
the runner.
play.
What a
Great
play.
throw. That's a major league throw there.
I'll tell you, Will Gross waited about as long as
I
you
know
could
it.
possibly wait. That was really well done.
And I told you about that grass at third base. Right.
Yeah.
Here comes the replay. That's just an excellent
Yeah.
play.
He looks, now watch, he's going to stay. He
Yeah.
bobbles it
Very
a little bit.
patient, right? Took
Yep.
a look at the runner. That is a major league play. Great stretch by the first baseman. Nice job
Absolutely.
all the way around. Yep.
Brings up Mason Linegang, number 32, who is playing third base today for the Bismarck, North Dakota team.
Seems like every time I look up, Mason's up at the plate.
I know. There's a strike. Good way to start off. Mr. Asa Smith gets the first ball across. So we have runners on second and third. Everybody playing at normal depth.
Our tech crew, Rick Berry and Nick Odell, doing a great job giving us
Man.
those camera angles.
They are.
Oh, took that one
Well,
in the hip, I think.
He did.
Yeah.
So now we have bases loaded.
That's my coach in me, my kid was like a pinata in baseball. He'd come home, he had like a dozen hits on him. I cringe every time that happens,
Mhm. Pinata, that's a good one.
Yeah, he just shook that off, and these kids.
Adam Feldman, who fisted a blooper into right field last time, is going to come up to bat. He has struck out and got on with a fielder's choice earlier in the game. So Feldman, who is the extra hitter.
Oh, that's a nice drive.
Boy, that's going to drop.
That's going to drop.
Into
absolutely.
right field. 1 run scores.
They're going to hold him.
They are. Beautiful job of hitting.
Yeah, nice piece of work there. Right field, right over the first baseman's head, right along the line. Nothing you could do about that.
Not at all.
Nice piece of hitting there. Yeah. That'll bring 10 runs up on for North Dakota. 1 run for Arkansas here. Top of the 6th inning action in Westfield's Billy Bullens Field at the 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series.
Birthday boy's up. Cody Sorensen has the bases loaded. Chance to increase the lead. Wind's picking up. You can hear it in the microphones just a little bit.
That feels good, though. I'll take it.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to pop that out to the first baseman who's in foul territory.
Oh, nice catch, huh?
Boy, makes a beautiful catch to end the inning.
Yeah, you got a replay on that, gentlemen? Yeah, that was a nice,
it was a nice
Major League
effort there.
play there, yeah. And it's a little bit of a transition on the outfield, the grass, just on the outside of the foul line to the dirt track that's there, and
Yeah.
made a nice play there. I guess maybe no replay, so we'll sign off here. We're just wrapping up play. At
5.5.
Top of the 6th inning. We're heading down to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to KCTT 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas, and the Babe Ruth Network. Welcome back to Westfield's Billy Bones Field action here. And actually, Brian, if you want to catch us up, we just had a hit there by the Arkansas team.
We did, and that was Will
Caught us off
Gross.
guard a little bit there.
Yeah. So that was, and here comes the bad boy out there. So we're a little late coming back, I guess.
I told you, they don't mess around in Babe Ruth baseball. They get those inning changeovers done pretty quick.
I know.
You know, the Southwest team, I was talking to the coaches, they had to find their way here to Westfield through Texas. So they played some significant heat. And I know the Sarasota team found their way here through Virginia. And, you know, I often mention to people back home, you know, we start in the season like in February or March. And then we have to battle snowflakes, freezing rain and everything. And then now it's here. So it's tough in the northern teams to play in this weather. And I do know that was one of the challenges when we sent a team down to Florida a couple years ago to the World Series. It was the intense August heat down there. Really was tough on the boys.
Right. Absolutely was. And looks like number 19 is up to bat, Jimmy Strider.
Drive there up to third base.
I'll tell you what, Strider has had quite a game behind the plate. Done a remarkable job back there. So kudos to him. Looks like Satch Harris, who started us off with a single to left field, is on first. There's a line drive base hit into left center field.
Runners on first and second. No one out here. Bottom of the sixth inning for Arkansas. Maybe they get a little action here on the plate. You know, 9 runs could still happen. They got some time left in the game. 2 more at-bats. They score in bunches here in these kinds of leagues.
So Tyler Smith is now going to step in for the first time this game, number 27. We're going to get a chance to see him. He's batting in Dylan Pausch's position. Big right-hander. And the pitch by Cam Smith in the dirt. That's going to allow both runners to advance. So we have runners now on second and third. The ball goes back out to Cam Miller.
Yeah, one of the rare pass balls that we see. The catchers have done a great job in the tournament hanging on to the balls.
Yeah. So Jimmy Strider and Satch Harris move up.
There's a grounder. Third baseman grabs it.
Oh, he's got him in a rundown between.
Yeah.
Nobody covering third base. He's not going to be able to get him.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, it was a great play all around, except the shortstop, Regender, just couldn't get over to third base to make the play in time as the third baseman had vacated, fallen in behind the catcher on the rundown.
Yeah, that's a tough play if you're the third base runner there, is to know if that was a good move to either go back or run, and he got caught.
I know.
But he made it. He made it back. Good
so
play.
The fielder's choice by the third baseman loads him up as we now have Harris and Strider and now Tyler Smith on first. So the bases are loaded.
Nice stop by the catcher.
Yes, Trey Jordan steps in and takes ball 1. And that was another good play by Cade Feeney, who's had a great game behind the plate.
No outs, Brian. This is a grand opportunity for
Here we go.
boys from Arkansas. The Blue Devils.
Big swing and a miss. Fouled off straight back. Count runs to 1-1. Yeah, so they had another opportunity to catch up last inning.
Yeah,
and
great opportunity.
Yeah, and so here we are again. So starting to catch on here for the Blue Devils.
Nice, another great stop.
Yeah,
he just did that like a pro. Did you see that? Didn't even flinch. One hopper right into the glove off to the left.
Yeah.
Nice play.
Feeney not only a good blocking ability, has a great arm. Unafraid to throw down. There's the pitch. High. He's going to miss. That's going to go for a ball. 3 balls, 1 strike. Nowhere to put him as the bases are loaded.
Outfielders are set straight away. So
Cam Miller with his first real test here. The pitch. Strike. Goes to full. 3-2.
I do know the teams do catch on some of these games on YouTube to do a little bit of scouting, advanced scouting, because there's been some excellent positioning in key moments in games that I've seen the coaches pull off.
Well, there's a hand-fisted ball that goes right to the first baseman who moved over to make the play.
Nice catch there.
Yeah.
Battling the sun. The sun at this hour of the day is right above us, and it comes right up over the plate. It's going to be tough being an infielder here at Bullens Field during 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and it brings in Miles O'Brien, the right fielder, number 22. Now it's his shot with the bases loaded and the pitch.
Ooh,
There's
nice
a line
drive.
drive base hit into left field. One run's going to score, and that is going to be where they hold him as the throw goes into third base.
Yeah, you can see the left fielder with the glove over his eyes as that ball was coming in. It was hit right at him. That's a hard ball to stop. And it one-hopped him right into the glove.
So that brings Satch Harris across to score. And Miles O'Brien with the big single RBI. And that's going to bring up number 2, Josh Printer. Printer takes a strike for his first pitch.
Yeah, Josh is having a great tournament. 692 batting average. It's had 9 hits so far. Nice drive there.
Boy, there's another base hit. Solid. Definitely 1 run, possibly 2.
Looks like they're going to hold him.
They are going to hold him as they threw to the cutoff. Great defensive play. That's how you play it right there, right by the book. But again, they're all going to advance.
Nice job by the coach to hold him. You know, hey, you're already way behind. Keep the runners intact. No need to rush it. You've got only 1 out on the board. Don't take the ball out of the player's hands. It looks like we're going to have a break in the action here with North Dakota, the coach going out to talk to the pitcher.
Coach is going to go out. Looks like we're going to have a pitch and change here as Cam Miller really did a good job.
Good call.
Yeah, he's running into being a little bit tired, but a great game. Cam Miller, he gets a great hand from the people here in the stands.
Got 2 runs across, bottom of the 6th for Arkansas. You know, it's 10-3 on the board. And 9 hits they've quietly racked up to 14 for North Dakota. So this is a game where you could easily get out of hand if you're not careful. So they're going to go for a pitch change here.
Say what?
And we're going to have a little bit of a break in action while the pitcher warms up.
Yeah, we are. So here we are. Yeah, and it looks like I didn't get the number of this guy.
So
12. There you
12,
go.
Yeah.
So number 12 from Bismarck is Skylar Riedinger. So he's going to come from shortstop to pitch. And then Cam Miller looks like he came off. And then we'll have to get the adjustments for you and see who the players are. But, you know, Dan, it's been a great game so far. And just another great experience by the for the folks here at Westfield, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. The boys on the camera bring us up.
Yeah.
No, you know, it's you know, all the level of play. Even when some of the scores have been up there pretty high, there have been absolute great plays by these ball players, and I can't say enough about all the coaches and the players, how professional they've been up here, and it's been a fabulous experience for all of us in town.
Yeah, no, it has been. Kudos to all the volunteers, you know, from the people that work downstairs to the people that chase balls, volunteered to be bat boys and girls, and just the coverage we've had from the local media. It's just been really, really a great opportunity and a great experience to be part of.
Our own Pete Cole's radio wizard, who radio and TV, who put all this technology together with his team, and it's just been a great experience. And you know, one of the big themes throughout the tournament was to just enjoy yourself, drink a lot of water, and you know, so you've been through some pretty big tournaments. What do the boys do with themselves if your game's coming up late in the day?
I'll tell you.
You know, what keeps you busy?
I know. Well, you know, we play a lot of different games. when you got baseball, guys get very creative, and you'd be amazed, especially now with the handheld devices. They come up with anything, you know.
Yep.
But, you know, some guys still like, you know, I notice a lot of the guys still listen to the 80s music.
Yeah.
That's kind of encouraging. Yeah. All right, so back we
to
go.
action. Yeah. Yeah, it's a long time. I mean, we've got a game probably go off tonight around 8 o'clock, the Sarasota game.
Yeah. So Riedinger are going to pitch to Tanner Burnham, and he gets a strike on the first pitch. Bases loaded.
Is it the North Dakota team that's going to take the bus out to Fenway Park today, or was it Arkansas? I forget now.
You know, I forgot. And the coach came up, I believe. I don't remember. But, again, another great opportunity for the kids. There's a breaking ball that's going to get by the catcher, and everybody's going to advance.
Yeah,
that is going to,
Good call.
That's going to score Tyler Smith, who came across on that pass ball.
Yeah, no bounce back there off the backstop.
Yeah. So Tyler Smith scored.
Oh, they put up 4. They got 3 runs going. It's 10-4 now.
Yeah, they're starting to make a comeback.
2 runners on, 1 out.
And here comes the pitch. There's a foul ball pulled down the right field line. Aimed at one of our not a new light pole, but
that's a new pole.
light.
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah, they took out the old wood poles.
Oh, that's right. They used to be the old. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, those were about 25 years old, I think, and it was time to retire those. So.
Yeah, Tom Edison put those up, I think. Here comes the pitch. That's in the dirt. And
Thomas
nice
Edison would
job.
recognize this park, I bet. Yeah.
I imagine there's some signatures underneath that concrete
I imagine.
stand there
yeah.
by some guys who put it up.
Yep. Well, I know when we redid the high school over, we saw a lot of bricks stamped WPA up there. So
Really?
yeah. It was a big jobs program back in the day.
There is a ball hit to right center and a
nice
diving
grab.
play. No, he did not make
No,
the
he didn't make
catch.
it?
And that's going to allow Miles O'Brien to come across.
Any
I thought he
chance-
had it. It was a great attempt, but
We
the
gotta-
ball just dropped
Yeah,
in.
we got a replay on that. That was a nice try.
Yeah.
Long run, good extension.
Yep.
Yep.
There it goes. Well, you couldn't have asked for a better effort. But, hey, we continue the roll here. Is it now 10-5? And Mountain Home has something going seriously here with runners on first and third. We've got Josh Printer on third and Tanner Burnham, who just got the single, on first. That brings up number 20, Will Gross.
It was a good effort on a hot day out there to
Yes, it was.
try to corral that ball.
There's a strike in there.
Gross at 357 in the tournament, 18 plate appearances, 5 hits, 3 doubles to this point. Could do some damage here.
Yeah, Reedinger, who had to come in and fill for Cam, brings it to the plate, and that's a ball.
Yeah, I see Arkansas a little cautious on the base pass here. You don't want to take your team out of the game yet. One
Right.
out still. No sense to send the runner just yet.
Well, he's looking back and forth. First and third is Reedinger, staring at the catcher, and there he goes. It is a curveball that drops in nicely for a strike. Will Gross not too happy with the call, but looked like a pretty effective pitch.
It's quite a crowd turning out today.
Yeah.
Huh? They filled up kind of nicely here this morning.
They're going. They're in full force. Here comes the pitch.
Oh, nice drive
There's
there.
a line.
That's
Looks
a
like it's
gapper.
into the gapper is right. That's going to bring
Wow.
1 run for sure, maybe 2. What's the coach going to do? Into the second baseman. He's going to hold him.
Yeah, he had thoughts about sending him for a minute there, but then that throw came up really nicely for the
I'll tell you,
second baseman.
I have been really impressed with this third base coach.
Yeah.
He'll tell him go, 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 but he's on it. He's pointing to different places, being directive. Really, really good third base coaching there.
Yeah, it's a good spot for him to hold him anyways. You got second and third, so there's no force, and you only have 1 out.
Yes. So Tanner Burnham is on third. Will Gross. We got 1 out. The score is now 10-6. 14 hits to 11. And here comes Asa Smith. The pitch to Asa. First one is a strike. And they have got this Bismarck, North Dakota team reeling. By the way, Bismarck is the one that cannot afford to lose this game. They go home if they lose this game.
No kidding. Yeah, it's a tough one then, huh? It's 5 runs across this inning. Oh, he said this Arkansas team can play. They got a good, talented squad here, and they're showing it today.
That's right. So the count sits at 1-1 for you folks listening on the radio.
KCTT 101.7 FM back in Yellville, Arkansas. Welcome to our live coverage at Westfield, Massachusetts 2016 14-year-old World Series.
Yeah.
Nice swing there. He wasn't cheated out of that one.
No, not at all. Pitched a little bit low. But Asa Smith now stands into the box with a chance to do some more damage. And the pitch,
Ooh, waved it
big
down.
curveball, got him.
Out in front on that one.
Big strikeout for the second out by Reedinger. Skylar Reedinger doing a very good job after coming in from shortstop. And that's going to bring up Satch Harris, who actually started this whole thing off way back with a single. And the pitch, a little bit low.
Nice stop by the catcher. I don't know if he meant to stop it like that. It took a little stinger out of him, but
Yeah.
looks like he got him up in the high in the chest protector.
Well,
but
Satch,
didn't stop it.
Satch was swinging on that one, so it's a
Yeah.
strike. That was a low, and I think that just kind of...
Yeah, those catchers, they get a lot of dings and dents in them by the time the game's
Well,
over.
that's right. And the next guy that's going to come in and do the play-by-play with me, Don Morehouse, is very well aware with that with his
Yeah,
son
with his
Evan
son,
catching
right, yeah.
all through his goaltending and hockey and
Yeah.
catching. So he's used to getting beat up. He is the walking definition of dings and beat up
Yeah.
and injuries. Yeah.
That's a tough double there, goaltending in hockey and catching. Huh?
Well, yeah. And there's a ball outside.
Wow, that's a great grab by the catcher.
Yeah, it was. Wasn't it? He really covered a lot of ground on that one.
He did. That saved our run for sure.
Yeah. And, of course, Donnie was a great goaltender in his own right in college. So we'll be talking to him here next game. Here comes the pitch. Big looping curveball, misses for a ball, and that's going to fall to 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Runners on second and third. We got Tanner Burnham and Will Gross on the bases, and up to bat is Satch Harris looking to drive them across.
Nice
There's
drive.
a line drive, base hit into right
Just
field.
over the second baseman's head.
One's going to score. They're going to challenge the arm now. In comes the throw. It's offline.
Good call by the coach to send them.
Not
Great
only
stop by
that,
the catcher.
yeah, that was heads up all the way
Yeah.
around.
Yep.
Boy, that was awesome. Satch Harris delivers with a 2-run RBI single, and then on a heads-up play on the throw to the plate, he gets to second base as it was mishandled there.
Yeah.
And now they got something going.
You know, the coach we've been watching him throughout this rally and holding the runners at third, and on this one he picked the right time to send them.
Yeah.
Got that extra run across the plate. Now it's 10-8. It's a whole new ball game here. You got a runner on second.
Oh.
2 outs now, but
Jimmy Strider stepping in. Big lefty. I don't know if he's a big lefty, but medium lefty. How's that? Ball's high.
Well, we started the game talking about how these teams score runs in bunches, and you look at that scoreboard. You got a 5 in the first inning, and you got a 7 now for the team from Arkansas. Those are big numbers.
Yeah. Reedinger starting to get a little bit shaken here, but again, I think he's in there just trying to do the best that he can. Comes to the set and the pitch in the dirt. A nice stop by Cade Feeney to keep the runner at second base.
A lot of heart by these boys. They don't want to give up. Nobody wants to walk away a loser here. So
That's right. So Feeney's going to take a second and go out and talk to his pitcher. Just talk to him a little bit, give him a little bit of break. So we're going to take a little bit of a stop here. And the merchandise is flying out. Everyone's gathering around the tents below us.
yeah.
Did you get anything good?
I
besides
did.
your
You know,
shirt?
I got a couple of books for my boys that the local author was signing the other day. I'm going to also grab a couple of balls for the boys from Sarasota to sign for my
Nice.
kids. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
It's been a good experience for those guys.
Jimmy Strider at the plate. The pitch takes a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Yeah, end of the summer, some of the kids are getting back to school soon.
The high pitch. Yeah, that's right. That's coming up. Isn't it?
Yeah. It's been a busy summer here in Westfield for a lot of different things.
Oh.
And Bullens Field has kind of topped it off this August.
Yeah, it has. Summer seems shorter to me. I mean, when I was a kid, it seemed like it went on
Endless.
forever, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
Now,
They all just go fast.
everything goes fast. There's a ball in the dirt. He's going to take a walk.
Yeah, boy, the rally continues on here.
Strider
Nice
draws a walk.
Yep.
And now,
Those fans up there from Arkansas, you can hear the bells going. They're still hanging in there.
so Tyler Smith was going to come to bat. He got called back in.
Blue Devils hanging tough.
Oh, no. I take that back. Tyler Smith has now been replaced in the batting order, and it looks like number 11, Dylan Pausch, is now going to go back in. Of course, Dylan was the guy that started on the mound, ran into a little bit of trouble in the first inning, went to right field, but then he was replaced in the batting order by Tyler Smith. And now it looks like
We got
he's
Rick
going to
Berry
come back out.
coming in for a quick announcement. For
What you got
game
there,
coverage.
mister?
Hey guys, how are you?
We're good.
I just want to give you guys a quick announcement. We just got the word that tomorrow's playoffs games have been changed.
Okay.
The 4:30 game is now going to be played at 9:30, which would be the regional championships, third place American, and then the 7 o'clock game is going to be played at 11 a.m.
Okay.
Which would be it would be the second place American versus the third place.
Okay.
And that's due to some inclement weather that is pending for tomorrow afternoon and evening.
Inclement weather here?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
never seen that.
Severe
Wow.
inclement weather.
Yeah,
so.
no kidding.
Well, good. They're on the. They're ahead of the game. I'll give them credit. There's a ball hit to the shortstop, flips to second to end the inning. So Dylan Pausch is out on the hit, and it gets him out of the inning, but not after a raging comeback. And we got a baseball game here, folks. It is now 10-8 in favor of Bismarck Notre Dame.
North Dakota.
I mean,
over the
Notre
team
Dame,
from
North
Mountain
Dakota.
Home, Arkansas. Don't go away, folks. This is just getting exciting here. You're listening to the Babe Ruth Network on KCTT 101.7 FM, Yellville, Arkansas.
Yes, sir.
We'll be right back. Thank you.
Well, hey, here we are back again. It's Brian Barnes, live from Billy Boland's Field. And so Dan Knappich had to step away. He had some fatherly responsibilities, and we appreciate Dan stopping by the box and helping out with the play-by-play. He's been doing a lot of work. And we're beginning the top of the 7th inning, and the Bismarck, North Dakota team is going to come to bat here. After a furious comeback by the Blue Devils of Mountain Home, they are only up 10-8, and they have 14 hits to 12, respectively, on the day. So stepping in now is going to be number 12, Skylar Riedinger, who had to take over pitching duties, and he's going to come to the plate. And the pitch is fouled off by Skylar down to the third base line. So we got next game in the hop. Looks like I'll be joined by Donnie Morehouse. I'm just looking up at the schedule. He's going to fill in for the Pacific Southwest against the Eastern Mass game at 11:30. So we'll look forward to seeing him. Donnie, of course, a hockey announcer. So you're in for a treat with Donnie in the box. There's a strike. Brings the count to 0-2 to Mr. Riedinger. Beautiful day here at Billy Boland's Field. Wind blowing now. Low humidity. Much better than what we've been seeing here. Still on the mound and working for the Blue Devils. Okay, there's a rip down the third base line that got through the legs of Will Gross. And that's a single for Skylar Riedinger. Darren Noltz is on. So we've got Riedinger on first base. Right away he comes in with a single shot down the third base line. Darren Noltz is coming up, number 7. Will Gross looked like he had a chance at that ball, but it was just hit really, really hard and found its way between his legs. Asa Smith still on the mound and doing a great job here for the Blue Devils, as they are trying to fend off these guys and get back at the plate so they can throw up some more runs, as they're going to bat last at the end of the 7th. So this is an important inning for Asa Smith and his defensive squad as they try to hold off Bismarck. Throwback. Asa Smith has a great move to first base, and he's been showing us that here repeatedly throughout the game. Again, throwing back just to keep the runner close. Riedinger getting a modest lead. Really not past that notch in the grass there on the first base side, so not too aggressive. As he steps off to look to first base, and that forces Skylar Riedinger back. To the stretch for Asa Smith, and the pitch. There's a hard hit ball down the third base line, foul just out of the outstretched arms of the third base coach. You can come to our website, www.westfieldworldseries.com, and catch up on all the games, statistics, schedule, weather, all kinds of good stuff to see on that. So don't hesitate to check us out. Asa Smith coming to the stretch and the pitch. And there is a bunt attempt. You don't see that too often. Darren Noltz, just trying to get something, actually lunged at the ball. It was pretty far outside of the strike zone. But in an attempt to try to advance the runner, he really threw it out there. Missed. So he gave, and it's a strike. That brings the count to 0-2 to Darren Noltz. Of course, on Twitter, hashtag Westfield BRWS. That's BRWS for Babe Ruth World Series. There's a hit back to the pitcher, a chance for a double play. He flips it over to the second baseman for one, back to the first baseman, not in time, just by about a half a step. So it was a great attempt by the shortstop, Josh Printer. Relayed it over to, but he just couldn't get the throw over to Trey Jordan in time, by about a half a step. And that's going to bring up Cade Feeney, the catcher, who's had an outstanding game behind the plate today. Feeney looks out. Asa Smith kind of surveying, looking over to first base. Trey Jordan ready for a throw, and he does get one over there, as that seems to be the theme for Asa Smith, going out there and trying to keep the runners close, knowing the importance of this inning. So we've got one out. Feeney at the plate. Reedinger taking a lead again. The throw back over by Asa Smith just to keep the runner close. Cade Feeney looks down at the third base coach. A little bit of a discussion going on. Asa Smith now comes to the stretch. And back again to first base, and this time he got Reedinger leaning. It was very close. Reedinger actually started to make a move towards second base just to widen his lead. I don't think he was going to steal. He was just trying to widen his lead. And they got him leading the wrong way. Very, very close. He's going to throw over again. You know, there comes a point in time when that becomes disadvantage. That just is going to wear out your pitcher. And it really doesn't accomplish anything, and you risk the chance of throwing the ball away. So hopefully we're going to see Asa come to home plate, which he does, but he throws a ball. So we start the batter off with one ball and no strikes after numerous throws over to Skylar Reedinger. Asa Smith to the stretch. Back over to first. And actually, I'm surprised that the coach hasn't told him to maybe minimize the risk of throwing over there at this stage. Reedinger does not have that big of a lead, to be honest with you. I don't know how his speed is, but he does not have a significant lead, at least to be throwing over that much. But then again, what do I know? I'm your announcer, and I'm sitting here and happy to be bringing you this game. Asa Smith almost threw it away. The first baseman, Trey Jordan, reaching across and making a nice grab so the ball wouldn't get by first base. So we're going to do it again. To the windup and the pitch. High. Ball two. So his delivery is great over to first base, but not so great when we're coming to the home plate with a 2-0 count. Asa Smith looking in, the coach kind of communicating a few things to him. And the pitch. High ball, it was contacted. It's a looks like the third baseman. Actually, it was number 20, Will Gross, going over. Really made a nice play, just couldn't get to the ball in time. Looked like it was a toss-up between Josh Printer and Will Gross, who wanted to take it. The left fielder, Gage Hirschberger, was also in the conversation, but it ended up falling and dropping in. So it was a long strike, 2 balls, 1 strike. There's 1 out in this inning. The Blue Devils trying to hold these guys at bay, not allow any more runs to score. Cade Feeney at the plate, right-hander. Looks out. Asa Smith kind of surveying and back to first base again, trying to get Skylar Reedinger, who really isn't leading and he isn't leaning and not doing any of those things. So obviously they think he's a threat. We will see here as this plays out here a little bit more in the inning. Coach is going to call a timeout. So the Blue Devil coach called a timeout. He's going out to talk to Asa Smith. That's going to give us a little bit of time to take a break here. So again, there were some changes for the local folks that are here that were just talked about. Tomorrow, the games for 4:30 and 7 were switched to 9:30 and 11, and you can look at your your schedule to figure out those games. But it was due to inclement weather, and you know we've been having problems with the weather here at Westfield. It's just been huge humidity, a lot of thunderstorms. Actually, we've had a great summer here. So unfortunately, Murphy's Law came into account, and when the World Series came to town, in came all the bad weather and the humidity. But everybody's done a great job trying to keep up with this, and the players and the coaches and everybody have kept patient. And really, it's been a model World Series for all the changes and the behind-the-scene things that have happened. It's really been a phenomenal experience. So Asa Smith is going to go back to work after talking with his coach. Comes to the set, and the pitch, the runner goes. The ball gets by the catcher all the way, and the runner's going to make it to third. The throw down is not going to be in time. So Darren Noltz all the way around, and I kept calling him Reedinger, who was forced out in the fielder's choice, so my apologies there. But number 7, Darren Noltz, all the way to third on the pass ball, and that's going to bring up, or that's going to, Cade Feeney's still up at bat here on the pass ball. Infield in now. There's a hit to the third baseman. He looks back. The runner, wide throw, missed the tag. He's still safe as the runner actually turned left instead of going right down the outfield line. And we got a good shot about that if you look at your monitor. The hit to third baseman, Will Gross does a great job looking him back. The throw's a little bit off the stretch, and he misses the runner, who ends up turning left and going into the field of play. But Trey Jordan couldn't get back to him in time, so a lot happened in there. The end result, runners on first and third. 1 out. They're going to mark it up as an error. And at bat, 15, Connor Hansen. Darren Noltz standing on third. Cade Feeney at first base after the error on the play. And that brings up Connor Hansen. As Josh Printer just came in and was talking with his pitcher, Asa Smith. A little bit of an exchange there. Kind of a big spot now as we only have 1 out. They're trying to hold these guys. They've clawed back to a 2-run deficit. The Blue Devils want to keep it there if they can. Throw back to first, diving back in is Cade Feeney. And it continues, the throw over to first base. A little problem with the first base, the base itself. Umpire stamping on it, getting it back in so nobody gets hurt. And we are ready to resume play. So Connor Hansen digging in. Throw back over to first base. And now they're having another problem with first base. Something about the bag over there. Probably have dirt down in the tube, which they're going to have to dig that out eventually. They're stamping on it. and they're going to call out the grounds crews. So we're going to have a little bit of a break while they fix our base. Sometimes that's a problem here at Bullens Field. They got a break while they dig up. So the umpires are going to take this opportunity to kind of sit, maybe catch up a little bit. They're talking. You know, umpires like to talk too, so they're going to come over and talk to their buddies during this break, this timeout. And, you know, we talked a little bit ago about the F-15 squadron that's here, the 104th Fighter Wing, commanded by Jimmy Keefe. And Pete Green is their vice commander. They've been established here since the 40s, have an outstanding reputation in history. Of course, they were in the Gulf War. They've been in a lot of other conflicts prior to that. Actually, we're just named the most outstanding fighter interceptor group in the United States in the Air National Guard. And we're just so proud to have them here in town, supporting our economy and supporting the war on terror. And just so proud to have those folks here. Very grateful for them. So it looks like we're getting ready to resume play again. Asa Smith kind of adjusting his cap, getting ready to go. The runners taking their leads. And we've got Connor Hansen, lefty. And he goes to third. The runner breaks from first to second. They have the runner. This is by design, folks. They're going to try to get the guy. Goes to first base. The batter or the runner is out. And that was absolutely a design play to try to get the runner home from third base. But it didn't work. The Blue Devils did an outstanding job of making the defensive play. Really textbook. So hats off to the Blue Devils in a tight spot. They made the big play when they needed to. That's going to preserve their run deficit. There's 2 outs. And that's now... Well, we've got Connor Hansen still. Connor Hansen still there. Lefty at home plate. And the pitch. Wide. Wide outside to the left and low. So a big play, erasing the runner who was trying to break to second. Got him in a rundown. And there's one man on third base. Number 7, Darren Noltz. So kind of what happened before, they tried to pick off Noltz on the pitch. But as they tried to pick off Noltz, the runner broke from first, and he ended up getting in a rundown between first and second as Noltz was unable to score. Great defensive play by the Blue Devils. Asa Smith to the set and the pitch. There's a line drive to the shortstop. He backhands it. This is going to be a tough play, folks. He's not going to make it, and the run scores. Really good play by Josh Printer. He just could not get there in time. The ball was hit deep enough, and so we've got another run on the board, and that increases the lead to 11-8 on an RBI single by Connor Hansen, and that's going to bring up number 20, Luke Domrez, the right fielder. Domrez steps in, and the pitch, low and in the dirt, blocked by Jimmy Strider, but the runner's going to advance anyways. So Connor Hansen making his way down to second base, and on a pass ball, or a wild pitch actually, I think. Again, a great job by Jimmy Strider to try to get in there and block it, but he was unable to do that. So Asa Smith here, getting a little worn down. Trying to keep his team close to the set and the pitch. That ball's going to be high. High for ball 2, so we have 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs. A runner on second base. Beautiful day here. Big, high, puffy clouds. Light breeze, probably about 80-something degrees. As Asa Smith steps off to keep the runner close at second base. Hamburger smell starting to waft up here. Hamburgers are smelling good, fellas. Going to be hard to lay off those in between games. There's a pitch for a strike by Asa Smith, brings the count to 2-1. Then Asa Smith goes to the stretch, looks to second, and the pitch. Low and in the dirt. That'll be ball 3. 3-1 count. 2 outs. Looks like Rick Barry's here with me. You jump in there, Rick?
Yes, I am. Just a little update. We were actually texted the wrong times for tomorrow. They are actually going to be 9 and 11:30. So the original schedule.
There's a shot just past the outstretched glove of Will Gross. That is going to bring Connor Hansen in. And nice job by the Blue Devils to keep him to a single. So anyways, another run scores, and go ahead.
And the original game that was scheduled at 4:30 is now going to be played at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And the game that was scheduled at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening is going to be played at 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts.
Okay, and we can check the website for that?
Yes, that'll be
Okay.
all posted on the website. And I guess there's some inclement weather coming in.
Okay, very good.
So
thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And Cam Miller coming up to plate with runner on first base, Luke Domers, who just had an RBI single. Asa Smith deals low and in the dirt. Ball 1. So 17 hits today by this Bismarck team. Blue Devils have 12. Looks like we're going to have a pitcher change as we got a player running in. Asa Smith talking with his coach. And his day is going to be complete as he gets set to walk off the field and welcome the new Blue Devil pitcher. They're even going to swap gloves. And it looks like the new pitcher is going to be... Well, we don't know. I thought it was going to be the third baseman who's running into the dugout. We have all kinds of activity here. But we got a new pitcher now. And once I get his number, we'll be able to identify that. His back is... I'm on the third base side as we're bringing you this game. He's a righty. It looks like number 7, if I'm not mistaken, for the Blue Devils, which would make that Trey Jordan, who was playing first base. So Trey Jordan's going to come in to pitch. And a righty. So a lot of different changes going on, and we will try to bring those to you the minute that we know what they are. We have to kind of do that visually. We don't have anybody pumping us the information, so if they don't turn their numbers to us, we have no way to know who's playing in what position, unfortunately.
Yes, he is number 7.
Okay, so that's going to be Trey Jordan coming on to pitch.
And from my vantage point, I cannot see who is taking over at first base.
Yeah, he's talking.
Yes.
It almost looked like it's Will Gross, because Will Gross went in, and I think what they were doing was tossing and changing first baseman mitts around. That's probably what the exchange of the mitts were.
It could be, yeah.
So how's everything back in the booth? How do you like that?
It's fun. You know, we're all volunteers here, and we've been working hard out here. We've got Connor Medeiros took over for me on the controls of the cameras.
Yeah.
He's actually going to be doing the next game with us, so he came in early, and I came in to run some stats up to you and give you some more information on, as we get it. It's been fun. This has been a great tournament.
Yeah, it has been. Will Gross, I believe that is him over there at first, and we'll have to get you the guy in third. First pitch in there for a strike. So Trey Jordan deals effectively the first time across the plate. Looks like it's 23, which is Satch Harris has come out of the out left field and come in to play third base. There's a lunge, goes right to Satch Harris, hits him in the chest. He has no play. It was a shot, and that's going to put the base runner on. So Miller, who was pitching, was up to bat and got, again, hit a shot. There's just no way that Satch could have made that play. Runners on first and second.
Yeah, that was a rocket right into his chest.
That's going to bring up, that's going to bring up number 9 for Bismarck. And that's Connor Wycombe, second base. So Wycombe facing Trey Jordan. It's funny, players almost take on a whole new demeanor when they go to pitch. Their stance at first base and the way they bat just does not translate to the way they pitch. There's a swing and a miss.
Exactly.
Foul.
Exactly. He's got a nice stretch. He looks good. And it's got to be probably from playing out there on first base. He's warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah. It's kind of unique, when you get to this kind of situation, you do have players coming in that are playing the field. They're not warming up. They don't have the luxury to go to the bullpen and warm up, so it's helping them out a little bit. It's a tough spot for a kid to be in.
Right. They get 5 or 6 pitches off of the mound to warm up, and then they're ready to go.
Yep. So Will Gross settling in over there at first base. And at third base, we got Satch Harris. And Trey Jordan comes to the stretch. There's a nice strike, off-speed pitch, big curveball, and he goes ahead 0-2 in the count. Yeah, I'm looking over. We got Donnie Morehouse just arriving for the next game, as this one's actually run well past its time. There's a strike. He punches him out. So a big strikeout for Trey Jordan. And he keeps his team in it, and it is 12-8. They got to come up with 4 runs as we're going to run to the bottom of the 7th and their last chance for the Blue Devils of Mountain Home. And you are listening to us on the WSBK in Westfield. And
89.5.
Yeah, and then, the other one, they took my thing, so I'm sorry. The shout-out I wanted to give the folks in Arkansas, it's been taken from me. I don't have it anymore. But you listen on the World Series World Network, and we'll be back. Okay, folks, and we're back again. We got a pitch and change. Cade Feeney, who's been doing an outstanding job behind home plate today. Big righty. He's going to take the mound to try to close out this game for Bismarck, North Dakota. And the leadoff batter looks like is going to be Trey Jordan, who had come on and from first base and got that big strikeout in the last inning. So Trey Jordan is going to start off this inning and hopefully lead the Blue Devil rally here as we get ready to begin the 7th inning and the final at bat for the Blue Devils, who, by the way, are 4-0 in pool play, undefeated up to this point. Bismarck, North Dakota, who's in a do-or-die situation, are 3-1 and at the top of their pool. But even though they're on the top, if they lose this game because of the tiebreaker system, the coach was saying they go home.
That's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
And before we went on the break, we were talking about players coming in to pitch. Now we've got the catcher now coming in to pitch.
Yeah.
And that's even tougher because being a catcher is one of the toughest positions out there.
It is. But he also knows the hitters. So there's some positives to this, right?
You're
he knows
exactly
the
right.
hitters. He's seen them go through, so he kind of knows what he wants to do.
Yep.
And I didn't even see who's filling in behind the plate for him. So the first pitch was a strike. A little bit more speed here as he's a bigger player, has a little bit more velocity. He starts off 0-2.
It looks like it's number 11 behind the plate now.
Number 11, so I have no number 11.
We have no number
No,
11.
that's the thing. We're not quite sure. It's tough to tell with that numbers. Here comes the pitch. Fouled back as he gets it does look like number 11.
I'll check and see
It
if I
could
can
be
get
Cam Miller. He kind of looks like it, but
number 14.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell because he's got the catching gear, but
Yeah.
I don't know if they have any idea next door. There's the pitch, fouled back, and an excellent job by Trey Jordan staying alive as Cade Feeney bringing some heat when he's pitching, the best velocity really we've seen all day. And not being here for his previous games, he may be a pitcher. There he goes, punches him out with a strike.
That was a beautiful pitch.
Beautiful pitch in the inside part of the plate. Down goes Trey Jordan, and that brings up Miles O'Brien.
You know, we got a beautiful day here in historic Bullens Field.
There's a strike, and he's continuing to deal. He's on point today. Boy, really ramping up the velocity. There's strike two. 2 straight strikes now that he's thrown. So Miles O'Brien trying to find a way to get on any way he can to give his team some life. There's a hit down at first base. The first baseman does it, or he retrieves it. He doesn't do it. Throws over to Feeney, who was covering first base, and he barehanded the ball on the run. Showed a lot of athleticism. He's quite an athlete.
We got the replay up here.
Yeah, you can see this as he goes over to cover first base. The ball is actually thrown ahead of him, and he doesn't bother to stick the glove out. And it's an overhand throw to boot, and he just catches it with his bare hand.
Nice.
And there's a pop-up to second base. This will end the game. And that does it as the Blue Devils suffer their first loss and go to 4-1. Bismarck, North Dakota stays off elimination. They go to 4-1, and they're going to stay around. And I think they're going to finish at the top of their pool. So congratulations to them. Final score here from Billy Bowen's Field is 12-8, with the Bismarck, North Dakota team amassing 18 hits. And the Blue Devils could only scrounge up 12, which by any other measure would be a fantastic day. So the lines go 12 runs, 18 hits, 1 error for Bismarck, 8 runs, 12 hits, 3 errors for the Blue Devils, who will still be around. So both teams will still be around to play. So on behalf of Dan Kanapik, who had to leave, and Rick Berry, Nick Odell, who's back here doing the grinding work behind me, I'm Brian Barnes, and we will be back with the next game, now scheduled for 11:30, probably going to go off in another 20 minutes or so, and I'll be welcoming Donnie Morehouse, who's the play-by-play commentator for the UMass Minuteman hockey team, and has a lot of experience and history here in the city of Westfield, Mass. I think you're going to enjoy having Donnie on. So we will be back shortly to bring you the next game. It's been a pleasure. And on behalf of all of us here at Westfield, we will be talking to you again soon.
Welcome to 2016 Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes here in the broadcast booth with the third man in, Dan Lucia, one of the coaches of the Westfield 14-year-olds. How are you?
Doing well. How are you, Don?
Good to see you up here, and we'll talk to you about your upcoming game, final game in pool play, and Dan will be providing some color on the game going on right now, and that is Pacific Southwest, the Tri-Valley team from California against Arlington, Massachusetts. They are the Eastern Mass representative. And Brian Barnes, this Pacific Southwest team has had quite a run so far here in the tournament.
They have had quite a run. Very impressive. Actually, I'm very impressed by all the teams. When you get to this level, it's amazing. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier together that, you grow up in this part of the world, and when you get out there and you start to see some of these regional teams come in from all over the United States, I've been very impressed at the level of play and the attention to fundamentals that all the players have.
And Dan, you've obviously been coaching a lot of games, but I'm sure you've watched a lot. Any team that you've seen here in the tournament so far that stands out to you?
Well, you got to figure the Pacific Northwest or Southwest team, rather, from California's got to be the favorite.
Mhm.
They were the champions last year, back again this year, and it's succeeding so far.
The starting pitcher, Tyler Callahan, gets ready to throw out the first pitch here for Eastern Massachusetts, and starting off for Pacific Southwest is Michael O'Hara.
So Michael O'Hara digs in. He's a lefty. And we're into the first pitch. And it's high for a ball. Good size right-hander on the mound, number 5, Tyler Callahan. Looks in. Working from the full windup.
I was talking with one of the
Ball 2.
One of the Tri-Valley coaches before the game. He said that their goal is to get 1 run per inning. If they get more,
Really?
fine. But that is the goal. You want to get 1 across the plate per inning.
3 balls and no strikes in the pitch. Low in the dirt, and he's going to walk him on 4 straight pitches.
Dan, how tough is that when you walk the first batter?
You never want to walk the first batter. If you look at the percentages, they score a very, very high percentage of the time. It also puts pressure on your defense. Gets you out of the groove, and it gives the offense an opportunity to run some plays, whether it be on a base pass or bunt or something of that nature too, to get things going.
Joey Batalega digging in here for his first pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner.
Hopefully Callahan can find his groove, getting 1 over the plate.
Well, he starts off 0-1. Moderate lead there on first base by O'Hara. And the check over to first base to keep him honest. Callahan looks over. O'Hara with a pretty good lead. He's going to keep him back there. The throw's a little bit low, but snatched up nicely by Tom Kitzmiller. And we're into the stretch, and the pitch. Looked like a breaking ball that he just got a piece of. Foul.
Squares the bunt there. That makes sense, right? Nobody out, man
That's
on.
right. Get something
Move 'em
going.
along.
Yeah, it looked like he may have been pushing that thing. He was out of the box pretty quick. If he's going to straight sacrifice, he probably wants to get the thing down. He's giving himself up.
And he checks over to first once again.
That's never your best move, your first one over there. That's always the one to make the guy think he can take an extra step.
That's right.
Looks like to me, too, he's been stepping back off the rubber. And if that were to go out of play, that's 2 bases.
And the pitch, high. Catcher jumps up out of the crouch.
Just underway here. This is the Pacific Southwest against Arlington, Mass. We are still in pool play, wrapping it up today before the tournament. The brackets start tomorrow.
That one kind of a weak throw over, bounces in the dirt. Nice scoop by Kitzmiller. So Batalega, see if we can advance the runner here. Shot up the middle, base hit. So we're off to a good start here.
Well, if Tri-Valley wants to score 1 run per inning, they are well on their way. Nobody out, 2 men on, and coming up the number 3 hitter, Jack Grant.
Well, the coach is going to come out already. Probably just settle the guys down. We've had a couple big innings by teams in the last few games to start off in a big way. I know the last game we did. So I guess they're just trying to keep him from getting a little bit rattled as these games get to mean more and more as we go deeper.
How about that? They've taken Callahan out of the game.
Wow.
So the quick exit, 2 men on, nobody out, and we're lucky to have Dan Lucia with us, coach, one of the coaches for the Westfield Babe Ruth team, and I don't know, is that too early of a hook right there?
Well, sometimes you go quick hook and just if he doesn't have it, or maybe try and sneak a couple outs out of the guy, see if he can get an inning or two, save some pitching elsewhere. That might have been his strategy, but we'll have to see.
So Andy Malatesta looks like he's going to come in from second base to do the pitching. And we're going to stand by to see what other kind of changes are going to take place here.
And there are pitching restrictions, too, for this tournament, correct?
Yes, it's 7 innings in 2 consecutive games. So, for example, if you throw 5 innings, game 1, you're eligible for 2 in game 2. If you were to throw those 2, now you're eligible for 5 again because it's a rolling 7 innings per every 2 games.
So you're not going to get a guy back-to-back games unless he's doing 3 and 3, but you still might see him a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. I know the team from Tri-County, Maine, they have 2 guys who throw very well, and they've used them quite often.
Mm-hmm.
So my eyes, unless they deceive me, we've got number 15 who was in right field, Sam Theodore. Looks like he's moving into second to take over for Malatesta. And somebody's gone into right field for him, and once we get that change, we'll give it to you.
I'm interested to see what Tri-Valley does here. With the number 2 batter, they did show bunt. Number 3 batter kind of goes against the grain. Bunt with your 3-hitter, as he's typically your best hitter.
Yeah.
But if you want to try and get a couple runs in an inning, if you want to, if he's got wheels, you drop one down. See what happens.
Word is that everybody bunts on this team. So, again, I had a great conversation with one of the coaches before the game, and he said they'll bunt their 4 batter if the opportunity is there, and they think they can move runs across the plate.
One thing I like to tell the batters, too, is, hey, try and push it down the line. If it goes foul, oh, well, it's strike 1.
Yep.
If you get it down, you got a chance for a hit. Now we got the bases loaded in a situation like this.
So that brings up Jack Grant, right-handed hitter. And he's going to face Andy Malatesta, who's going to throw his first pitch here early on in the first inning. And he gets a strike across for his first pitch.
He throws hard, that's for sure. That one looked high, but got enough of the top of the strike zone.
You know, and we got had the same thing last game. First pitcher gave up 3 walks. They took him out in the first inning. And the pitch, high off-speed pitch. Yeah, just misses, goes down the right field
Had to
line.
chase it, though, because the first one was a called strike, same spot. He had to go up for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Here, Callahan has to be careful. 0-2, he's way ahead. Nothing too good here.
Malatesta steps off the mound to check back the runner at second base. Tri-Valley, California, sporting the camo uniforms. Look pretty sharp. And the pitch, curveball going to be lined into right field for a base hit. Runner's going to be, nope, they're going to hold him. Going to hold him at third.
So the camo uniform, some significance to that. This is the only Babe Ruth team in the country that plays on an active military base. They play at Camp Park, California.
There you go. That would make sense. That's going to bring up a lefty, Tom Gavello, who's the second baseman.
Nice shot there by Jack Grant out to right field.
Absolutely.
And Malatesta got a little too much plate on that 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, you said, you have a chance there. You don't have to be too careful. You can kind of try and maybe pick a corner off or something, but like you said, a little too much of the plate there.
And the pitch, a little bit inside. It's going to go for ball 2.
You stick the elbow out, you got an RBI right there.
Yeah, the 2-0 count. You got to figure he's got to try and throw a strike here because he can't walk you. So you got to look for something right there.
And he finds a strike.
That might have been it.
Count goes to 2-1. Now Latesta just trying to find his groove here.
Cavello has a home run in the tournament here.
Really?
No, he does.
Is it over? Do we know? Was it?
I believe it was over at Yakum.
Wow.
That's a good poke out to right field.
It's a very
I
good
guess
poke.
so. Got some power. And the 3-1 pitch coming. There's a long fly foul ball is going to be out of play.
That's a legit foul ball, too.
That
He's
is.
got some pop, that's for sure.
That is. If he can hit it out of Yakum, he can certainly test the fence here at Bullens Field. 325 out to right.
That's right.
And Arlington's got the corners in, but the middle's going to play back early in the game.
Yeah. And Malatesta to the plate. Looks like he popped it up. First baseman's coming in to call for it and makes the grab easily for the first out.
1 out in the inning, no score. Bases still loaded. Coming up, number 5 hitter, Asher Golden. Golden was the hitting champ of the 13-year-old World Series.
Was he?
Yeah.
Tall guy.
What do you think? I'm making this stuff up?
Well, you know.
If you are, you sound good.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. First pitch is high ball. Yeah, you know, it's just amazing. It's funny, we were announcing the other game, and we didn't have enough information on the first team. Well, it just happened that they won last year's World Series, so a lot of talent here. That's high for another ball. 2-0.
Malatesta came in a tough spot here. 2 men on, nobody out, and the game had just started.
To the plate for his first strike. Count goes to 2-1.
I think Malatesta could really go for a one-hop grounder. See if he can get himself a double play and get out of this.
That would be welcome. The 2-1 on the way. High ball 3. Not a good situation to be in. Up against a good hitter, you got to get this one across. See how he does.
Ooh.
Misses. So he's going to walk in a run.
Just missed there. Doesn't look too happy with that call.
Going to give try, yeah.
So we're getting the high strike, right? So do you go out to the mound and tell your pitcher, listen, you know, put it right across the numbers because they're giving you that high strike, and if you're going to miss high, you know, you might get a call.
Again, that kind of goes against the grain, too. You want to live down in the zone,
Right.
but I mean, if he's calling it, also got to figure this Tri-Valley team, they're going to hit the baseball, so you live up at the waist, it might get yourself in a predicament.
Jaden Shepard stepping in and takes the first pitch for a ball.
1 out, 1 run across here in the top of the first.
Yeah, he gets a strike across. What would you call that kind of a stance? I don't want to really call it open, but
Well, it's open. I think I'm going to hit the ball a long way. That's what it's called.
There's a high ball. Brings the count to 2-1.
We got another visit from the coach for Arlington. He'll go out and he'll talk to Malatesta. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes in the broadcast booth with Dan Lucia, one of the coaches of the Westfield team. And this is it, Coach. 2 o'clock this afternoon. Final game for our Westfield boys who've had a certainly not the run they were hoping for in the tournament, but they, as you and I talked about off the air, very competitive in the first couple games. You know, the early morning game, kind of the makeup game, things kind of fell apart, but I thought they regrouped in the afternoon. And this is it. You know, what's the message to the boys as they get ready to play their final game here in the Babe Ruth World Series?
I mean, we've held our own. We competed against you know, the 3 teams are 3-1. Yeah, we did have our one yesterday morning. We didn't have our best performance, but the other 3 games we really competed. You know, a couple hits here or there. You know, one mistake that we were able to get out of. You know, it could be a different scenario.
So here we are at 3-1. In danger of perhaps walking in another run early in the game is Andy Malatesta. To the plate. Looks like he popped it up. Third baseman's calling for it. makes the grab.
Little confusion there, but they make the out. 2 out now in the top of the first. One run across for Pacific Southwest.
Yeah, Tim Mazel did a great job getting under it, but you're right. There wasn't much communication, kind of a who's going to take it early on in that play.
One of them just got to be a little louder, I think. Let the other one know that they're really taking that.
Brings up Steinhauer. First pitch is a strike.
Hey, going back to what you were saying, Don, over this afternoon, our message to the boys is we have one more opportunity to play in front of our hometown crowd, our families and friends, and we're just going to go and try and take advantage of it and leave it all out on the field. And win, lose, or draw, if we leave it out there, we can't. We got to be proud of ourselves.
Ball's in the dirt. Nice block by Caden Fitzpatrick.
For those who are watching and listening and, didn't have a chance to come out to Westfield to watch this tournament, a lot of people in the stands on Saturday night, even on Thursday night opening ceremonies, talking about, it's like Friday Night Lights for baseball here in Westfield. It's a very important community event when there's a baseball game in this town.
Exactly. That pitch is high for a ball.
Some of the parents were even talking. Don, you're a parent of one of the players. Go to a grocery store or something, you're wearing your Babe Ruth shirt, and you get stopped by multiple people asking, how's the team doing? You guys having fun? So on and so forth. They're very supportive, the whole community.
Steinhauer rips the ball to first base. Tom Kitzmiller up with it, made a fantastic play to end the inning.
So one run across, and we go to the bottom of the first. Pacific Southwest with the lead. Eastern Mass, the Arlington team coming up. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. The 14-year-olds were Billy Bullens Field here in Westfield, Massachusetts. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes, and Dan Lucia in the broadcast booth. And Evan Chevalier is getting set to throw for Pacific Southwest. And it is Evan's birthday. He is 15 today.
Really?
And I think, if you turn 15 during the tournament, the 14-year-old tournament, you age out. Move the guy along.
He is looking a little bit.
I know.
I did read that the Little League was looking into changing their age because it's the 12-year-old Little League World Series, and a lot of the kids turned 13 prior to.
Yep.
And that was something I had read. Now, the truth, I don't know, but I read it. If it's on the internet, it's got to be true.
If it's on the internet, it's got to be true. So Chevalier's done with his warm-up pitches, and he'll face Anthony Masuri, Sam Theodore, and Brendan Jones, top of the order for Arlington, Massachusetts. One of the coaches of Arlington is Kelly McCormick, Boston police officer and Cathedral High graduate. He graduated with me back in 1983. And
so he's a young guy.
Yeah. He's over there with the cane, hobbling along.
So we start off with the extra hitter, which is something that you never used to see a lot a few years back, but now they implement that and use it pretty effectively. Lefty?
I believe Missouri is their regular catcher. We played Arlington last summer. He was very impressive. Hit the ball well and did a great job behind the plate for him.
Squares to bunt. First pitch up high. Ball one. Yeah, Chevalier looks like he's out of his league here.
Yep.
This is high again.
He's got to be a heck of a presence on the mound. Big lefty. He's a leadoff batter, left-handed.
Chevalier looks in and gets the sign. Ball three, missing up high on every pitch.
And catcher Corey Steinhauer trying to settle him down. You know, we've seen this almost every game. That first inning, both pitchers, it takes them a little bit to get comfortable. It cost Callahan the starting slot when he put 2 men on in the first inning.
That's right.
But you got to give him a chance to settle in.
Absolutely. Missing high for the 4th time. So in 5 pitches, he walks the first batter, and he's going to walk down to first base, and that will bring up Sam Theodore, the right fielder.
We'll get a visit from the coach.
Here we go.
Tri-Valley.
Early visits.
Take a walk out there.
The manager's getting their cardio here in the
They
first
are.
inning.
1-0 the score, bottom of the first. We are here at the Babe Ruth World Series in Pacific Southwest taking on Eastern Massachusetts. That's Tri-Valley versus Arlington. And we are wrapping up pool play today. And then they will seed everybody for the tournament bracket starting tomorrow.
Hey, going back to the top half, Callahan was taken out early. By rule, if he's taken out on the first trip, he can re-enter as a pitcher later in the game. So that could be something that Arlington's coaching staff has in their back pocket now if they were to need to use him again. He is available.
I knew there was a reason to have him up here.
I know. We would have been like, how come this guy's coming back? What the heck's going on?
We would have had the rules committee up here.
But it has to be on the first trip. That's the key to that.
Gotcha. Off-speed pitch found it for a strike for Chevalier for the first pitch. Looks over to first base. Rips a single down the right field line. So that's going to put runners on first and second. Nobody out.
It's like we've seen this before here in the top half.
I know. Let's see if Arlington can match them and bring a run across. Looking good so far.
Lefty, lefty, lefty against the left-handed hurler.
Looks like the Westfield lineup.
Yeah. Haven't seen our move. We won't see it now for a while from the lefty. So Anthony Missouri takes his lead off second. Very conservative. And the pitch. Outside, ball one.
Well, you've got a walk, you've got a single. There's no sense in getting thrown off of a base. Don't need to take any chances here.
There's a shot to the shortstop. He cleans it, fields it cleanly to second, to first for the double play. Well executed.
Well, that's one way to help yourself out there. Get yourself closer to getting out of this jam.
In Tri-Valley, they do not make errors. If you're going to beat them, you have to get hits.
Check out the replay here. Shortstop does a great job getting rid of the baseball. The second baseman does a great job getting it over to first base quick to beat the runner by a half a step.
Yeah, that was classic.
Quick flip, good hands, good stretch, everything. That was very, very well done by Tri-Valley.
Beautiful job. And the first pitch in there for a strike to Callahan with 2 outs now and a runner on third. Lines a curveball into right field. The right fielder ranges back, makes the catch for the third and final out.
So Arlington leaves a man on and score 1-0. South Pacific Southwest with the lead. We're going to say goodbye to Dan Lucia. Who's going to go over and get the Westfield boys ready to hit. Thank you, sir.
Good luck, for having us. Before I leave, just want to say hi to my wife, Ange, and Amelia and Evan. Amelia hasn't been feeling well. They haven't been able to come for the last couple of days. So I just wanted to say hello to them quick, and thanks again, guys.
All right, thank
Good
you,
luck.
sir.
Take care.
Thanks for
We're
being
going to
here.
take a break. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We are back at the 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series. Bullens Field, Donnie Morehouse and Brian Barnes getting ready for top of the second inning. Pacific Southwest getting another crack at it. And as I told you, we were talking to the coach before the game, and he said their goal is to plate 1 run per inning. Mission accomplished in the first inning, and now let's see what they can put together for the second frame.
Pretty effective. Looks like Andy Malatesta is going to stay in there, which isn't a surprise. You're at the point in the tournament where the arms are tired and you're trying to stick with getting as many innings as you can out of somebody once they step in there. So getting ready to lead off this inning for Tri-Valley is going to be Jack Anderson, the first baseman, number 14.
Left-handed hitter steps into the batter's box, kicks up a little dust, and he's set to go.
And Malatesta's first pitch of the second inning in the dirt. Ball 1.
Great job by Caden Fitzpatrick blocking that.
Yeah. Nobody on base. It's more of a support role, I think, at that point. Pitch low.
Well, you got to stop them all. You can't, because
that's right.
You can't pick and choose. Stop them all, and that way there's no question.
Would that have worked out well for Evan in his career?
Yeah.
Let's see. So 2 balls and no strike. Finds the plate for the first strike. 2-1. And the delivery by Malatesta just outside.
Ooh.
Just outside. Misses. Drives the count to 3-1.
Again, a great job by Fitzpatrick, the catcher. He held it there. Didn't try and frame it. Didn't try and exaggerate it. He just held it for a second to let the umpire know that he thought maybe he should have got the call.
Jack Anderson asking for timeout. Settles in. And the pitch. Gets it over. 3-2. Full count.
Malatesta doing a great job coming in relief right off the second base spot in the first inning.
Indeed. The payoff pitch hit into the hole at shortstop. He ranges across, and
he's safe.
Wow, I thought he had him.
I thought he did too.
Really nice play.
Good work by the shortstop, Brendan Jones. He got it on his backhand, running away from the direction of first base. He turned. He got the throw over there. He had a good stretch by Kitzmiller at first. But nonetheless,
absolutely.
Jack Anderson
That brings up the pitcher, Evan Chevalier. Tries to bunt it down the third base line, but that's going to go foul. Kept so by Tim Mazel. Yeah, even at the plate, he cuts quite a dominant figure.
He does. You look at Jack Anderson at first base. He's as big as Evan Chevalier.
Bigger than the coach. And I'm not sure what that means, but here comes the 0-1 pitch. Now he bunts it down the third base line, fielded cleanly over to first, gets the runner at first, but that will advance the runner to second base.
Good fundamental baseball all the way around there. You look at the third baseman for Arlington, Timothy Mazai. He came in, made the play, looked at second briefly, but knew he had to get the out, and he threw it over to first. Catcher came up, covered third. And, of course, the bunt itself, getting the bunt down and moving the runner along. 1 out, man on second.
And we're back to Michael O'Hara, top of the order. Last time up, he walked. And the pitch, high, ball 1. So Anderson sitting at second base now in the Chevalier sacrifice. O'Hara trying to get the run across. Malatesta wheels, trying to keep him close at second base. Malatesta getting a strike across. 1-1.
Looked a little low, but
yeah, it did.
If you're going to get it, throw it.
The pitch, shot to the first baseman. He's going to go over and step on the bag, but that'll advance the runner all the way to third. So we have 2 outs with a runner on third, and that's going to bring up number 2, Joey Badalega.
Badalega, the center fielder for this Tri-Valley team. Another left-handed batter stands in.
Malatesta looking over to third. Throws for a ball on the first pitch. Jack Anderson at third base. Andy Malatesta with the pitch in the dirt for a ball.
Again, good work there by Caden Fitzpatrick blocking that ball.
Two 2-0 pitch. Just missing high and outside. Ball 3.
Takes a little courage as a catcher to throw that curveball, call for that curveball in the dirt when you've got a man 90 feet away. And of course, Anderson's about 60 feet away now, taking a big lead off of third base.
Badalega's ready, and he's going to get walked.
So 2 outs in the inning, 1 run across for Pacific Southwest. That came in the first inning. We are now on the top of the second.
That's the third walk by Arlington pitching. Jack Grant, the shortstop. Stepping in is the first attempt really is a throw over by Malatesta, trying to keep the runner close. Runners at first and third. Malatesta working hard to keep him close, probably anticipating something here. Grant still hasn't received a pitch yet.
Grant was on the All-World Series team last year as a 13-year-old.
All right. All-World Series.
Malatesta gets a little closer each time he throws over.
He does. And I think we're ready. High.
High.
Very high over the head. Sent Jack Grant ducking a little bit. You know, it's hard. You want to keep the guy close. Sometimes it seems like they throw a lot of balls over to first base. That's going to be another ball. Drives the count to 3-0, I believe.
So we'll see if he's got the green light here. Jack Grant, the shortstop, at the plate.
Well, that's 3-0. So now it's 3-0. And he really hasn't been close.
No, he's missing high. We saw that a lot in the first game with the humidity. The guys were going to the rosin bag quite a bit, and ball was slipping out of their hands. And that one he got.
He did. He found a corner on that one. 3-1. And the pitch.
Oh,
it looked like the same pitch, didn't it? So he draws a walk.
That'll load the bases for Tri-Valley, and it'll bring the coach back out to the mound. And again, we want to thank Dan Lucia, coach for Westfield, for joining us in the first inning. And You know, he's got all the coaches have a pretty tough task with this Westfield team, just getting them motivated, getting them focused to enjoy the experience now. You know, they're not going to advance in pool play, but, you know, when we went to Kitsap, Washington, with the 14-year-old World Series or 13-year-old World Series, our guys won a game out there.
Absolutely.
And that's all they remember. They don't remember the 3 losses. They remember
That's
that
right.
big win
That's
on
right.
opening night. So you get a win, and that's what's going to stick with you.
It'll be a big moment for sure. First pitch in there for a strike to Thomas Gavello, the second baseman, wearing number 13.
And again, this is an all World Series performer from last year who's got a home run in this tournament already. He's got the bases loaded again.
Oh,
and
rips a
again,
shot.
he rips one down right field line.
Yeah, he's ready. You can tell he is ready for the right pitch. He has got a great opportunity here with the bases loaded.
So maybe a little over anxious his first at bat when he had the bases loaded and he popped up.
Gets ready. Malatesta working from the full now. And here comes the pitch. Misses high.
So despite the walks and a couple of hits, the bases are loaded. Still 2 outs and no runs have crossed.
No, he just missed that one right off the end of the bat. Just kind of drives it down into the ground.
Gavello was looking for that one. And now he's going to have a conversation. The coach calls him down and says, listen, our motto is 1 run an inning, not 4. You don't need to get them all in one swing.
That's right.
Put
And
the ball in play.
And we're in danger of not making it, so just nice and easy here. So as he steps back in, we've got the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. Malatesta delivers. There's a line shot. That is going to gap over the center fielder's head, and that is going to bring 3 runs in at least. And he's going to stop at second.
Well, he'll get third. He ran into the first baseman. The first baseman was moving out for the cutoff throw and ran right into Gavello, and so Gavello will take third. He would have had it, I think, anyway. So the center fielder for Arlington, Spencer Friedman, he went back, took a step in, and he went back again. He obviously misplayed it, almost tracked it down, but turns out to be 3 bags for Gavello and 3 runs as well. It's 4-0.
Impressive hit. Impressive. And you know there's no let up because here we go.
Asher
Number
Golden.
3. Yeah, third baseman, big third baseman. And you could kind of feel that with Gavello. He was just waiting for that right pitch. Malatesta deals. A little bit low.
That one in the dirt. Picked out by Fitzpatrick.
Doing a nice job behind the plate. Haven't had a chance to see anybody's arm yet this game. Last game we featured 2 really, really good catchers. There's a shot to third base. Beautiful play by Tim Mazel. And he's not going to be able to make the throw in time. That's going to score a run.
Great job picking that out of the dirt. He gets a hand clap right there from the third base coach for Tri-Valley.
Jaden Shepard steps in, number 11, the right fielder. It's high for ball 1.
So Shepard threw a 6-inning perfect game at the outset of this tournament.
Really? That's
for
outstanding.
Tri-Valley.
And that's a ball high. Yeah, unlike, or not unlike other teams, they all come heavily laden with pitching.
Jaden's got that open stance where his front foot is way behind him. And then he'll pull it forward. It's a timing mechanism for him.
So he misses, and that's 3-0. And what seemed like they might be able to get out of that last little jam has gone to a 5-0 advantage. And the pitch. going to walk him.
A little frustration there on the part of Malatesta. And again, he's getting another visit, so this will probably be it for the right-hander. Well, and it looks like the first baseman, Kitzmiller, is going to come in. He's going to change out his first baseman's mitt, get a fielding glove, and he'll take over on the mound. He did a great job over there on first base, so you give up a little bit there as well.
That's right. So Tommy Kitzmiller coming in, and we have our second pitching change of the day for Arlington, Mass.
And as you said, it really looked like they had 2 outs, bases loaded, but you know it's a 1-0 game at that point, and you know the right pitch, the right break, and they could have got out of that without any damage whatsoever. Now they're looking at a 5-0 deficit with runners on.
So Kitzmiller, a very tall and lanky right-handed individual player, is going to start the warm-up for us. Looks like he has a little bit of sidearm motion there, maybe a 3/4 motion. And we've got a little bit of changes back and forth. Looks like the third baseman is now going to be...
He's going to go over to first base. So Tim Mazzy goes over to first base from third base. Didn't have a lot of work over here, but the one play that he did have, he did a great job laying out and stopping that ball. And that certainly would have gone for extra bases down the left field line.
Absolutely. Pretty talented guys that we're seeing here. It looks like the third baseman now for Arlington is going to be number 3, Anthony Missouri.
He's the leadoff hitter for this Arlington team. Got on base with a walk, his first at-bat.
And he actually was listed as the extra hitter, so now he's going to get a chance to play defensively. So that, when did they start that extra hitter?
Yeah,
Has
I don't
that been a
know.
while?
I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of unique. You know, it gives 10 players an opportunity to hit. So I guess if you're stacked with hitters, it's a good thing.
Well, it drives parents nuts, though, when you're waiting for your kid to get up to bat, you know?
That's
There's
right.
only certain segments of a baseball game that are worth watching when your kid's at bat or he's pitching, you know?
Yeah.
And the rest of it's all just filler. So, an extra hitter.
Spoken by true baseball dads.
Yeah,
there.
right.
Okay, the truth be told. And I've been lucky because, well, your son's a catcher, my son's a pitcher, so
Yep.
we've been fortunate enough to have been on the good side of all that.
Yeah,
like
when
they
you're
get-
playing, especially in the youth ranks, it's pitcher, catcher, and first baseman always touch the ball.
That's right.
They've always got the ball at some point during an inning, so...
And we're waiting for the first pitch from Tom Kitzmiller. That's a strike.
I think you described him as lanky. Did you say
It's
that?
all in lanky.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's another 3 feet closer to the plate than the average size pitcher.
That's right.
When he delivers. And
Yeah.
he throws hard.
Throws very hard. Nice control. And I thought initially he was maybe a 3/4 kind of guy, not over the top, but now I'm not so sure. I think it's just the delivery, the way his hand comes out. 0-2. And it's golfed. It's going to go foul down the third base line.
That was a no man's land. If that dropped in, it would
Yeah.
have been trouble. Again, 2 outs, first and second, 4 runs across to this point.
Yep.
For Tri-Valley. And they're looking for more.
Corey Steinauer at the plate. Big lefty. My goodness. Inside, and a nice job by Fitzpatrick to stop that ball from going to the fence. Looks like we have a little bit of action in the Arlington bullpen. Kitzmiller delivers. There goes the runner. He's going to get third, and on the overthrow, They're going to get to score another run as the catcher made the throw, errant throw to third base, allowing the runner to come in all the way from second.
So Asher Golden crosses the plate, making it 6-0.
Steinhauer still there, and Shepard on second now. It's coming to us. Foul ball, the count remains 2-2.
So if you're Arlington, obviously you got to get out of this here. The damage has been done. You've got plenty of time to chip away at a 6-0 deficit.
That's true. There's a shot to second base. Fields it cleanly. Over to first base for the last out for Arlington.
That'll do it. Top of the second. It is 6-0. We'll be back with the bottom half of the inning. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Evan Chevalier on the mound for Tri-Valley, warming up as we get ready for the bottom of the second. Coming to you live from Bullens Field, Westville, Massachusetts. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes, broadcasting this game, and all the games have been on radio, TV, internet. Great job by Pete Cole setting this up so we could broadcast and let people who couldn't travel to Westfield see the kids play.
Pete's the guy. I'll tell you, he's been working for the city for a long, long time, does an outstanding job with IT and meeting all the needs of folks around the city. So huge kudos to him. We're very, very fortunate to have him on our team.
We'll get a chance to see Tim Mazzai, the third baseman, now first baseman for Arlington. He steps up to the plate, big right-handed hitter.
He is a big right-handed hitter. And the first pitch from Chevalier. Big breaking ball for a strike.
And that's how you approach somebody that with power. You
exactly
throw the breaking ball.
Beautiful pitch, well executed. And Mazel sits there and takes a fastball for strike two.
Yeah, right on the outside corner.
Seems like Chevalier has pretty good control.
Oh, and he tried to drop the curveball in there.
Just missing on another great curveball. Had Mazel watching it all the way. Pitching from the stretch. Ball is lined to the second baseman. Tony Gavello up to it, over to Josh Anderson, and we have our first out.
And again, a clean play, and as we talked about, this is a team that doesn't make errors. You have to get hits in order to get on base with these guys.
Absolutely. That's going to bring up Caden Fitzpatrick, our catcher. He's actually had a pretty good day behind the plate.
He certainly earned his pay.
Yes. And Chevalier gets the first pitch over. Getting his first pitches in there, getting ahead on the count pretty consistently now.
He shakes off the catcher.
There's a line shot into center field. That's going to drop. Actually, it's in the gap between center and right.
That's what you get for shaking off your catcher.
That's right.
So now you get the trip to the mound where, right? The backstop says, listen, you throw what I put down.
That's right.
And we'll get along just fine.
That's right. This is how this is going to go the rest of the game. Oh, my word. So Fitzpatrick finds his way onto first base with a single, bringing up Kitzmiller. And the move back to first to keep him close.
And again, probably not his best move. You want that runner to be comfortable with a big lead before you give him your best shot.
There's a good pitch for a strike.
He's definitely in the groove now.
Yes. Seems like he's fairly dominant. Just has that nice poise. Doesn't look like too much rattles him, although he hasn't really been rattled by too much yet today. Big breaking ball misses up high.
We're in the bottom of the second, 6-0 Tri-Valley with the lead on Arlington as we wrap up pool play here on Monday afternoon.
Runner goes. And a shot to left center field. That's going to find the gap. That's going to be extra bases as they run back to gather the ball. That's going to score the guy from first. He's coming all the way around to score. And we have Mr. Kitzmiller standing at second with a stand-up double.
Look at that.
And that was classic. You saw Fitzpatrick come all the way from first. He was on his horse from the get-go.
Yep. Little hit and run on there and made the most of it.
And that brings the pitcher up for Arlington.
Andrew Malatesta.
Who actually, he got taken out,
He got taken out for Kitzmiller, but he was in there last inning.
And there's a strike to start him
He
off.
did most of the work. He got the first two outs. Just getting the third, that's always the killer, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I set you up and look what you did. Jeez. So they start to come back. They get a run here across the bottom. Here's a looping curve. It's going to go to the shortstop. He's up with the ball off the mark. They're saying that he did not tag him. Said he's safe.
Wow.
So Malatesta taking advantage of that. Here it is on the replay. Pitch is hit. Actually fielded very cleanly. But then the throw is off the mark inside. And the first baseman fails to be able to tag the runner. And there we are. Runners on first and third for Arlington.
Just as we're talking about Tri-Valley and their ability to field the ball cleanly and not to have any unforced errors, we've got one right there.
There you have it. Rule number 2, don't talk about it. It's like the no-hitter or anything else.
And the shutout, right?
Yeah, you don't say it. You just don't say it. So that brings up number 7, Spencer Friedman.
And Chevalier looks in.
Low in the dirt, Corey Steinhauer digging the ball out. Count goes to 2-0. Friedman takes a strike.
Steinhauer getting the pitches called in from the dugout. He relays those out to Chevalier at the mound. First and third, one out here.
There we go, back to first once again. Chevalier to the set. There goes the runner. A perfect bunt down the first base line. Chevalier up to field it and does not make the play in time. So that gets a runner cross and advances the guy on first all the way down to second base. Beautiful bunt.
Great work there by Arlington. Obviously coming into this game as the decided underdog. Tri-Valley, last year's 13-year-old World Series champion, and they've kind of breezed through pool play here, but 2 runs across, only 1 out, 2 men on for Arlington in the bottom of the second. They're going to make a game of it.
Yes, they are. And that's going to bring up Timmy Shaw, who's the left fielder, wearing number 11. He's going to have an opportunity now with runners on first and second. And we got a game on our hands.
Chevalier looking around after the visit from the coach. Players resume their positions. Third baseman in on the grass. Everyone else playing back.
And here comes the pitch. First pitch to Shaw, the at-bat. In the dirt. Excellent job by Steinhauer blocking that.
That caught him up high in the neck. He's going to take a little walk out to the mound.
Okay, so he has 2 rubs against him.
Yeah.
Pitch what I tell you and stop hitting me in the throat.
That is so, for those listening, Brian's son Nate and my son Evan play college baseball together at Westfield State University. They played high school together.
That's
they
right.
played Babe Ruth together. They played Legion together.
They played everything together.
And they're really hockey players, which is the interesting thing. So they grew up playing hockey together. And Evan will tell you that catching is a much more physically demanding and physically brutal position than goaltender.
Yeah.
And playing both at a very high level, he has come home from baseball games, you know, the knees, the shoulders, the elbows,
right.
the hands, everything bruised and battered. So I think he would prefer stopping pucks than baseballs.
Well, and my son has been the guy delivering most of those bruises to him. Nate is a very, as you know, he does a lot of off-speed stuff, and he always says he really appreciates Evan because when he knows Evan's beat up the most and he knows that he doesn't want a curveball, he'll call for it. He'll call for it, and Nate, as always, will throw that low sinking, and then he's blocking it again right when when it hurts the most. So.
And that battery shared a no-hitter in Legion ball.
They did.
A couple
That was
years
great,
back. So
yeah, they've been good together, and it's just been fun watching them grow up together. All right, I guess we're ready to go again.
Chevalier's ready. The catcher is ready.
And back we go. Over to first base. Seems like he got crossed up a little bit in first. Spencer Friedman trying to get back. His footwork was just a little bit off. But we'll go again. First baseman playing off the bag. Pitch is high for a ball.
So 2 and outs of the break in the action there might have cost Chevalier his rhythm a little bit, and he's going to find it again.
And here we go. Got him on the outside corner. For a strike.
2-1 the count.
Chevalier looking back at second base. Not too much activity, really, between the shortstop and the second baseman. That ball is low and in the dirt, and another block for Steinhauer. Sometimes you'll see second baseman and shortstops be much more active in trying to keep the runners close, but this duo seems to just they kind of inch over, but they're more concerned, I think, with playing their position here. Pitch is in there for a strike. Nice pitch. We're looking at a 3-2 count with 1 out. Runners on first and second, and Arlington down 6-2. The pitch. Low again, and he's going to walk him, which is going to load the bases.
So Steinhauer doing a great job blocking that. And that's how we talked about in the first. You know, you can't pick and choose which ones you're going to get down and block. You have to be practicing all the time, and this is the reason why. You've got a guy at third base now, 1 out, and you're going to want to have Chevalier throw some curveballs, and you're going to want to be able to block them when he does.
Absolutely. It's a required part of the game.
Missouri,
yeah.
The leadoff guy is up. So you get top of the order with 1 out for Arlington.
Well, Chevalier responds by throwing a knee-high strike.
If you can get that strike at the knees, if you can get the ump to buy into that, it's going to be a tough day for the hitters.
Yep. Steps off the rubber for a little bit. Time is called. Batter digs in. Anthony Missouri Trying to get some more runs across as the bases are loaded. Big breaking ball. Missouri went out after it. Good pitch.
Lefty on lefty here.
0-2. So advantage Chevalier, at least early going here in this at-bat.
And now you should see he's either going to waste a pitch or he's going to bury one in the dirt. And this is where Steinhauer's really going to earn his pay.
Fouled off just behind us down the third base side. Still stays at 0-2. Nice job of fighting that pitch off. So the runners are ready. Chevalier's ready. And the pitch. Big high curveball missing.
That was a wasted pitch, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe set him up a little bit.
Yep. Really high and out of the zone. Chevalier to the stretch and the pitch.
There's a shot.
Shot down the left field line. Left fielder's going to make the catch, but they're going to tag at third base and send the run home. So a sacrifice fly by Missouri.
Great job there.
Absolutely. Plates another run.
And we talked about Arlington looking at that 6-0 deficit. They need to chip away. Again, we're at the bottom of the second inning. This is very early in the game. And they're doing just that. They're chipping away 3 runs so far.
Yep.
2 outs, and they've still got 2 men on.
Yeah, pretty effective.
Number 2 hitter,
Sam
Theodore.
Sam Theodore. Got runners on second and third. It's actually fundamentally a great play. They threw it into third as the cutoff, and it prevented the runner from advancing from second. So Spencer Friedman at second, as that ball is high. Ball 1. And there's a shot to the first baseman. He's up with it. Throwing to a covering pitcher. They get him just in time.
Close play there at first base, but he gets the out. 3 runs come across. It is 6-3 after 2. We'll take a break. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series, the 14-year-old tournament. We've got Tri-Valley against Arlington. This is Pacific Southwest region against Eastern Mass region. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes calling the game from the broadcast booth, and we get ready for the top of the third. 6-3 the score here. Pacific Southwest with the lead. And on the mound is Thomas Kitzmiller. He came off of first base in relief last inning, did a great job, and now he's got to contend with Jack Anderson for Tri-Valley.
Jack Anderson singled his last time at bat. going to step in.
Scored eventually.
Yes. And the pitch. A little bit outside the low. So Kitzmiller has been pretty good in his efforts out there. Stepping in for the 1-0 pitch. It finds its way for a strike.
Moved Anderson back a little bit. He thought it was inside, but it caught enough of the corner to get the call.
And there's another ball just missing.
It's tough from this angle to see where those pitches are going, but they look good.
Yeah, they do. Trying to follow the catcher's mitt as much as I can, but hard to tell where he's seeing it. There's a shot to the first baseman. He's going to field it cleanly.
Great job by Tim Mazzai. And again, we've watched him at third base make a great play. Great play over at first base. He's got good feet and good hands. And he scooted over there to first base and able to pick it up and get the out.
That he does. So that'll... So that brings in number 7. Dimitri Aaron. This is his first at bat, and he looks like he's in for Chevalier.
And he gets welcomed with a high inside pitch, and he's going to duck out of the way.
He's like, wow.
Really?
Minding my own business. You asked me to come in here, help you out, and now you're going to bean me. That's great. How far we've come, though. You know, I mean, back, you know, when we played baseball, you pretty much called your own game.
Sure.
You know, but now we got the coaches involved. There's a strike. They're involved at so many levels. There's so much strategy that goes on now, and it's just a whole new level for these kids.
Well, it's like Nintendo baseball. When you're the coach, you want to move all the players wherever you can. You want them to follow your toggle switch. And
that's right. Hey, there's a shot to the second baseman. He's up with it cleanly. Over to first. And Mazzai shows him that he still has the ball. And that's the second out of the inning for Arlington. It's going to bring up the top of the order again, Michael O'Hara.
That's Sam Theodore at second for Arlington. He's made a couple of fine plays over there out of his position. And we've got the leadoff guy for Tri-Valley, Michael O'Hara.
He walked and he scored back in the first inning and then grounded out to first unassisted in the second.
Two outs. We might have a quick half inning here, which we have not seen.
You said it. You shouldn't have spoken
again.
Oh, there's a big swing. Fouled it straight back.
It's amazing. You can actually appreciate the athleticism of these kids when you see a guy like O'Hara take his swing, the balance that he has.
Yeah.
And the way he can transfer the weight from one side to the other as he goes through his swing, generating a lot of bat speed.
Indeed. Kitzmiller, the 1-1. Ball outside. Goes to 2-1. So I imagine we may have some folks from Westfield kind of listening in, wondering when this next game is going to start for them. Here's the pitch. Low outside.
Well, the first game of the day went a little bit long, so everything's going to be pushed back a little bit, but
maybe an hour delay.
Westfield team is here. They were out in the cages batting. They've since come back, probably finding a cool spot.
And there's a shot right to the shortstop.
Great job there.
Brendan Jones making a nice catch.
A little bit of a leap. He was in position, made the play, and
yeah.
After 2.5, it is 6-3. Tri-Valley with the lead. Arlington coming up. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. third. We go to the bottom of the third. Arlington coming up. 3-run deficit for Arlington, but they scored 3 in the last inning. Maybe want to tack on another 3 here. Donnie Morris, Brian Barnes with you, bringing you the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. And tasked with getting things started for Arlington is Brendan Jones, the player that just made the great play at shortstop to end the inning for Tri-Valley.
Absolutely. It was a phenomenal play.
So you know his adrenaline's going.
That's right. He's ready to do his part.
Trying to gain some points for the Player of the Game award. He made a great play defensively. Now let's see if he can put one in a gap somewhere.
I'm sure Mr. Chevalier's got something to say about that, but we shall see. Here comes the first pitch.
Oh, we have moved Chevalier out of the game now, and it is Jack Anderson on the mound. So we go from a big lefty to a big righty. Doesn't get any easier.
Big, hard throwing righty.
He goes to 1-1. On Jones.
Wow, looping curveball that landed a good 3 feet in front of the plate. And that's going to be 2 balls and 1 strike.
Jones stands in.
And the delivery. Just missing up high, it looked like.
Jones wielding the Easton bat. Easton, one of our corporate sponsors. And Steve Sutton, the Easton rep, baseball rep, is a Westfield native and great coach. He's coached all of our kids in baseball through the years.
Absolutely
He's
has.
coached softball. Done a lot for Westfield baseball in general, including being part of this World Series.
Shot to the shortstop. He's up. Beautiful play. Very smooth and fluid over to the first baseman for the out. Yeah, actually, that Easton tent has been up I haven't noticed it up today.
Not up yet today, but the Hit Lab was here. The guys can go in and get some stats on their swing and bat speed and things like that. That thing has since been taken down and moved down to Williamsport for the Little League World Series.
So Tyler Callahan, we think, is stepping in here for Arlington. Tyler started pitching for the day. And that ended pretty abruptly, actually, early on in the going.
But as Coach Lucia told us, he's eligible to come back in and pitch.
Boy. One strike, 0-1.
Oh, drops that one in there.
Beautiful. Runs the count to 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Missing just a little bit high.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Callahan. That one bounced in the dirt. And Steinhauer gets up.
Yeah, you've seen that look before.
He caught that in the thigh or something, and he's just, you know what, he's going, here we go.
Yeah, thank you. Low again. Runs count full, 3-2.
When Evan went to Westfield State, I heard ice bath was one of the things that I heard over and over again. I'm like, ice bath? What are you talking about?
That's right. There's a shot going to fall in the gap between left and center field. He's going to round the base. He's going to go for 2. The throw's going to come in but not be in time as he slides into second with a double. So Callahan with a nice hit. And we have a runner in scoring position on second base for Arlington.
And that brings up Tim Mazzai. Talked about his play at third and at first. And
yeah,
now they're looking for something from the big right-hander.
Last
a plate.
Yeah, last time they had him off balance with a curveball. He ended up grinding out to the second baseman. So we'll see what kind of adjustments he makes here now against Troy Nassar, number 8. missing high.
Down below, the Westfield kids getting ready. Anthony Clark, who's a catcher for Westfield High School going into his senior year. He's standing there with Jack Mascadrelli, the catcher for the Babe Ruth team, helping him adjust his mask and put, looks like he's putting a sun visor in there for him.
Mazai takes a strike. He thought he jumped in a little bit, but it was on the inside corner.
We've seen a lot of the high school kids here, Westfield High baseball players here helping out over the course of the week.
Indeed.
And a lot of them played in the World Series. We had 2 teams that have gone in the last 4 or 5 years.
Oh, tremendous representation by our Babe Ruthers here. Mazai takes high curve. Ball 2, 2-1.
Westfield participated in the Kitsap Washington World Series, the 13-year-olds, and then Ocala, Florida, 14-year-olds. 2 separate teams.
Yeah. There's a high, hard fastball fouled back by Mazai. You know, we really have been fortunate to have such a great tradition here, baseball tradition in this city. They love their baseball. We've had great coaches, great volunteers. It's just a great city to be from.
And all you really have to do is look at the number of Westfield kids that are playing collegiate baseball right now.
Mazai hits that to the third baseman on one hop, all the way across the diamond. Perfect throw to get him. The runner stays at second.
That is the second out. So I think as of our last count, we were doing this around the kitchen table. Last year there were 15 players playing college baseball from Westfield. And that's everything from Ryan Summers down at Louisville playing at the very highest level, and Chris Sullivan playing down
Hartford.
at Hartford, and
Yeah.
I think he's an all-New England pick as a freshman.
Yeah.
To 5 guys playing at Westfield State University. It's the
Starting.
first time in a long time that you've had 5 starters
That's right.
from town playing at the local college. Great Division III program.
Caden Fitzpatrick stepping in with a runner on second. And the pitch. Takes that for a strike. Yep. That was very unique last year out on the field, seeing all those kids that had played in high school together, all starting together. That was great. I know Nate enjoyed it. There's really quite a camaraderie that's built up between all those guys. A little bit low.
They're called Bomber Owls.
Bomber Owls.
The Westfield Bombers who've become Owls.
That's
at
right.
Westfield State. 2 outs, 1-1. The count, 6-3 the score. Arlington trying to change that. They got a man on second. Like to bring another run across here.
Boy, a beautiful looping curveball drops in there for a strike.
And they're looking to their catcher, Caden Fitzpatrick, to get it done.
So Nassar looks in, steps off the mound, didn't like something, so we're going to do this again. There goes a Morehouse right now down there. One of Donnie's sons. They all kind of have that same demeanor.
Yeah, they do.
It's a good demeanor.
It's called cockiness. That's what it is.
And so he gets punched out there, and Nassar throws a strike to end that inning.
6-3 the score. After 3, we're going to take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series, Bolins Field, Westfield, Massachusetts. This field has been rehabbed, reformed, reconstituted for the World Series, and once this tournament is over, the kids of the baseball players in Westfield are going to have just a fantastic place. It's already been a fantastic place.
Always
to play
has been.
Baseball. It's funny, I remember taking all the boys after a game, a night game here, and you drive around the corner and you look back at the field, and I've always stopped them and say, just look it out there. You get to play baseball there.
Isn't that something? Yeah. No, it really is a phenomenal field. And Dan and I were talking about a little bit in the last game that it's kind of like Fenway from the respect of they fixed it up and they've made it look really pretty, you know, for this and done some really nice things to it. But it's still that old baseball park, you know.
Yep.
Has that same feeling. That will never change. Great place to grow up and play ball, though.
6-3 the scores. We go to the top of the fourth. Tri-Valley with the lead. And coming up to bat to start things off, Joey Batalega, the center fielder.
So Joey walked. He got a single his first time up. Stepping in, lefty. First pitch a little bit high.
Kitzmiller's done a good job since coming in relief.
He has. So we have a bunch of shuffling going on in the field, and as the plays are made, we'll make sure we point those players out to you. And the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Good cut there by Joey.
Yeah. It's like they were paying him to make that cut.
We talked early on about this team wanting to get 1 run per inning. They've been shut down over the last 2.
Just missing. Yeah, I was going to mention that last inning I had looked down, so they got their work cut out for them now. However, their first inning was a biggie. Their second inning, actually. Second inning was the biggie. And here comes the pitch. A little bit high, and that's going to drive it to 3-1 now. Tommy Kitzmiller falling behind Batalega.
Take a little walk around the mound, settle himself down. Haven't seen the catchers go out and talk to the pitchers.
No.
That's part of the job description as well.
There's a long fly ball to right center field in the gap. It's going to fall. Batalega rounding second, but he's going to stay there now. And he's in with a stand-up double. Pretty impressive shot to right center field.
That was a great hit. That'll bring up Jack Grant, the shortstop for Tri-Valley.
And he mirrored Batalega. He got a single first time up and then followed up with a base on balls back in the second.
And again, as a 13-year-old, he made the All-World Series team when this Tri-Valley team won the 13-year-old championship last year.
Kitzmiller deals for a ball.
That brushed him back a little bit.
Kitzmiller comes to the set, checks second base, and the pitch is a little bit high. Ball 2. And the shortstop kind of hanging out behind the runner at second, kicking up the dirt just a little bit. Going on the pitch. Throw down to third, not in time as it was on the foul side of the third base bag, and we're in with a stolen base for Joey Batalega.
Well, that was a big lead and a lot of speed. The throw was a little off target, but it was there. Good snap throw there by Caden Fitzpatrick.
And that's a huge bouncer off the plate. Pitcher's going to field it over to first for the out. No chance for Batalega to come home on that play. Gavello now standing in. Gavello had a double.
Shot out to center field that cleared the center field. You look at center field now, and
and it's such a disparity because the infield's in trying to protect, and the outfield's out.
Yes,
there is a huge gap.
That guy in center field, I can barely see him. He is so far back right now, and as he should be.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Gavello can adjust here. Inside.
So 2-0 the count on Gavello.
Yeah.
He's already shown his power, so they probably will try and maybe keep to the inside on him. There's one out. I don't know what you want to give him a walk and put him on without a fight.
Yeah, that's a good pitch there.
So he goes inside, then he goes outside. He's mixing it up.
I'll tell you.
Speed and the location.
Not bad. See, it's hard to tell because it probably wasn't his turn to go into the rotation, but he could be a significant pitcher for this team. He just didn't start there. And misses high with a little bit of an off-speed pitch.
So it's 3-1. So obviously they're staying away from him. They're telling him if you can hit the corners, go ahead, but nothing down the middle. Make him earn it.
Well, and then you're going to face Goulden, who had a fielder's choice and a base on ball. So we really don't know what he has. That was close.
So if you're going to walk him, why not
send
sit him down?
Send a message.
High and tight, and it pushed him back off the plate.
Wow.
Kicked up a little dust. And
so runners on first and third. That's going to bring up Asher Golden. And like we said, we really don't know. He was a fielder's choice on a ground ball, and he was a walk. So we really haven't seen what Asher can do.
We'll get a trip to the mound by the coach here of Arlington.
Well, the guys have clawed back. I mean, here it is 6-3. He's just trying to keep them, I think, poised, and let's not do anything that would jeopardize our chance to set up for a comeback here.
Yeah, it's a 6-3 score, and if you look at the scores that that this team has put up over the course of the tournament, they played Southeast. They won 2-0. They played the Sarasota team, but 18-3 over New England, 13-1 over the Pittsfield team. They've really been hammering the baseball. So 6-3 right now. It's it's certainly within reach, and Arlington wants to keep it as close as possible because they're hitting the ball. They are hitting the ball. They're putting men on base.
So Asher Golden steps in there. Big, tall right-hander. Runner goes. The ball's fielded cleanly. You're going to go after the runner at home. And that's not going to happen. That run is going to score. And the batter's going to go all the way to second. We have runners on second and third.
Well, they tried to get him in a rundown, and the third baseman never threw the ball. And what happened is the runner literally ran through the catcher. The catcher would have been called for interference.
Right.
So the run scores, and we've got second and third.
Yeah, Missouri just held onto that ball a little bit too long.
I'll bring Shepard to the plate, the right fielder.
Yep.
Great job by the catcher there. Caden Fitzpatrick blocking that one in the dirt. Came up high off the shoulder. He kept it in front of him. No advance from third base.
So Gavello stands on third base. And Jaden Shepard with that open stance, ready to take the pitch from Tom Kitzmiller. And he gets that one across for a strike.
Fastball in there. 1-1. The count, 1 out. Another run across for Tri-Valley. It's 7-3 now. We're in the top of the fourth.
And Kitzmiller goes to the set position. Gavello kind of looks over at him. There's a shot to the shortstop. He's going to come up cleanly. Run's going to come across the plate. And Mazai made a nice play there at first to collect the out. So we have 2 outs, but another run comes across.
And Asher takes third on the play, so 2 outs and another potential run 90 feet away.
Absolutely. It's going to bring up Steinauer, who has had a pretty eventful day. He lifts the ball into left field. Settling under it is the left fielder, Tim Shaw, and he makes the play for the final out.
So score 8-3. We'll come back with the bottom half of the fourth. Arlington coming up to bat. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We are back to the Babe Ruth World Series. Bullens Field, Westfield, Massachusetts. Tri-Valley representing the Pacific Southwest against Arlington representing Eastern Massachusetts. And it is Tri-Valley with a 8-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the fourth. And still on the mound, Jack Anderson, number 8 for Tri-Valley. And he's going to go against Kitzmiller to start the bottom half of the inning here. Oh, we got a pitching change?
Yeah, no, it was Nasser before. He looked like, it's funny. I think he looked like, but he was on last time. That was Nassar. I think he looks like him. I'm not quite sure. I was looking down at the paperwork, so he was on for last inning. But
there's a couple Babe Ruth World Series veterans down there.
There you go.
Tommy Smith, who played on the team that went to Kitsap, Washington, left-handed pitching specialist.
There you go, specialist, huh?
You want to pick a guy off at first base, you bring in Tommy Smith.
Okay.
Put him on the mound. Doesn't have to throw a pitch, but he'll throw the guy off at first base.
So Kitzmiller is going to step up here. He's been on the mound doing the yeoman's work. He faces a curveball that drops in there for a strike.
And again, that's Troy Nasser.
Yes.
On the mound.
We got a few of those in Westfield.
We've got some
Nassars. Yeah. The hockey breed.
Yep.
There's a shot over to the shortstop. He's up with it over to first. A wide throw, so he pulls him off the bag. He's going to be safe at first base.
We've seen that twice now.
Yeah.
One throw from the shortstop. I don't know if I think the other might have. I think they were both from shortstop. And he's obviously frustrated with himself, Jack Grant. Can't give them extra outs, certainly not when you're trying to maintain a lead like that.
That's right. So it looks like number 19, and that's Greg Gentile.
Right-handed batter, stands in, no out, he's got a runner on.
And now Nassar makes the move over to first to try to keep Kitzmiller close. Doesn't really have that much of a significant lead, but perhaps just trying to make a statement. And Nassar with the pitch, low, that will be a ball.
Nasser goes to the rosin.
Yeah, that's probably been used quite often throughout this tournament. 2 balls, no strikes. Gentile at the bat, at the plate.
That looked like a good pitch.
That looked good. I don't even know how to call that one.
It looked like a good pitch. Maybe Corey Steinhauer to be a little more quiet behind the plate and let that settle in and let the umpire think about it for a minute before scooping it up and throwing it back.
There's
like
a
he
strike.
did there. He did a great job there, holding that one just for a split second.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
3-1 count here.
And the pitch. Kind of fisted. Looks like the second baseman's going to range over. Can't
That
make the
is
play.
trouble.
And it's a fair ball. The throw to second gets him. So an alert play by the right fielder coming in to back up the second baseman who just couldn't make the play, but he gets the throw over to first and the force out. We've got one down.
Well, if you're the runner there on first base, I mean, he's caught in no man's land. You don't know if that ball is going to drop or if it's going to be caught. And if it's caught, you're doubled up.
Right.
So he had to make the run. Trip to the mound by the coach here.
Again.
Talk to Nasser.
So a fielder's choice on that one, although there wasn't much choice. Don't know how you score that. He really had to throw it to second, but so somewhat of a break for Tri-Valley as they get away with one there that could have been trouble.
Just one out in the inning, bottom half of the fourth. 5-run deficit for Arlington, and they need to chip away again. They were down 6-0, and they put up 3.
Spencer Friedman at the plate. Takes a ball. 1-0.
There's a shot.
That is a base hit shot all the way to left field. Retrieved there by the left fielder into the cutoff. So we have runners on first and second for Arlington. That is going to bring up number 17. Pat Maskey. Actually, I think it's pronounced the same, but Pat Maskey, number 17, coming in. He's a right-handed hitter. It's the first time we've seen him today. Runners on first and second. 1 out, and he takes a strike.
Start him with strike 1. Advantage pitcher.
That's how they write it up. And there's a second pitch in there for a ball.
Got a score from Westfield State, Janesville, Wisconsin, with a 3-0 victory over Portland, Maine, as the brackets start to sort themselves out here in the final day of pool play.
Nassar to the plate. There's kind of a stretching hit to the second baseman. On to second for 1. Beautiful double play.
Nice job there. And the shortstop makes up for the error, Jack Grant, that he had over at first base by turning that double play. And after 4-8-3, the score, Tri-Valley with the lead. We'll take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
And we are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. And it is Donnie Morehouse with Brian Barnes in the broadcast booth as we get ready for top of the fifth. 8-3 Tri-Valley with the lead. They'll look for some more. And batting now is Josh Anderson, number 14.
Playing
for
first,
Tri-Valley.
yeah, playing first base, and looks like Kitzmeyer's going to stay out there, having some pretty good success. Going to face the big lefty here. And the opening pitch to the inning, called for a strike.
Low pitch right at the knees. We talked about that being an effective pitch if you're on the mound, and kind of a miserable existence if you're trying to hit it.
There's high. Yeah, it's a tough pitch to hit if you're a hitter. You get that outside corner painted. It's funny, that's a favorite little spot up there on the hill.
Always has been.
There's a ball. Yeah. Which is kind of surprising because you can like tumble to severe injury if you just
could.
take the few steps, but people love it up there.
Well, there's shade, so there's, you know, a lot of trees came down in the renovation of Bullens Field, and the ones that stayed, those pines over there, provide a little bit of shade.
Those dead scruffy pines.
Yes.
I love it. Just missing outside.
Westfield News had a couple pictures of Bullens when it was first built.
Yeah.
And those pines were knee-high all the way around.
The 3-1. There's a shot that's going to drop left center field for a single.
It gets by the left fielder, but Anderson will stay at first base. He turned, looked up, thought about it, but thought better of it. Man on, nobody out here in the top of the fifth.
So Josh Anderson starts off with a single, and that's going to bring up our pitcher, Troy Nassar.
Right-handed hitter.
He's no little kid either.
Takes
Big
a
swing.
Big cut at that one, strike one.
Time called. The umps are getting their fair share of work in hot weather, too.
I put that on the list of thankless jobs here at the Babe Ruth World Series. You got field prep, a thankless job, the work that they've done to get this, keep this field in shape and get it in shape. Certainly the umpires.
Absolutely. Lots of sweat going into this as Kitzmeyer steps off the rubber. Sets Anderson back to first, and we'll start again. Anderson looks like he's chafing at the bit over there. The pitch swung on and fouled down the right field line.
So Kitzmiller doesn't want to give a hit to the other pitcher. You know, it's not like the National League where, you know, the guy never picks up a bat, but
that's right.
You don't want the other pitcher to get the best of you.
And that's going to miss just a little bit low. Drives the count to 2-2 with no outs here at the top of the fifth.
Again, 8-3 the score. Tri-Valley with the lead. 5 of those runs coming in the second inning.
Oh, just missed low on that one. Brings it to 3-2. So Kitzmiller trying to hang in there and prevent any kind of comeback or just extension of the lead here at this point as they're down 8-3. And the pitch. Nassar grounds one over to the shortstop. He's going to touch second base, over to first, not in time.
Good effort, though.
Yeah.
Good effort by Brendan Jones, a shortstop. He caught that on the other side of the second base bag.
So that was So now, coming to the plate.
We're back at the top, looks
Yes. Yep, that's Michael O'Hara, left-hander. Boy, that was close. Deceptively so.
Throw back to first there. Joey Batalega has been playing center field, but he was just down at the bullpen. I don't know if he's warming up to come in and pitch.
There's a ball. Kitzmeyer kind of walking around a little bit, probably tiring just a bit. Coming to the stretch, checks first base. And the pitch is inside. Another job, nice job.
He did
Caden
drop his
Fitzpatrick.
arm slot down there. You talked about trying to figure out, is he 3/4, is he a sidearm? And I think he's a little bit of both. He dropped his arm slot down dramatically on that pitch.
Giving everybody a little bit, just a little different look. As you start to see people repeatedly, it's nice to change it up. That's missing on the outside corner. And now he's down 3-0.
He's not missing by much.
Michael O'Hara, who lined out to the shortstop last time, first base, and then walked and scored. He's going to take a strike here.
Right. A little off speed there that he dropped in for a strike.
And the pitch. That one's going to get away from the catcher. It was well outside. Ball 4, so there's not going to be any additional damage done there as all the players advance. So Nassar's on second, and O'Hara trundles down to first. And now we see Joey Batalega, who's had a great game, got a double in the 4th and a single back in the 1st inning.
He's going to have to wait as the Arlington coach comes out. He's going to pull Kitzmiller out of the game, and looks like he's bringing in the shortstop, Brendan Jones. Or maybe not. How about the right left fielder coming in?
Yeah, left fielder. Looks like number 19. Greg Gentile or Gentle, I would guess.
Greg Gentle. He's going to come in to throw now for Arlington and gets a pat on the back from the catcher as he gets set to warm up. And a great job by Kitzmiller. And obviously the coach noticed what you noticed. He was starting to tire a little bit, wilting under the heat. And he threw quite a few pitches, did a great job coming in relief. Arlington trying to find the right mix here as they move along.
So we're just getting handed a note from our tech guys in the back.
With the Janesville win over Portland over at Westfield State a little bit earlier, it puts Mountain Home in the playoffs. So Mountain Home was waiting.
Congratulations.
Around.
Yeah.
So the folks from Arkansas get to spend a little more time in Western Massachusetts. We're happy to have them. And everybody's staying down at the Sheridan in downtown Springfield. So we'll give you sort of the lay of the land. Springfield, Massachusetts is in the heart of Western Mass. It's 90 miles from Boston. A straight shot down Route 90, the Mass Pike. And we are about 10, 12 miles west of that.
So there.
And Springfield is the birthplace of basketball. We've got the Basketball Hall of Fame where we had our banquet, opening banquet.
It was quite an
was
event.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Springfield's known as the city of firsts.
Did not know that.
You didn't know that, really?
The city of firsts.
Yes. The Rolls-Royce factory was here. The postcard was invented in Springfield. There's a long list of things that happened first. The Springfield rifle, of course, which was instrumental in the Civil War, was invented in Springfield.
I remember it fondly, yes.
And this is the home of Dr. Seuss.
Wow.
Cat in the Hat. So there you go.
Hey.
And I was born in Springfield, too.
Well,
so.
that tops it off right there. Well, it's either that or the big ball of yarn. So I'll take the city of first over the big ball. Yeah, Dr. Seuss over the big ball of yarn. So here we go.
Gentle set. He's got his warm-up pitches in. He's ready to go.
Joey Batalega coming in. Joey's having a good day at the plate, so this will be a good first test for Mr. Gentle.
He's got 2 men on, and he could really break things open here.
Runners on first and second. Gentle to the stretch. Checks the runner at second. Nice curveball over for a strike.
It's interesting because these are the type of games you get into the later innings where you start to see these pitchers that come out, these specialists who look like they're throwing curveballs and knuckleballs and change-ups.
And as you know, that can have a profound effect on a team if
sure.
they're used to seeing a lot of fastballs. That can really stop a good hitting team.
Batalega roped one over to the first base side. It was foul.
Yeah, we got some more rosin work and a little bit of scrape of the spikes on the spike cleaner behind the pitching mound. Gentle looking in. Getting the sign from Fitzpatrick, and away we go. That ball's going to miss high. Drive the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Umpire was a little unsure of that one himself. He started to maybe lift his hand up a little bit and then thought about it, decided it was a ball.
Another high ball.
2-2 the count, 2 on, 1 out here in the top of the 5th.
Looking at an 8-3 advantage here for Tri-County. Arlington trying to come back and prevent some further damage here right now.
Gentle steps off.
Tough situation for him to come into, but they're used to this. The pitch. He lines a curveball with a great play by the shortstop. Brendan Jones.
Out at the plate, that's the second time we've seen Jones make a play like that. Out at the plate, and Jones tried to get 2, tried to double up the guy at second off the bag, but he got back in time. 2 outs. And as you mentioned earlier, Arlington trying to prevent further damage, and they still got 9 outs to work with and maybe chip away at this a little bit.
Jack Grant going to step in at the plate now to see if he can get the job done. Ball gets past the catcher Fitzpatrick, and the runners advance.
So you got Nasser on third now and O'Hara over on second.
Yeah, that pitch wasn't close. That one wasn't on Fitzpatrick. I think that one just got away from him a little bit. And we're going to run it again. Gentle to the stretch. Looking over at Nassar on third base, and the pitch. Big looping curveball in
Dropped
there for a
that
strike.
in nicely.
Very nice.
He couldn't have done that any better if he'd walked it to the plate.
That's right. You'd like to repeat it again. It's 1-1 with 2 outs. So he thought about it.
Put that one in the dirt, and we've talked a lot about Caden Fitzpatrick behind the plate today, and he's able to take that one on a bounce and keep it in front of him.
Yeah, he did a really nice job with that. But again, a pretty effective pitch. It looked like he was going to try to go. He's going to try to take a stab at it, but Gentile throws to first, or throws home, and that's a ball. Wow.
Called that a strike. Looked like he called it a strike.
Did he? That's 2-2. I think even the umpire's doubting himself. A couple of calls where he's kind of...
2-2, 2 outs, 2 on.
And he steps off. Wow. There's such a thing as an easy throw. That one was just a huge hanging, looping ball thrown out towards the second base area.
Gentle turned and tried to catch the guy off second, O'Hara, but as you said, he kind of lollipopped that one.
Wow. If he was trying to not give him his best move, he saw it right there. Here we go. Gentle to the stretch. Looks at Nassar. Delivers, and we've got a fisted ball. Looks like it could drop. And it does.
That is tough.
It's a bleeder. It's going to bring both runs home. And that is a pitcher's worst nightmare right there.
2 runs in on a ball that was he really just fought that off.
Yeah.
And it ended up dropping behind first base.
Yeah, Grant just, I mean, he worked hard to get that, but just dropped it in over the first baseman's head. Brings up Tom Gavello.
Gavello had that shot out to center, and you know, the buzz around the ballpark is that he hit a home run in the tournament. I think there's been 3 home runs total in the tournament.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of them have been here at Bullens. So when you get a power hitter up, everybody kind of sits on the edge of their seat. And there's a shot. Out the center field.
It gets over the field. The right fielder over his head. That's going to bring the runner all the way around from first.
Another double.
Jack Grant in to score, driven in by Tom Gavello, who stand-up double, and that was just powered over the right fielder's head.
2 quick hops to the fence, about 335, 340, somewhere in that range out to right center.
Yeah. So Grant and Gavello doing some damage here. And it's increasing Tri-County's lead. They're now up to 11-3 with 10 hits. And
We are in the top of the 5th here.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the air go out of the balloon a little bit for Arlington on that hit. Bringing up number 9, Luke Pavalfi. Pavalfi?
Well, it's a lot easier to climb when you can see the top of the hill, and right now Arlington can't see the top of the hill. It's
yeah.
Tri-Valley has gone over it, 11-3 right now, and you know it's 6-3. They knew they put up 3 in the second. They probably figured, well, maybe we can match that somewhere along the line, but that's an 8 they got to put up now.
Yeah.
2 outs.
Comes
Pitch counts 1-1. We're at the top of the 5th still.
Becomes increasingly more difficult.
Gentle turns, looks back at second base. Gavello steps back on the bag, and now he'll take his lead again.
And the pitch. Nice looping curveball in there for a strike. 1-2. So Luke Pavalfi looked like he wanted to go. They call it a ball.
Catcher's asking to check on that.
Good catcher. Good
field
catcher
umpire.
always asks. There you go.
All they can say is no, right?
That's right. It's much appreciated by pitchers. It looked like he tried to go with that. Was kind of an awkward thing, but it ends up being a strike. It's or a ball. It's 2-2.
Falvey shot to second base. He's picked up. Thrown over to first.
Out of
Mazzy
the
has it. And they are out of the inning.
So they are.
After 4.5, the score is 11-3. Tri-Valley with the lead. We'll come back with the bottom of the 5th as Arlington tries to climb its way back in. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes, broadcasting live from Bullens Field in Westfield, Massachusetts. Pool play continues. Final day of pool play. Tri-Valley against Arlington, and the leadoff hitter up for Arlington to start this inning, Anthony Missouri.
Anthony looked like he was going to square to bunt. And he takes a strike. So initially looked like he wanted a bunt and then let the pitch go by. Got called strike. Nassar from the full windup. Nice breaking ball. Had him off. He lunged a little bit for it, and the count goes to 0-2.
0-2 quickly, and we haven't seen anything quickly in this game.
That's right. Except the sweat off my brow. That's quickly. Here we go. The pitch. A shot. That's going to be a single to right field.
If he hurries.
Yeah. Actually, I'm surprised they didn't try to make a play. That ball was out there in a flash.
We've seen that quite a bit here at Bullens. If you're paying attention in right field and you're aggressive, you can run in and grab a ball and throw a guy out at first base if he's not making his way down the line with effort.
Absolutely. And I think number 15, Sam Theodore, stepping in. So at least they got the leadoff guy on. That's always a positive sign when you're trying to come back and climb a mountain that's as steep as this one. High for ball one.
See if Nasser checks on the runner here. Not a big lead for Missouri over there. Now he takes an extra step. No throw over.
Yeah, that one's low.
Steinhauer, the catcher, thought about maybe a snap throw down to first, but thought better of it.
We saw a lot of those in the last game. The last couple catchers are outstanding, at least in doing that. And there's a shot. Looks like it's going to go to the second baseman. Flips to the shortstop for one. Over to first base. Double play on a classic turn.
We got that on replay. Everything's fielded fairly cleanly here with this Tri-Valley team, and that was you know, pitcher perfect double play.
You couldn't ask for anything better as we got Jones coming up to bat. Brendan Jones.
Shortstop, we've seen him make several really strong plays in the field.
Good looking player.
He tries his luck at bat with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th.
There's a dribbler down to short, picks the ball up, over to first for the out, and there they go, 1, 2, 3.
No runs in the bottom of the 5th. We go to the top of the 6th. It's an 11-3 lead for Tri-Valley here in pool play. We'll take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. And we are back here at the Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morehouse and Brian Barnes in the broadcast booth. 11-3 the score. We go to the top of the 6th. Arlington facing quite a deficit here as we wrap up pool play, and this will be Arlington's final game. And you know you want to leave with the win.
Would be nice.
Given the way things are going in this tournament, we've seen some really good teams knocked out with 3-2 records. You know, some really good baseball teams that have been knocked out. Mountain Home has moved on based on a win that Janesville had earlier against Portland, Maine. So Arkansas will continue its run here in the Babe Ruth World Series.
Yeah.
A couple more collegiate baseball players from Westfield. Matt Erzik's playing at Worcester State right now. He just walked by with Cam Robitaille, his former catcher in high school.
That's right. That's right. Good to see those guys. Our nemesis, right? Worcester
State.
I don't know if they're our nemesis. I can't really say that, but
well, any other school with a state in it, I guess, is your
is your nemesis.
Your nemesis.
I'll tell you, they were pretty. That league was pretty competitive this year.
That is the MASCAC League, Massachusetts State College League, and Worcester State, Framingham, Fitchburg, MCLA, which is Mass College of Liberal Arts, and Westfield State.
Yeah.
In our backyard, Mass Maritime plays in that league, and
right. I think you said Framingham, and then the Bears down there at Bridgewater State.
Bridgewater State, yeah.
So it's a very competitive league. It was a good year.
Salem State, which wins it every year. I don't know how I left them out. And Salem State had a player drafted this year.
Yeah, actually a couple. I think we've seen a few guys draft. They were high in the draft, but still nice to see them move on. Talented kids. And here we go.
Top of the 6th. We got a pinch hitter, Max Masalo.
Masalo. Let's leave it at Masalo. I think that's how we're going to do it.
And if we mispronounce that, Max can get back at us by ripping a single or a double here.
You look up and say, you guys, what the heck? What are you thinking up there? What are you thinking?
How about the interchangeable parts here, though, with this Tri-Valley team? Because they've subbed quite a bit, and you haven't seen any drop in the talent level.
No. I'm very impressed with that. And we almost missed this. Caden Fitzpatrick, who's been getting buried behind home plate, is now pitching for Arlington.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah? He's like, here, let me take a whack at this. I'm getting tired. So he's out there on the mound. He looks pretty good. He's behind 2 balls and 1 strike. And I got to get the number for the kid behind the plate. There's a ball. Hard to make a guess at that one. And this is when it gets interesting because they flip-flop people all over the place. And there's a strike. Nice job.
It almost looks like Tyler Callahan, who started the game on the mound, but
he's gone. There's a shot right up the middle for a base hit. That's a way to pinch hit.
Got just enough of that to feed it through. Bounced over the second base bag.
So Masalo, number 6, gets a single, his first at bat.
And the lead runner is on.
That he is. So number 12, Corey Steinauer.
He'll take a strike. Steinauer, the catcher for Tri-Valley.
And Fitzpatrick steps off, throws over to first.
Talked about the pitchers moving in and out because they have to based on innings. Catchers should be moving in and out because they should, just based on health.
That's right.
You know, let's go 3 aside here. Three innings. Take a break.
Oh, try to frame that. Nice job by the catcher, but he's going to go to 1-1. Yeah, of all the positions. And we see that a lot in college, as we said before. Your son has experienced that. That's a long, brutal season. And the pitch. Shot going to second base. He's going to turn, make the play at second. Over to first for the double play.
How about that? Arlington turns a double play.
That's a beauty. Great way to end the inning.
Well, that's 2. I think they've still got, that's just 2
outs.
That's
That's true. That's 2. All right.
What a great job there. Again, Tim Azai, the first baseman who started at third. Great hands, great footwork over there, receiving the tail end of that double play.
Yes. Jack Anderson steps in high for ball 1. So Arlington coming up with a nice, gem of their own. Low and in the dirt, which caused Jack Anderson to jump back. He wasn't real happy with it, but
2-0 the count. To Anderson, the first baseman.
And he's going to miss a little bit high. 3-0.
You want to capitalize on that momentum from the double play. If that had been the third out, those guys are going to come to the dugout on fire.
That's right.
Try and turn that into hits. Now we've got a walk.
Hey, a walk that goes to the all the way back to the screen. So Fitzpatrick pats himself on the chest, saying, knowing himself how that feels, telling his battery mate there, sorry about that. I bounced that one in the dirt on you, but let's come back and get him this time. Stepping in is number 8, Nassar. Cuts a pretty big figure here. Misses high for ball 1. Nassar wearing his socks high, rolling his pants up, kind of the traditional baseball style. And Fitzpatrick just missing low on that pitch.
2-0 the count now to Nassar. Again, 2 outs here, top of the 6th. That one inside, brushes him back. Well, he's on the verge of walking 2 in a row.
Boy, yeah. And like you say, it's a shame because we'll see where he goes with this after that double play. There's a strike. Starting to climb back a little bit. To the set and the pitch. Shot. Hit the bag at third base. Unable to be fielded by the third baseman. It's going to advance the runners to first and second.
Again with 2 outs here. A great double play to get things rolling for Arlington here in the top of the 6th. And
yeah,
that momentum goes by the boards.
Yeah, Pat Maskey unable to make the play at third base. The ball hit the bag square and just took a funny bounce off his glove and then out into left field.
That brings up Michael O'Hara, leadoff man.
Very recognizable in his stance and just in his appearance. And the pitch.
That was just a bit outside.
Yeah. Catcher's doing a nice job of trying to frame the pitches back there. It looks like he obviously has some experience. O'Hara takes it high and outside. Brings the count to 2-1.
So everything's sort of slowed down here with the the walk and then that single off the third base bag.
That's high. 3-1 and in danger of perhaps walking someone and forcing a bases loaded situation. And there it is.
Does that exactly. So O'Hara will go down there, bringing up Joey Batalega, and looks like the coach is going to come out here.
Have a little chat. And Batalega's the last guy you want to see.
Yeah.
Really, he lined out to the shortstop last time, but he's had a double, a single, and contributed mightily in this game. Really looks good, very comfortable at the plate. So tough time for Caden Fitzpatrick to struggle. Starting to fill up now.
Kelly McCormick, the coach, one of the coaches of Arlington, he's out on the mound now. As I told you, he's a Cathedral High School graduate here locally, so he's from the area, lives out in Boston now. He's a police officer. He's a big guy. See a big guy like that coming out who carries a gun for a living?
There you
You
go.
gotta pay attention, right?
That's right. Yes, sir. That's the only 2 words you have to say to him. Yes, sir, and it wasn't my fault. Unless it was, and then you don't want to tell him that either. All right, so he's given his words of wisdom. Caden Fitzpatrick looks like he's trying to settle in here.
They've moved the outfield back.
Wow, way
for
back.
Joey Badalega.
And the infield, third base is in a little bit. There's a strike.
Right field could be leaning on the fence if you wanted to.
Gee. Why, they are way back there. They are not going to let the deep ball beat them, I guess.
No, and you know Badalega is going to drive the ball, so
You got to make your stance. You got to make your decision. That's in the ball. That's in the dirt. That face is familiar. I can't get the number. I think he was on third base over here. That's what I'm starting to lean towards. That might be Anthony Missouri behind the plate because we have another third baseman.
Well, that's a good point. Dan Lucia told us when he was up the first inning that he remembers Anthony from last year being a catcher,
So
and a good one.
Yeah, so that makes sense. He's very poised back there, and the way he frames and just holds himself, it's obvious that he's been doing this. There's a shot to first base. Mazai can't find it, tries to flip it, can't do it. It's an errant throw. Nassar hesitates and is called back by his coach to third.
Mazai bobbled that just briefly, and then he tried to flip it over. Well, and it looks like the Arlington coach is going to come out and suggest, no, he's just going to talk to his pitcher. His pitcher was running over there to cover when he's checking on the well-being of him. We've had a couple players that have fallen to the heat and humidity.
Yeah, that was a tough play. I mean, Mazai lost it in his feet, tried to make the flip, and it just kind of broke down at the end there as he was covering.
So a run comes across. It's 12-3 now.
And we got runners on second and third and first.
And don't forget, bases were cleared after a double play to start the inning. And now bases are full.
For Jack Grant. Takes it high, ball one. Yep, they kind of squandered that opportunity, unfortunately. Shot foul down the third base line. The third base coach fielding that barehanded.
And Nasser was right there. He tried to field it as well.
Yeah, the guy, the runner, trying to help the coach out. And here comes the pitch. Ball stroked to the shortstop, throws it over to second base for the final out of the inning, but not before some damage was done.
Run was scored, 12-3 now. We go to the bottom of the sixth, but first we take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Back at Bullens Field, Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes watching Pacific Southwest against Eastern Massachusetts. It's Tri-Valley versus Arlington. And coming up directly after this game, it'll be Westfield, Babe Ruth. They'll take on West Lynn, Oregon. And final game for both those teams here in the tournament.
Right. And I know a lot of Westfield people anxious to see their team in action. Starting to see the people file in a little bit here and fill the stadium.
We've got Nasser back on the mound for
he is
Tri-Valley, and why not? He's done a great job since coming in relief.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Done good on the base pass as well. And there's a shot out to center field. Coming in to make the play, kind of fairly routine.
It's Tyler Callahan getting a good piece of it. Not enough. That ball is pulled in and one out here.
One down for Tim Mazai. Stepping in. Mazai hasn't had as much luck, I think, as he would hope today. That ball misses, breaking ball down low for ball one. Nassar working fairly quickly now. Blowing outside, ball two.
Well, Mazza's done a great job in the field, and obviously he wants to match that with something at the plate here.
Missing with another curveball, dropping just in front of the plate.
So do you give him the green light?
Heck yeah. I don't think he's had a lot to hit today,
He
to
has
be honest,
not.
you know.
He's not. They've kept away from him for sure.
I would let him go. No need as ball four arrives. So Mazai trots down to first base. 4 straight pitches he walked. And that's going to bring up Caden Fitzpatrick.
The catcher, pitcher / all-around baseball guy.
Yeah.
What a competitor he is. You could tell when he was behind the plate. You could tell when he was in front of it.
Yeah. And Nassar having a little bit of an issue here. We're down to the 5th straight ball, and that one's in the dirt as well. So maybe tiring just a little bit. Pitchers tend to do that, though. They'll hit that rough spot where they just can't find the plate for a few batters, and then hopefully they get over it. Ball.
Mentioned seeing Joey Batalega warming up in the bullpen earlier. That was a few innings ago. I don't know if he's been pegged for some relief duty if needed.
Be nice to see him out there.
Evan Chevalier started for Tri-Valley. It's his birthday today, so they gave him a day off.
Gave him
a little time off after a couple of good innings.
Yeah. Is it called strike?
Or maybe my rule was adopted, my amendment to the rule. If you turn 15 during the tournament,
you're
you're
gone.
out.
That's right. Hey, we were listening to the Westfield broadcasters. You're gone, mister. Throw over to first. And Massey gets up. That's probably the last thing he wanted to do at this stage of the game. Dives back into first.
Got a little dirty there.
Yeah.
No mud today. It is dry out
I wonder how many uniforms these guys get. There's a strike. Although it never matters, you know. Even when they get 2 or 3 uniforms, they always wear the dirty one.
Sure.
Yeah.
Especially if you got some hits left in it.
Off-speed balls fisted into right field for a base hit as he lumbers to second and makes it, beating the throw but barely as a heads-up play by the right fielder.
Tough spot for Maz there. Didn't know if that was going to, the second baseman, if he was back further, he could have just jumped up and grabbed that. It popped over his head, so he was kind of caught in no man's land, but made the right decision to run, and he got in there under the throw.
Thomas Kitzmiller coming up, finds himself in an enviable position. Only 1 out. Runners on first and second with an opportunity to maybe get a run across here. Yeah, missing high for ball 1.
Well, obviously, as a pitcher's dad, I think you've pegged this one. You can see that Nasser is tiring a bit here.
Yep. It's been a long series and a long game. under hot conditions, and he just shows the classic signs. He's missing low a lot and then not following through and missing high on his pitches. So maybe seeing the end of the day for him eventually, but so far he's got it under control, and he's got a 9-run lead.
1 out here in the bottom of the 6th.
There you go. We got one across for a strike. Looks a lot
Kitzmiller's
better.
had a good day.
Yeah.
Pitching and at the plate.
Had a double earlier on. There he lifts one to left field, and that is going to fall foul. Just barely foul.
Just foul, and that would have been trouble.
Yeah, it was far over the left fielder.
And it was arcing further left as it landed, so that could have ended up in the bullpen, perhaps. Maybe a ground rule double.
Yeah, O'Hara had a range over there to try to get that. So we're going to dig in again and start the process at 2-2 with 1 out. To the stretch. Missing high and inside.
That brushes him back a little bit.
Yeah. These guys have some nice Easton bats. They're bright. I'll give them that.
Easton showcasing their 2017 bats, which you can't even get yet.
Really?
Over in the
nice.
The hit lab earlier this week.
The ball hit. Third baseman ranges over. Over to second for 1. Over to first. Not in time to get the double play, but they got the runner at second. Advances Mazzy over to third.
They unclogged the bases a little bit there.
Yeah. So we'll have runners at first and third in the corner. And that's going to bring up Gentle, number 19.
We saw him on the mound earlier.
Takes a strike for the first pitch. 0-1. So Nassar being just a little bit more deliberate. Looking over to first. Loses that one a little bit high. Off speed.
You see him wiping his hand on the side of his pants now.
He's thinking, you know, a hot dog and a hamburger about right now. Maybe a hot tub over at the Marriott. You know, let's get back to the hotel. There's a pitch. Kind of an off hit. Shortstop has it ranging over to first for the final out of the inning.
So 12-3 the score as we go to the bottom of the 6th. We'll have that for you when we come back. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes coming to you from the broadcast booth, watching Tri-Valley in Arlington, Pacific Southwest versus Eastern Massachusetts. Final game of pool play for both these teams. Tri-Valley with a 12-3 lead.
And it's been a long day, I think, for the Arlington guys. But you know what? They still carry themselves very well. They're good posture out there, just good field presence all around. Just a classy bunch of guys.
Spencer Friedman will take the mound for Arlington, number 7. He'll step in and relieve Caden Fitzpatrick, who's had a heck of a day, worked both sides of the plate, pitching and catching.
Yeah.
And Spencer Friedman gets to pitch in the Babe Ruth World Series.
There you go. Good opportunity for him. And I think we still see Anthony Missouri there.
Behind the plate.
Yeah, the more I watch him, he kind of looks like a little bit like Evan. You know, he's got that just very composed back there. Very deliberate.
Well, we'll see if he takes a walk to the mound and starts barking in the pitcher's ear. Then
That's
we'll.
right. That's right. We'll know. We'll know.
Often asked, you know, what'd you say to that guy? And the response I get is, you don't want to know. Or I can't repeat it.
There you go. So Pacific Southwest is up. We're looking at number 4. Trevor Jackson was in here for the first time today. Trevor Jackson, lefty. Takes a ball.
Friedman throws hard for this team.
He does.
A good fastball. That one just a little bit outside.
That one, that one gets away from Missouri. And I hope that his parents aren't at home cringing as his name is really something else. But a little bit high. So Trevor
Jackson's first at bat here in the top of the 7th.
He takes a strike. He's into a full count, 3-2.
A little bit different stance there. He holds the bat at the end, points it behind him, gets a good swing on it, and that one's going to get through.
Yeah, drives a single to left field. Very nice job of hitting.
Mazzy's moved back over to third base here as Kitzmiller's gone to first, and right away he's got to eat a little dirt trying to track down that ball.
Man of many talents as he's bouncing back and forth. Just going to bring up number 9.
This is Luke Pafalvi. He was up last inning. He ropes one out there.
Boy, right between the second baseman and the shortstop. And
So
here we
again,
go.
we see Tri-Valley putting runners on.
Here they go. Here they go. Number 6, Max Masalo. Coming to the plate.
It's not been a good week for underdogs here.
No.
At the Babe Ruth World Series.
And Masalo takes a strike. Yeah, underdog, they lived up to their name, unfortunately. Runners on first and second. And the pitch, another shot driven right to second. Shortstop's up with it, makes the play at second. On to first for the double play. But that will advance the runner, Trevor Jackson, to third. But we have 2 outs now. Okay. Steve Donnelly's just handed me an announcement here. And we will get to that here shortly. First pitch is a ball. It says, watch Thursday's Babe Ruth World Series Championship game for free. No tickets required. So Dan Welch and the Westfield Babe Ruth are going to open this game up for free for people who want to come see the championship game. So come on down. Hopefully it's going to be good weather.
And if you haven't experienced Bullens Field at night during a baseball game, perfect time to do it.
Yeah. That was very nice. Very gracious of Dan, who's run a really good World Series to this point.
And it hasn't been easy. I mean, this has been under duress.
Oh.
And if you look at the great condition the field is in after torrential downpours, the fact that the lights are working after being blown out by a lightning strike.
That's right. And just staying in as Corey Steinauer just fouls that ball off. And the count on Corey goes to 2-2.
With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. And that runner on third.
Trevor Jackson finds himself on third after just entering the game for the first time. Wearing the familiar New Balance shoes that Westfield State loves so much.
Kids are all gear hounds, right?
Oh, my goodness. There's a shot into center field for a base hit. So Corey Steinauer drives in Trevor Jackson for his first run scored. And that is going to increase Tri-County's lead.
13-3 now. What a great swing by Steinauer.
Wasn't that pretty?
You know,
effortless.
Took the pitch that was given to him, put it where he had to put it.
Absolutely. Jack Anderson stepping in, the big first baseman. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Spencer Friedman in relief for this 7th inning. Of course, Arlington's going to get another crack at this. Oh, looks like he hit him. Nope, he did not, but the runner's going to take second base.
He came inside on him. It looked like he may have gotten a piece of him, but
So Steinauer lumbers down to second base. The big lefty now standing at home plate. The pitch outside for a ball. Brings the count to 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. Steinauer standing on second.
Three and 1 the count now.
Jack Anderson hoping for a good pitch to hit here. And he gets one, and he rips a single into right field. That's going to plate. Nope, he's going to hold him. Excellent play by the outfield. Right to the cutoff. Keeps the runners at first and third.
Coach recognized that and holds Steinauer.
That's up. There goes Mrs. Murphy's Donuts. Big salute. Oof. Oh, girls, girls.
How do you do that? How do you do that to a couple guys that have been stuck up in the booth for a few hours here, walk by with Mrs. Murphy's Donuts?
Yep. That was cruel. That was cruel. So Evan Chevalier going to step in, take some hits. He was our starting pitcher.
Comes back into the game.
And we know why.
It's his birthday.
That's right. It's his birthday. Besides, the coach gave us the reason why way back in the first. With a chance to do some damage with men on first and third. Takes a strike.
That's the pitch. You usually get one good pitch in a sequence. And if you let it go by, you're probably not going to get another one like it.
And when you're in a slump, it seems like you always pick the wrong pitch to let go by. There's a strike. That was another good one right there.
2 in a row.
He's kind of talking to himself now. I think he knows he missed that one. Missed a great opportunity.
Well, it's funny. You see these kids, they're always looking for the perfect pitch as opposed to the best one they're going to get.
Right. Great point. And that may be, see what he delivers him here. Wow, goes back again and finds the hole. So he gets a base hit, kind of fights off the pitch. And that adds another run.
And an RBI. 14-3 the score now, top of the 7th.
Wow.
Tri-Valley with the lead. This is last year's 13-year-old championship team coming out to Westfield now to see if they can repeat in the 14-year-old bracket.
And a familiar face to us, Michael O'Hara, steps in. He's had a great day. Spencer Friedman to the plate. Ball 1. So bases loaded. That seems to be a familiar theme. 16 hits for this team today. 14 runs. The pitch. Outside. As he kind of looked out to left field to his teammate, kind of shook his head. It's been a long. He's like, you know. There's a strike. Good pitch.
2-1 the count. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. 2 runs in. And 2 men on for Tri-Valley.
Tri-Valley putting on a show today. Trying to be the 14-year-old Babe Ruth champions this year.
They've put on a show since they've been here. They're in the opposite bracket of Westfield, but we've been hearing about them since, actually since they strolled in together at the banquet.
Is that right?
Didn't see anyone under 6 feet till about the 5th guy in.
Well, he's going to draw a walk, and that's going to load him up. And that is not good news because Joey Betalega is coming to bat, and he has just been having an outstanding day.
Coach McCormick's going to take a trip to the mound here, and I don't know if they are going to relieve
Spencer
of his duties. Probably not.
He's just giving him a little pep talk here.
It's like the pep talk.
Yeah. I know it doesn't look good, but it's going to be okay. You can do this, kid. It's from the bench. You're looking good.
Well, you know, if you throw strikes, you're going to have a better chance.
Yeah.
Obviously. I mean, if you think about it, you know, baseball is a game of percentages, and if you throw 65% strikes, and they make contact, the percentage of those that are going to be pop flies or easy grounders just goes up astronomically. And when you don't do that and you put somebody on, those numbers tilt in your favor. It's almost like, you know, being at the casino.
Yeah.
You know, the house always wins for a reason.
That's
because
exactly right.
the numbers are stacked in their favor.
Exactly. So the house is going to try to take advantage of this, taking a curveball for a strike for the first pitch.
There.
Betalega obviously displaying confidence at home plate for many reasons. High ball. 1-1.
So that 2 o'clock Westfield game has
By the way,
obviously been delayed.
There's a strike. By the way, just a little bit.
We will bring it to you in its entirety.
Yes. Every inning. Spencer Friedman to the stretch. Misses high with a curveball.
Oh, Missouri framed that one.
Yeah. He did.
Umpires are human too. You'd think maybe he'd look at that and say, you know what? It's an 11-run lead. Close enough.
Oh, that is going to be a fair ball bouncing off the bag. Score 1 run. They're going to attempt to make the second. The throw in not going to be in time. And Betalega trundles down to second base with a single off the bag, advancing to second on the throw.
So a couple more and 4 runs this inning so far. It's 16-3 now for Tri-Valley with 2 outs.
And so it goes. And the house is spoken. Back it came.
You can't walk guys. It's as simple as that.
No.
You know, the walks will come back and haunt you.
Jack Grant with runners on second and third.
Well, we've obviously seen enough of these guys go through. We've gone through the lineup a couple of times here. And you wait for that that reprieve. You wait for that spot in the lineup where you can take a breath and go, okay, well, you know, we can get out of it now. That spot in the lineup doesn't
exist, and there you go. There's evidence right there as he lines a shot, bringing in 2 more runs. He's going to end up on second base with a stand-up double before this is over. And the relentless assault continues as Jack Grant pummels a double down the left field. And just like you said, well, we're going to go to number 4 now.
Sure, Cavello, who's due up, comes out, and he's going to be replaced by Trevor Jackson, who steps in for him. So
yeah. And Trevor actually got a hit his first time up, so it continues. First pitch strike.
So I mentioned we talked to the talked to the Tri-Valley coach before the game, and he said it's all about pitching and hitting for his team. We don't make errors. It's pitching and hitting. And then he says to me casually on the way out, we could swing the bats a little too.
Yeah.
To the tune of 18 runs here.
That's right. So there's a shot. Shortstop will field that ball cleanly over to first. And that is it. But after an assault with 6 additional runs.
18-3 the score. We're going to bring you the bottom of the 7th when we come back. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. Tri-Valley comes in as advertised. They've got an 18-3 lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th against Arlington. Tri-Valley representing the Pacific Southwest.
And
Arlington representing Eastern Massachusetts.
And look who's on the mound.
Joey Batalega.
There you go.
The closer.
Joey Batalega. He's going to face Spencer Friedman, who was on the mound previously. And Mr. Batalega has a little bit of velocity in him.
He does. Some zip there, and he pours it in for a strike.
Working fast. A little bit low.
Bottom of the 7th here, and obviously if you're Arlington, you want to go out on a positive note, get some hits, get some runners on base, but if you throw the ball or hit the ball back to Batalega, he's going to throw you out.
Yes, he is, and just a classic. You've seen that guy scrap all day, just dives, makes the play, up on his feet, and over to first for the first out.
So the guys on the other side of the press box, they get to vote for player of the game.
Yeah, that's true.
One from each team. We don't get a vote, but
boy, I don't know.
Boy, it'd be tough. It'd be tough with this group for Tri-Valley. Same thing with Arlington.
Yeah.
A couple of kids that had really good days for Arlington.
Batalega, Gavello was outstanding. O'Hara just right there. You had Asher Colden. Boy, that's a toughie.
Evan Chevalier, who started and then came in.
Yep.
Got a run-scoring single at the end here.
Yeah, Jack Anderson. Like you mentioned that earlier. There's just no let-up in these guys. Batalega, to me, has just been maybe just more noticeable. I don't know why, but done very well. Boy, there's an outstanding curveball. Got him. Punched him out with flair.
2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. So Batalega got the first guy when a comebacker to the mound. He got the second guy striking him out.
He's trying to make a statement.
And now he faces Brendan Jones. Well, take that back. He's facing Missouri.
It's our catcher there. Low for ball 1. Yeah, the people starting to move around here a little bit in anticipation for the next game. That should do it. Right to shortstop, cleanly fielded over to first, and that's the ball game.
Great play there at shortstop. Picked up by Jack Grant, throws it over to first base, and that wraps things up. So the final here, 18-3, Tri-Valley with the victory, and they go through pool play unscathed. And Arlington wraps up their Babe Ruth World Series run with a loss here. We'll stay with it and give you the players of the game as they're announced for both teams, and then we'll take a little break and get ready for
do it again.
The home team,
Yes. So this is what it's like to actually do something with an actual broadcaster. This is nice. This is kind of, you're doing all the heavy lifting. I like this.
Well,
I like this.
This is, you know, as a hockey broadcaster, you figure you come in and baseball will be pretty easy, but it's not.
No.
A lot more space to fill in the baseball game, you know.
Exactly.
So, and as you know, a lot more information that you can not only jot down but relay to the listener.
Right. Now there's a lot to it. It really makes you respect the guys that do this for a living. Of course, they do have a lot. They've got quite a staff behind them.
They do, as do we. Great group here.
Oh, yeah, we
Young
do.
kids that have been producing this show. It's been fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah, I hope it's translating well, because when I watch it from my office or from wherever I am, it's really well done on the screen, both announcement-wise and technically. So here we go. Wow. So number 13.
So Gavello gets it. He obviously had the two doubles, both of them run-scoring doubles. He'll get player of the game.
Yep.
Well, then we'll see who they pick for. I'm going to go with Caden Fitzpatrick, the catcher. And what do I know? They're going to give it to Spencer Friedman. Again, he had a great day for Arlington.
He did.
They represented themselves well for sure, even in the loss.
Yep.
And they were very competitive right up till about the 4th or 5th inning when things started to go awry, but a great game for Arlington. So we're going to take a break here. We'll be back to you shortly with the Westfield West Lynn game, and that's our 2 o'clock game, which has been moved back a little bit, but more baseball to come. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. Welcome to the Babe Ruth World Series, the 2016 World Series. This is the 14-year-old edition. We are wrapping up pool play here on Monday, getting ready for the brackets to be set for tournament play starting tomorrow. And we bring you the final game for the home team, the host team,
Yay.
Westfield. And they will take on Pacific Northwest, which is represented by Westland, Oregon. It's a team that I've gotten a chance to watch a couple times during the tournament.
Yep.
And they are the home team, or they are the visiting team, rather, the Pacific Northwest team, and they will be batting first.
Right.
Pitching on the mound for Westfield is Ethan Flaherty, and obviously we'll have a good look at all these kids throughout the course of the afternoon here, and we've watched them play baseball since they were very small, so we'll have a good opportunity to tell you about this Westfield team as we move along. And leading off for Pacific Northwest, Jacob Vu. He's a shortstop. And we'll get a chance to see Will Gable, the catcher, and Trayton Burke, the first baseman, as well.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough. This is one of the games I did a while back. And Jacob Vu standing in. A smaller player, but very, very competitive and very capable. Ethan Flaherty's first pitch is high for a ball.
Vu does a great job at shortstop, and as you mentioned, he's a smaller in stature, but he still has good range, and he's got a good throw over to first.
Flaherty's into the dirt for ball 2. 2-0. So Westfield's probably awake now. Everyone's been working, and I think they're probably with us. First strike over for Ethan Flaherty. So welcome to all you in the community that are tuning in to hear this game. Struggled a little bit. We're down 0-3 as far as win-loss. There's a hit by Vu. Going to go to the shortstop, ranging the throw to first. Not in time, but a good play by the shortstop.
Matt Pelletier. Matt Pelletier had to go back and took him away from first base from that direction, but he was able to scoop it up, made the throw. Good stretch by Josh Liss at first, but unable to get the out. Josh Liss has had one heck of a tournament for Westfield, pitching, hitting, and playing at first base.
Absolutely. Will Gable stepping in. The catcher squares to bunt, pops it. Flaherty's going to be able to get to it and go to first base, throws it away, and that's going to go and bring Jacob Vu. They're telling him to go all the way around, and the runners are getting sent back. Yep. So the runners are going to be stuck at second and third.
Greg Sauner McCarthy was over in right field there. He ran it down, and it rolled underneath the fence. So it pulls the runners back, and Westfield in a little bit of trouble right out of the gate. And this seems to be kind of the theme for Westfield during this tournament. They get themselves in trouble.
Trayton Burke, the first baseman, stepping in, a lefty. Runners on second and third. Ethan Flaherty to the stretch, and the pitch. Big swing and a miss.
Ethan Flaherty has been the ace for this team for a few years now. He's always been, a tall kid, a little bit bigger than the rest, and he throws hard. Good thing about this Westfield team, though, is
shot into center field. That's going to be a single that's going to plate 1, maybe 2, but they're going to hold him up. Good defensive play into the cutoff. And on the board early is Westland, Oregon. Clayton Kolarczyk, the center fielder, stepping in with runners on first and third. So there'll be some kind of signal given. Takes a ball, I think is what he called that.
A little bit high there.
Yep. A few technical difficulties here, but I think our guys in the back did doing a great job. They straightened it out. Sam Romero deals for the second pitch. Off-speed pitch bounces just in front of the plate.
So he's mixing it up. He starts with a fastball, comes back with a curve, both of them missing, but he doesn't really want to toy with Mason Collinwood. Probably the best pure power hitter on the Westfield team.
And the pitch. There's a, wow, that's a shot to left field over the left fielder's head. Carson Flagg tracking it down at the fence, bobbles it a little bit, gets it in, but that's a stand-up double into which, to your point, there you go, leadoff double.
So Collinwood looking to answer back for Westfield. Starts off with the double. West Lynn, Oregon with a 2-run lead, 2 runs in the top of the first.
Brings up Matt Pelletier. Matt, a right-handed hitter.
Earned himself a Player of the Game award in one of the earlier games in the tournament for his work at the plate. Had a great double out to center field.
And the pitch taken for a strike.
It's Mason Collinwood. You look at Mason and he looks like a typical 4-hitter. He's big, strong, powerful. He's also probably the fastest kid on the team. And it wasn't until very recently that they figured out, hey, if we put him in the leadoff spot, if he doesn't hit a double, he's going to get on first. He's going to steal second. He'll probably steal third, and then you've got some action happening.
There you go, and that makes that very unique. Makes him a unique weapon to use. So we're sitting here with a 1-1 count. Matt Pelletier at the plate. Sam Romero looks back, checks Mason Collinwood at second, comes to the stretch. And the pitch. Looping curveball drops in there for a strike.
1-2, the count on Matt Pelletier.
Sam Romero not backing down from a challenge. Very comfortable going to his breaking ball. Showing full command here in the early going. Looks in to Will Gable. Gets the sign. And the pitch. High.
Had a chance to call a Westland game earlier on in the tournament and impressed with all of these kids. The infield, very good job. The outfield with Kyle Gregg and Carson Flagg out there running down balls.
Yeah. They're a good group. Kolarchik as well. Very, very accomplished. Here comes the pitch. There's a shot going to go in for a base hit, and that's going to get by the center fielder enough to score Collinwood as he rambles all the way from second for the first Westfield run.
2-1 the score. Mason Collinwood crosses the plate on the single by Matt Pelletier, and Westfield's on the board.
So that brings up Josh Liss, number 24. Big first baseman.
Another guy who's got a Player of the Game award to his credit in this tournament. Probably been Westfield's best all-around player.
It just looks like he wants to hit the ball, doesn't he? Well, the runner was going, but it's a foul ball as the bat got in the way. A little bit of a bad break there for Westfield. Liss trying to get the bat out of the way, couldn't do it. Foul ball, the runner goes all the way back to first, so Matt Pelletier retreats where he started, and we're going to do this again. Sam Romero checking Matt Pelletier. Takes a couple more steps as he slides to his right. Now they've got him in a rundown. Good move. Over to the second baseman. Pelletier. Well, he's keeping it alive here. It's really a classic rundown. Good job by... Did he avoid it?
He said... Should have been out.
Boy, that was outstanding. Just heads-up base running. And kind of the Westland, Oregon teams looking around like, what is going on? They all got into that wheel on the coverage. Somebody forgot to cover third. Heads-up play.
We were giving Coach Alusha, he was our guest first inning of the last game before Westfield started their warm-ups, and we were giving him a hard time about calls over at third base by the third base coach. Is he holding runners? Is he sending runners? What's he doing? Well, whatever he whispered in Matt Pelletier's ear certainly worked. Matt avoids the tag at second.
You know,
and then runs it down to third.
It's one of those things that they had it under control. Wes Lynn, I don't know. Wes Lynn, I don't know how much of that we got. It's hard for us to see because it's not up on our monitor now, but they actually were doing well, and they had the cadence down, but then they just let it get it. He held it just a little too long, and then he tried to run him down. So didn't work out for Wes Lynn. That brings up Josh Lish still at the plate.
And still nobody out. One strike on Liss.
Pelletier taking a good lead here. Romero delivers. Foul back on a big cut by Josh.
2 strikes on Manal. He wanted all of that.
So Westfield, you can see they're pretty motivated today. Want to put a good showing in for the home fans. Boy, he is up in the batter box.
Romero bounces one in.
Nice play by Will Gable.
Pelletier will hold at third.
You know, and actually, Josh isn't that far forward. He just stride is so wide. His left foot is up in the box. But his center of gravity is back behind the plate, actually. And the pitch. Foul back and another hard cut by Josh Liss.
That one bounces into the crowd. Well, obviously, a lot of people on hand today to watch Westfield, watch the home team. Still 2 strikes, 1 and 2 on Josh.
Pelletier hoping to get across here. Big looping curveball.
Romero's got a great curve.
Wow.
Jacob Sherman, who pitches for this team, has a good curveball as well. Both of them have that ability to drop it in just like Romero did there, striking out Josh Liss. That brings Michael Hall, the third baseman, to the plate.
Another big fella. And we're not short on stature this year.
No, Mikey Hall's another ace. He's been one of the best pitchers in Little League and Babe Ruth growing up.
And he takes the first pitch high for a ball.
Does a great job at shortstop. Hasn't played a lot of third for this particular team this year, but leading up to the tournament, got a couple turns there and did a great job, and I took over as a starting third baseman.
Tries to bunt, pops it up. Unfortunately, back to Romero. And that was kind of an odd play.
Yeah, tough when you don't get that down. That brings up the pitcher, Ethan Flaherty. Wants to help out his cause a little bit here. Ethan knows he owes himself a run. He was the one who picked up that bunt and threw it out of the range of the first baseman, and that caused all that havoc to start in the top of the first inning.
Right.
And so Ethan wants to put one in a gap here and bring home Matt Pelletier. Swings at that one.
That is a hard cut. He was going for it there. Kind of shaking his head. It was a little bit high, but a nice cut at the ball. So 1 strike. Sam Romero going to the stretch, staring at Pelletier, and he works to the plate. Ethan held up on that one. He wanted it in the worst way. No swing.
They give him the benefit of the doubt. Glad that's not a reviewable call.
1-1 with 2 outs. Ethan Flaherty trying to tie the score with a hit. There's a shot to shortstop, fielded cleanly by Vu. Over to first to end the inning.
Now we get to see Jacob Vu do what he does best. Again, shortstop, good range, scoops it up, great hands, makes the throw over, and that'll do it. After 1, it is 2-1 West Linn, Oregon with the lead. We're going to take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We are back at the Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morris with Brian Barnes getting ready for the top of the second inning. Westfield against Westland, Oregon. And final game for both of these teams in pool play. And both of these teams winless to this point. So this is sort of the game for pride.
Yeah.
When you come out of the tournament with a World Series win.
That's right. And we are going to see West Lynn bring Brandon Alexander and Grayson Pijas and Will Vaughn to the plate. The extra hitter, the second baseman, and the third baseman.
You said Will Vaughn, right? Not Mo Vaughn.
No, Mo looks a little different than Will. Not saying anything bad about Mo, but boy, where has he gone?
I know.
I haven't even seen him in like retirement ceremonies or anything.
Mo Vaughn was David Ortiz before David Ortiz was.
That's right.
David Ortiz.
That's right. Boy, the way he's going this year, it's a shame to see him leave.
So Ethan Flaherty set for inning number 2.
And he gets ready, looks in, looks to Jack Mascadrelli, gets the sign, and we're off. High ball 1. The Easton tent has not gone up all day. Does that mean we're done with them? Or?
No, Easton will be back tomorrow.
Low?
They will be here tomorrow for the tournament games, the bracket games that begin in the morning. And I'm sure from that point they'll be here through the
There's a
World
strike.
Series final.
Ethan Flaherty standing at 2-1 to Brandon Alexander, the extra hitter. There's a nice pitch. Gets it across for a strike.
He's got him off balance here now.
Yeah. He kind of mixes them up.
2-2.
Beautiful pitch. Went to the sidearm on that one.
Drops down to the sidearm and puts it by Brandon Alexander for out number 1.
Here we go. Got a replay of that. Hopefully we got the... And there it is. Gets him swinging. Good K for Ethan Flaherty. Grayson Pijas is how they're calling it. Ball 1. Kind of dropping down a little bit, showing him a different look.
Coach Avery letting Jack Mascadrelli, the catcher, call the pitches in this game.
Foul tip into the catcher's glove.
1-2. So Flaherty dealing now.
Be nice to see him get a little momentum here out of this inning. There's a hit to the shortstop. Kind of bobbles it a minute. The throw to first, not in time. It gets away from the first baseman, Josh Liss, but the runner's going to stay at first base. Nice backup by the catcher, Jack Mascadrelli, all the way down to behind first base to retrieve that ball.
There's a requirement here in Westfield that your catcher runs down to first base with the runner in specific situations that warrant it. Talking to one of the coaches from Arkansas, said, "Hey, wait, your catcher always run down like that?" I said, if they want to play, they do.
That's right. Brings up Will Vaughn, the third baseman, and he takes a strike for the first pitch. So Grayson Pijas on the error from the shortstop, sitting at first base. Ethan Flaherty goes to work from the stretch once again.
2 errors, not through 2 innings yet for Westfield, and it's kind of been the Achilles heel for this team, throwing the ball around a little bit at the wrong time.
Didn't know any better. I think they carried that to Westfield State with them. Into the set. Big swing by Will Vaughn. Fouled back. Ethan Flaherty ahead, 0-2. Looks over to Pijas. To the plate he comes. There's a shot, going to be a base hit into the left field area. The center fielder actually goes over and picks it up. That's Walt Figueroa. And throws it in, and now Westland has runners on first and second with with one out.
Figueroa established himself as one of the starting outfielders. This team played down at War the Shore down in Connecticut. Pretty well-known tournament. And they actually won it. They played a lot of AAU teams, and they came out winning it. And Walter Figueroa had some plays out. He was playing left field at the time at the fence at the warning track, where he was in stride pulling down baseballs. So he is definitely a defensive weapon out there.
Carson Flagg stepping in. Runners on first and second. Flaherty really drops down to more of a sidearm on that one. Missing low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Going to change balls up a little bit.
2-1 the score. We're at the top of the second inning. Westland, Oregon, representing the Pacific Northwest against the host team, Westfield.
Westfield, we've heard about them a little bit.
Yeah. I believe they're the Wolfpack. The Wolfpack, I think they've dubbed themselves the Wolfpack.
Really?
At least during tournament play, they were the Westfield Wolfpack.
Okay. There's a strike by Ethan. Gets it across. Westfield playing at average depth. There's a shot foul, almost hit the first base coach. Rolls onto the fence.
Fisted that off, right off the bat handle. So nice job by Flaherty, moving that ball outside to inside on him.
3-1 count now. Flaherty comes to the stretch.
There you go.
Punches him out. So there's the first strikeout, I believe. I don't know. Actually, that's the second for Ethan. Punches out Carson Flagg.
See it on the replay here.
For the second out. That brings up Kyle Gregg.
Flagg
the right
leaned
fielder.
over on that, but unable to get the bat out on it.
There's a ball.
2 on, 2 out here in the top of the second.
Steps off the rubber. Just to look over to first base. No damage done. A little bit low. Mascadrelli does a nice job backhand in that. Third base coach talking to his hitter, Kyle Gregg.
Gregg, the right fielder for this team. Batting in the 9 spot.
High. I don't know if that one maybe slipped out of his hands a little bit.
The 10 spot, actually. They got an extra hitter.
Yeah, and Westfield uses that too, so we're seeing that a lot. And ball 4.
And he walks the bases loaded with 2 out. And the tough part is that brings up the top of the order, and we'll see Jacob Vu again.
Jacob Vu, who got a hit to start the game off, will be up for the second time. Flaherty comes to the stretch. Missing.
Don't know where that one was.
It's really tough from this angle with a right-handed batter up. That was close. There's a strike.
1-1 the count to Jacob Vu, Ethan Flaherty. He's up against it. Bases are loaded.
Fouls that one straight back to the net.
He's up now on Jacob Vu.
You know, these nets have been great. It's kind of the insurance company should be giving us a reduction on our insurance.
Well, we figured out just by the cost of baseballs that have been lost.
Yeah.
And there's a strikeout.
Wow, nice.
For Ethan Flaherty, puts one by Vu to end the inning.
Beautiful.
And get himself out of trouble. So, we go to the bottom of the second inning with the score 2-1. Westland with the lead. We're going to take a break. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. Sam Romero back on the mound for Westland, Oregon, representing the Pacific Northwest. They've got a 2-1 lead on Westfield. We go to the bottom of the second. And it looks like Greg Sarno-McCarthy will be first up for Westfield, followed by Darren Roberts and Will Cameron.
Yeah, and Romero had a pretty effective first inning. He gave up a leadoff double and then a single, so he was a little cold to start, but they came back with a strikeout and kind of settled down a little bit to get out of the jam with just 1 run.
Will Gable, the catcher, makes his throw down to second. Warm-up's complete. And Sarno-McCarthy will come to the plate for Westfield. He's had a chance to pitch in this tournament. Got a couple of innings of work in over at Westfield State. And that had to be a thrill for the guys, too, to be able to play on the college field over there.
Absolutely. They got much better drainage over there. Too bad they didn't have the bleachers built over there. Here comes the first pitch. And a lazy fly ball into right field. Going to make the catch, though. That's Kyle Gregg coming on to make the catch as he was shading to the left a little bit.
We've talked about these outfielders for West Lynn, Kolarchuk, Flagg, and Gregg, and all three of them do a great job. Case in point there, that one could have been trouble dropped in, but he got a good jump on it, had a beat on it, was able to pull it in.
Darren Roberts steps up to the plate now, the second baseman for Westfield. Sam Romero from the full windup. High, ball 1. Romero working from the full windup, looks in, deals, and it's a foul as it was kind of high, but Darren Roberts goes up after it and fouls it straight back.
2-1 the score here. Westland with the lead. And this, talent-wise, this is a good matchup. You know, I think there's a big gap between the haves and have-nots in this tournament. Not the case in this game.
There's a shot right at the right fielder. Kyle Gregg doesn't have to move too much, and he puts that one down for the second out of the inning.
Brings up Will Cameron. Will the Thrill, we call him.
Will the Thrill.
Will Cameron, you take a look at him, and would you think that maybe he's a football player?
Not a football player.
He's a football player.
Really?
Played football. Got a chance to go watch him play a couple of games in the fall a few years ago.
Nice. Takes the first ball outside. Ball 1.
He's also had a good series for Westfield. Had a couple of hits. Pitched a few innings. He's a lefty.
You gotta like that.
Throws junk from the left side. Hard to hit.
He takes a second. Ball 2-0.
His bike's in my garage. It's been there for about a month and a half. I keep telling him to, if he doesn't take it, I'm going to put a sign on it.
Free. F-R-E-E. Yeah, a little bit low. So he's ahead on the count here, 3-0. And what do you say? Does he have light or no?
I don't know. Will's got some speed. I'd like to see him on base. Maybe take one here. And he does, and it is a strike.
Sam Romero putting it right down there, making sure that he gets that strike call. Goes to 3-1. Still a hitter's count. And that one almost took out the guys on one bounce in the press box over there.
Yep.
Gonna have to update their insurance after that one. That was the closest I've seen all week.
Yeah. Well, not a hockey puck, so.
And Romero spinning Louis Tiant fashion, facing second base.
Johnny Cueto for the younger generation.
Yeah. That's right. Louis Tiant, they're like, what the heck are you talking about? Who is this Louis Tiant?
Who's the old guy in the booth?
That's right. He makes a mean sandwich, though, Louis Tiant down there at Fenway. Get his Cuban sandwiches.
Yep.
So here comes Jack Masciadrelli.
Here's the catcher. Jack, one of the better hitters on the team. All around a good player. Very competitive.
And very
wants to win that one-on-one battle with the pitcher, and that is so important.
Absolutely. You can see he's really back in the batter's box. His foot on that very back line. Little hummingbird said hello.
That was scarier than the baseball that flew up there.
Nice lead for Will Cameron. And the pickoff gets away from the first baseman, but didn't do any harm as he kind of rolls to the back of the infield area, but retrieved by Trayton Burke.
Now, neither of these teams are at the skill level of the California team. You want to put the ball in play. You want to make them make plays, make them play good baseball.
Sam Romero from the stretch. High. And it looked like Will Gable was going to throw down to try to get Will Cameron. But it was just a bluff. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs. Here we are at the bottom of the second inning, 2-1. Wes Lynn. And the pitch. High.
We saw Romero against Bismarck, and he had a little bit of problem with runners on base. And we're seeing that right here. But he throws over quickly, and he gets him. Will Cameron got caught off base.
Boy, that was a nice heads-up play by Romero. Didn't even come to set, just threw it over there as he saw Cameron trying to sneak off the base, and he nails him for the 3rd out.
And after 2, it's 2-1. West Lynn with the lead, and they are coming up. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Let's take another look at that play that we just saw. Will Cameron got caught leaning. Really kind of a fast move. There's Romero. Didn't even come close to stepping on the rubber. Just throws it over to first and caught Will Cameron leaning off to end the inning. So a good alert play by Romero.
And that brings us to the top of the 3rd inning, Westfield and West Lynn. We've got a Westfield player who is going to come off the field. And we see the heat exhaustion kicking in again. I believe that's what it is. And looks like Matt Pelletier.
Wow.
And actually, he's holding his side a little bit. So
holding his side, maybe cramps. They got the ice pack, big ice pack on his back.
Ice pack all over him. So
that's going to bring in number 17 to the Westfield lineup.
That's Colby Gazda. Colby Gazda's been playing. He's been pretty much the 3rd baseman throughout this season. And he'll come back and take over from Mikey Hall. It'll move Mikey Hall over to shortstop, I believe.
Yep.
And again, Mikey's been obviously an ace pitcher for the team, but he's filled in. Actually, he's going over to second. That'll move Darren Roberts to shortstop. And these interchangeable parts for Westfield, obviously good in a situation like this. And Flaherty faces Gable. Pours that one in there for a strike. 1-0 count.
So Flaherty deals. And that's going to go for a ball against Gable. The pitch by Flaherty is driven to center field. Walter Figueroa settles under it for the 1st out of the inning.
Be nice to see Westfield get a 1-2-3 inning here, get a clean inning.
It would be.
Start building some of that momentum. Start feeling like a baseball player out there.
That brings up Trayton Burke, who's the first baseman. He singled his first time at bat. Big swing and a miss for strike one. So just to review, we got Mike Hall, who's moved over to second base. Darren Roberts takes shortstop, and Colby Gazda takes over at third as Matt Pelletier goes out with some kind of injury or heat exhaustion, so we hope he's well, and we wish him well. Kind of a tough way to end your World Series.
And again, Matt being a hockey player, I'm sure he wants to come out for the next shift, but they're not going to let him do that.
Absolutely. Swing and a miss for the third strike. It gets by the throw to first for the second out of the inning.
And Mascadrelli, he wanted to go to the dugout. He thought it was 3. Great job by Jack blocking that ball and keeping it in front of him. It was a swinging strike, but if you don't catch the ball, the runner can go. And he did. He went down to first.
That's right.
Jack picked it up, and he threw it over to first. Mason Collinwood holding down the bag over there.
So Kyron Kolarchik takes high ball one.
Sounds like a defenseman for the Blackhawks.
It does, yeah. That's a great name for yelling, too. Like if you're screaming at a kid, Kolarchik. That's awesome. There's a strike by Ethan. Kolarchik hit into a double play last time up.
1-1 the count to him. Oh, come on.
Boy, not going to give it to him.
That's that low strike. We talked about it in the last game, Brian. If a pitcher can get it, he can live there.
Absolutely.
Makes it very
And
difficult.
it looked good. To me, that was a strike. And there's the hit, third baseman over to first. So there you have it. Great inning by Westfield.
It up, throws it over to Collinwood. And we've got that 3 up, 3 down.
Beautiful.
Going to the bottom of the third. Score 2-1. Westland with the lead. We'll take a break. It's the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes, live from Bullens Field in Westfield. The 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series. Westland has a 2-1 lead on Westfield. 2 errors for Westfield and 2 runs as a result. A couple hits in there as well, but it's the errors that's been hurting this Westfield team. Jack Mascadrelli back up at the plate. He was standing there when Will Cameron got picked off at first base, so he gets another crack at Sam Romero.
There you have it. So here we go. Romero's kind of in a groove here. Starts off with a strike.
Little high, but
it looked that way.
Got a piece of it, enough of it.
Now, I don't know how they're doing this. That's high as far as West Lynn. But their catcher has not looked over for signs. I've noticed he's kind of calling the game. Or he looks like he's looking at his wristband.
Yep. Well, that's a lost art. Catchers calling pitches. You know, it's rare. Coaches like to treat this as a video game, and a lot of them like to call pitches. It's a good coach who lets his catcher call the pitches.
It is, and I'll say the last kid I've seen do that is your son at Westfield State.
And he's been allowed to do it since he was about 10.
and rightfully so.
He's got a great feel for the game, and he's going to be a coach at some point because of it. You know,
That's
that
right.
understanding of what to throw, when to throw it, what's the pitcher got that's working.
Exactly. Wow, I don't know where that one was, but it missed. And my son, as you alluded to, said, I saw him shake off Evan a couple times, and I said, wow, you shook Evan off? He goes, no, that's a planned shake off,
Oh, yeah.
Dad.
They do have a call. They have a call for that.
That's
Shake
right.
off the pitch, confuse the batter.
That's right. That bounces and gets by the catcher, who's very slow to react. So I think he's going to turn the corner and try. Yep, he's going all the way, and he's going to make it standing up.
Jack Mascadrelli, obviously, I mentioned him being one of the best players on the team, and in my opinion, one of the smartest baseball players, a pure baseball player.
Well, very good instinct on that one as he saw that happen. And the catcher was very slow to react for some reason. Will Gable just kind of got up like he thought it was a few feet behind him, and there you go.
We
Lead
had
off.
Bob Eck over there doing the windmill, making sure that Mascadrelli saw that he had an
That's right.
opportunity to take.
Good coaching. Brings up Walt Figueroa, batting in the 10 spot. Goes after a bunt. It's a little high. He misses it and makes that common mistake trying to stab at the ball, but misses it for strike one.
He was 2 steps down the first base line, too.
That's almost like a softball type of drag
Sure.
hit, you know? Yeah.
No outs, man on second for Westfield, down a run.
Ooh. They going to credit him that? Nope.
Figueroa pulls that one back at time. We still see him kind of step across the plate on
Yeah.
that. And got to be careful there. 1-1 the count.
Mascadrelli has Vu right behind him, kind of kicking up and talking to him. The pitch high, gets by the catcher, Gable. And that's going to bring Mascadrelli all the way to third, and that was a little perplexing. Gable didn't really jump for it, but the ball kind of just went over his glove.
Well, it's interesting. You see the smile on Figueroa's face. He's really blocking the catcher's view. He's masking that view by the way that he's stepping in for that bunt.
So Gable trying to sort things out. He looks down on his wristband to get the call. And he sets. So with Mascadrelli on third, the pitch by Romero, another bunt attempt where he's running at the same time. Actually, that was a high ball that he deflected down.
So 2 strikes on Figueroa.
That's a unique bunting style. Okay, we're going to do it again. Westfield with a great opportunity to tie the score. Jack Mascadrelli with a heads-up play after a walk to get to second. A pass ball brings him to third, and Figueroa deals. There's a swing foul off the home plate.
It's hanging tough there.
Yeah. See if maybe Sam Romero's going to try that turn your back to the batter trick here. He seems to pull that out every now and then.
Well, he likes to do it with 2 strikes. He wants his third strike to have a little showmanship to it. So he does the Johnny Cueto curl, and I don't know if he'll do it with a man on third. He doesn't.
Does not. Lunging for the ball, and he says it's fair. The catcher picks it up. Now it's called foul. First baseman.
Hit Figueroa out of the box. The home plate umpire didn't see it, but the first place ump made the call.
He did, and he patted on his chest. Yeah, the home plate actually signaled it was fair. And then Will Gable looked like, can't be. And lo and behold.
2-2 the count. What an at-bat by Figueroa.
Yeah, putting together. This has been quite a few pitches. And he comes to the set. Long looping. Ball's in the dirt. Down to first. Mascadrelli's going to score on the drop third strike. So it works out for Westfield.
They get the tying run. It's 2-2, 1 out. Bases are cleared, but the run is in. And that brings up the top of the order, Mason Collinwood, who laced a double out to left center his first time at bat.
And Collinwood, of course, you remember, had the leadoff double back in the first and then ended up scoring the first Westfield run. Collinwood takes a high pitch, kind of drives it down. Second baseman to first. Got him.
He gets it.
Boy, that was close.
And there you see Collinwood's speed out of the box. He got down there and made that, what should have been a real easy play for West Lynn. He turned it in.
And there you can see it on the replay monitor. He's chogying down that first base line and makes it very difficult for the second baseman.
Mason's the kid when we pull up for a tournament. All the parents on the opposing team want to see IDs and birth certificates.
And he looks that way. That's going to bring up Colby Gazda.
Colby Gazda, who came in at third base after Matt Pelletier went out with an illness/injury. We'll get an update on Matt. Colby is a very good hitter. Has been batting 2-3 spot for Westfield throughout the season.
And that ball is chopped to Romero, who goes over to first with it and gets the third out.
After 3 full, we are tied at 2, and Westfield gets the benefit of the run without a hit. And tie score will go to the top of the 4th. But first, we'll take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul.
Do what?
Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
We're back at the Babe Ruth World Series. Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes score tied at 2. Westfield, the host team, against West Lynn in their final games in pool play.
And both teams are playing like it's their last game. Kind of inspired play by both sides.
Absolutely.
As the ever-present hamburger smell wafts up to the booth. It's a good thing ice cream doesn't smell, because I would be in trouble.
Jack Lamerin moving into second base. He gets his first playing time here in the World Series. Jack Lamerin has been part of this group of players forever and was an alternate on this team that moved into the lineup. And this is his first opportunity to play. Great second baseman. He has great hands. Another smart baseball player. And Ryan Morehouse will step in behind the plate for Jack Mascadrelli.
And the first pitch goes for a ball.
Flaherty pitching to his counterpart, Sam Romero, for West Lynn.
And there's another strike. So with the score tied 2-2, we'll get a 1-1 count. Ethan Flaherty deals.
Oh, nice pitch.
Strike
beautiful.
2. It was about in that spot we talked about a little bit earlier, right on the knees, just on the corner.
Right on the knees.
So another Morehouse lives to catch here. Wow. Wow. Nice curveball, just missing inside. Flaherty looks in and gets the sign. And the pitch. Off speed.
Full count now.
Ryan Morehouse starting to feel a little bit of the pain early. Got a little bit of a bouncer there, so we get to begin the bruise battle. Here's a hit to the third baseman. Up all the way over to first, and a nice play by Colby Gazda. Made it look routine.
Gazda to Collinwood, and they get that ever important first out here in the top of the 4th. 2-2 game.
It's going to bring up Brandon Alexander, I'm sorry. He's the extra hitter, number 22.
A lot of chirping going on over at the Westfield bench, and I think it's the coaches that are chirping the players. And I think they've got the right attitude here coming into this game. They seem to be having fun, and they are definitely playing hard.
Yeah, maybe a little motivational tactic there, making sure they're all up on their feet, supporting their teammates. A little bit of lull in the action here. There's a rip to shortstop. Up with it is Darren Roberts.
Mikey Hall. Mikey Hall at shortstop.
Mikey Hall back over there when they brought him in. Okay.
They moved Jack Lamoran, brought in Jack Lamoran, put him at second, moved Mike back to shortstop. 2 down here in the top of the 4th.
Too much moving around. These kids ought to get their feet nailed to the base. Let's go. Stay there. All right. There's a shot at the first pitch.
Mason
Beautiful
Collingwood.
play. Nice play. Nice grab. And that's great for Westfield as they got out of that inning very fast.
Another clean inning, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Score tied at 2. Westfield, Westland, Oregon. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. Back at the Babe Ruth World Series, Donnie Morris, Brian Barnes in the broadcast booth. We're at Bowens Field in Westfield, Massachusetts, the 2016 14-year-old World Series. And Westland, Oregon versus the host team, Westfield. We're tied at 2 going into the bottom of the 4th.
Hey, so this could be a fun game as we conclude the journey for both these teams. Could come to a, dare I say, an overtime, maybe a little bit of extra innings. You giving me that look?
A little sudden death overtime, and then no score after 5 minutes. We'll go to the shootout. Oh, wait, no.
That's right. Maybe we can go to free throws or penalty kicks before we're done.
And then juggling.
All right, so there a little bit of the rosin to the wrist and to the fingers for Mr. Romero.
Josh Liss comes to the batter's box.
Josh Liss struck out his first time up. Romero got him on a curveball.
That wide stance, tough to get to that curveball to the outside part of the plate.
Oh,
that one was nowhere near the outside part of the plate.
That was high and inside, and Will Gable didn't even try for that one.
Ball 1.
And Romero comes to the plate low.
Joss got something to work with now, 2-0. Romero, you see him moving his fingers around there, and you wonder if, again, that humidity is getting to him.
And the pitch. Big cut and a miss by Josh Liss.
2-1 the count.
I think it had a little changeup going there, possibly. Hard to tell. As Sam Romero, been very effective, deals the pitch. Big looping curve that is hit to center field by Liss. The center fielder, Kyron Kolarchik, is underneath that.
Well, good job by Liss really fighting that one off. I mean, it was out of the strike zone, and the last minute it dropped in, as Romero has been known to do, and Liss still got the bat on it, got all the way around on it, but underneath it a little bit, and that brings up Mike Hall.
Mikey Hall. Popped out to the first baseman. I'm sorry, popped out to the pitcher his first time up. And there's a big swing fouled straight back to the netting, which would have been on my windshield if that netting wasn't there. So, again, that new netting comes in handy. We got new netting, we got new lights, we have new speakers. Painted grandstands. Looping just off Romero. Shortstop's up with it over to first in time. Phenomenal play, but I think they're going to go out and take a look at Romero.
Sure, hit him in the leg, and he's limping now. But how about Jacob Vu playing that off the carom, picking it up and handling it, fielding it cleanly, and still able to get that throw over in time to get the runner.
Absolutely, that kid is grade A. Showed a lot of composure in doing so.
Ethan Flaherty, the pitcher, is up next, but a little bit of delay while we take a look at Sam Romero and see how he's doing.
And they're going to bring the medic out. He's going to come take a look at him. Always a good idea when something like that happens. He's in a little bit of pain. And you know he doesn't want to come out.
Ethan Flaherty's ready. He's in the batter's box with a bat on his shoulder.
Look at him. What are you guys waiting for? I want to go.
Let's go.
Especially while this guy's a little hurt.
This is my moment.
Well, I'm happy to say that we avoided at the Kevin Major tournament, we avoided major injury throughout all those games, which was a pleasant surprise, especially for a hockey tournament.
So this will give you an idea of Westfield's ability to handle big-time events. Obviously, the Babe Ruth World Series is one of the biggest, happening simultaneously. The Kevin Major tournament, which is it's certainly a nationally known preseason hockey tournament. It is a charity tournament for Kevin Major, who lost his life. He was a junior hockey player, played high school at St. Mary's, and his family set up this foundation. Players from all over and from all walks. Professional players. Frankie Vetrano plays with the Bruins.
Yep.
Barry Almeida, TJ Seiner, both guys play in the AHL, and they're playing, I think, in Europe next year.
Absolutely.
Tyler Kelleher, Charlie Kelleher, Ryan Clunan, those are Division I college players in Hockey East, UNH for the Kellehers, and Ryan Clunan at BU. And I could go on and on and on.
Yes.
The talent that comes not only to pay respect to Kevin Major and to help promote the foundation, but to get in that last preseason summer skate, because the competition is unbelievable.
29 teams, 435 players over 5 days. It was fun.
Going on at the same time as the Babe Ruth World
time,
Series.
that's right. With some of the World Series teams coming in to cool down in the heat, so it was a fun event. First pitch to Flaherty's up high.
So credit to the the support services in Westfield, from EMTs to firefighters and police, because they have to be available
everywhere
and ready to respond while all this is going on.
Absolutely. Second pitch to Flaherty is lined into left field for a base hit.
2-out single for Flaherty.
So Flaherty gets his first hit of the day and helps his own cause by lining it into left field.
And that will bring up CJ Skravinsky. He's pinch hitting here.
We've got movement all over the place. CJ Skravinsky
comes in for Greg Sarna McCarthy.
CJ wearing number 16, hitting from the right side.
Looking for a little 2-out magic here.
And the pitch. High, ball one. Ethan Flaherty taking a little bit of a lead out there.
What we talked about in the first inning with Romero, pitches a little bit differently from the stretch. When he's got runners on base, a little more difficult for him to find the strike zone. We saw that in the game against Bismarck and a little bit in the first inning, but he's pitched well, only giving up 3 hits.
And Gable collected that. Looked like he was going to try to go down to first with it, but did not. Returned it back to his pitcher.
Gets the called strike. Gable was up so quickly, I don't think the umpire knew where the ball was.
So Skrabiski standing in 1-1 count. And the pitch. Flies it. Looks like it's foul. First baseman ranging over, looking over his shoulder and making the play for the final out. Nice job by Trayton
After 4, score tied at 2. We'll take a break. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. We're back on the Babe Ruth World Series. 2-2 the score. Westland, Oregon and Westfield, Massachusetts, the host team. We got a pitching change here. Conlon, Scanlon to the mound for Westfield.
So it looks like the coaches are going to try to get the kids in and let them all get a little bit, keep the players, get them all an experience for their last World Series game here.
Well, it's interesting, you know, as you watch these guys come in and out of the game, and I can pick out moments over the last 3 months where these guys have all done something pretty spectacular in order to advance in a tournament or win a particular game. And, of course, we watch them in the regular Babe Ruth season as well, and they are the top players. And, you know, it's tough to put it all together when you get to this point, and I think maybe that's why this team hasn't won more games. But individually, you got a lot of talent out there for Westfield.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to bring up Will Vaughn, who singled in his first time at bat. Scanlon looks in, and his first pitch is inside for ball 1.
Scanlon has pitched some good innings for this team.
Scanlon electing to pitch from the stretch, even though there's nobody on base. Comes set and delivers. Foul back.
1-1 the count to Vaughn. Vaughn hitting 8th in the lineup for West Lynn.
And the pitch. Big swing, fouled straight back.
Shadow starting to creep across the field. You can see him in the outfield, coming from left field over to center and right along the third baseline a little bit.
And as you know, in this field, the guy who gets the worst of it is the first baseman, who, as that sun sets, he's the last guy to see it. Kind of an off-speed short arm pitch, misses for a ball.
Good pitch selection there.
Yeah.
Drop something down, see if he'll go for it.
2 balls and 2 strikes for Colin Scanlon. In relief for Ethan Flaherty. Just missing low, and that drives the count to full. A little light. I thought there might be a few more people here tonight, but still trying to make their way home from work probably. 5 o'clock here on the East Coast.
Apparently Westfield has a lot of people that are employed.
There's
a pop up to Scanlon.
And he takes it himself for out number 1.
Good to get that first guy in the inning.
You bet.
1 down. They'll bring up Carson Flagg.
Flagg struck out in his first at bat. Righty up a little bit in the batter's box. He bunts, lays down a bunt. Scanlon fields it And over to Josh Liss for
Trying
the
to
second out.
Bunt for a base hit there. Might be better going to the third base side if you're going to try and do that.
That's what I would have, but hey.
We have a right-handed pitcher who falls over to the left side and basically walked right over and picked that up. Kyle Gregg at the plate.
And just a little bit inside for the first ball. Yeah, the shadows are starting to get tall now. And the pitch inside, looking for it, goes to 2 balls and no strikes.
With 2 outs here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, this has been a very pedestrian, kind of quiet inning. Or if you're Westfield, that's a good thing. Low.
Count goes to 3-0.
Yeah, kind of a situation here where you don't want to walk and then give them a little bit of hope, or then get maybe an error, or then you get a hit to follow it. So dispatching this batter would be a good thing for the Westfield team. And the pitch.
That's in there for a strike.
Nicely done. 3-1.
As you said, it's been a quiet inning. Offensively, the hits that have come back have just been...
Well, even the crowd is kind of, I think we're just at the mid-level. Everyone's worn out because it's like the Masters. And then there he goes, trundling down to first base. So there's a walk given up by Colin Scanlon. And that puts Kyle Gregg on, and that brings up Jacob Vu.
So we're back to the top of the order. And again, one of the downfalls of walking that guy is you recycle to the top again, Jacob Vu.
Got to hit his first time up. There goes the runner. Morehouse with the throw down off the helmet. And the batter's going to stay right, or the runner's going to stay right there.
We'll look at that on replay. He's got not a huge lead over there on first base, but he gets a good jump. And as the throw comes down, the throw looks like it's there on time. And as you said, it landed right on top of the runner. So Jacob Vu with a man in scoring position now.
Big swing. He's trying to take that opportunity right there, but misses.
1-1 the count to Vu. Another
Beautiful.
strike.
Little off speed there. Got him looking, and it's now 1-2 with 2 outs and an opportunity for Westfield to go into the dugout tied. And the pitch.
And he got him.
Boy, beautiful pitch. Swing and a miss. Vu strikes out for the second time tonight.
And with the score tied at 2, we're going to take a break. You are listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. And Sam Romero is back on the mound for West Lynn.
Can you hear? Did I mess something up?
No, we're back on the mound. Score tied at 2 here at Bullens Field. And coming up to bat for Westfield, looks like we'll start things off with Darren Roberts.
Darren Roberts, first time up, flew out to the second baseman. Looking to improve on that as he comes up to bat. Nobody on. Start the inning. Tie ball game. He's got a cheering section here. Sam Romero pitching a good game today. High for ball one.
Two the score here, bottom of the fifth.
And Romero with the delivery. Missing high again, ball two.
Robert stands in.
Hits a curveball. Right back, the first baseman settling under it. Makes the grab for the easy out. One down.
I don't think that dropped the way Darren thought it would. He thought that was going to come into the zone a little bit more, but it was high and he got under it. And an easy out for West Lynn. David Roundy, number 10, coming in. Pinch hitting for Will Cameron.
David Roundy with his first at bats and probably the best looking spikes on the team.
Without question.
Hits the ball down the third base line.
Ooh.
Foul.
Little error by Coach Lucia.
Yeah. Ooh.
Third base box.
Shaking his head. He knew he missed. He had his opportunity right there. Look at him.
He gets razzed by the people sitting along the third baseline. Takes it in stride.
David Roundy leaving that one high. Count goes to 1-1. So the Westfield coaches continuing to sub in and giving these guys an opportunity to play.
That ball went.
Well, that didn't quite work out how we planned it.
Just a bit outside, and Romero's laughing. He knows that one got away from him. That went behind the batter, but not even to the point where Roundy moved out of the way. It was so far behind him.
It was much more. It was worse to move because you might get hit by it.
He should step off the rubber. He's still laughing. Just lost control of it.
And here comes the pitch. He went right back to it, though. I'll give him credit. Right back to the curveball, and he got him to foul the ball.
2-2 the count. One out here, bottom of the fifth inning.
And here comes the 2-2 pitch from Sam Romero. Missing low and outside, brings it to full.
Great at bat here by David Roundy.
Yeah. Things really quieted down in here. It'd be nice to get a hit, get some things going on the base path.
It's interesting. Roundy called time. It was not granted by the umpire, but then Romero helped him out and stepped off the rubber. So we're back at it.
Roundy hits that one foul.
Right off the bat handle.
Over to the other coach for Westfield who failed to handle that one. So we've got 2 E's on the Westfield coaches in this error.
Well, as we said to Coach Lucia when he was up here, after volunteering their time for 2 years, they get a pass.
That's right.
All these guys have put in so much work to try and get this team ready for the tournament.
Roundy hits that, going to drop over third base. He's going to give it to him. Nope.
Fair foul. Do we get a call here?
No, we're getting no call. It's getting late in the day. No, it's a fair ball. Still has not been signaled.
Yep,
now it comes. I mean, no umpire, even the one near it, ever put up a hand for a call. So
he's on the third base line, and he had the best view of it, but did not make a call.
Right. Not quite sure what that was about.
Roundy gets another chance at it. Full count. He's had quite a battle up here with Romero.
And gets him swinging.
Romero will win it in the end. So 2 outs. And that brings up bad attitude himself. Number 15.
Only a father could say that. He doesn't look.
That's an inside joke. Ryan's always smiling, as you know.
Yeah. There's always a smile on that face. He would not be a good witness in any kind of thing, the judge. So I take it wasn't that bad a thing. He can't be. So look at, he's smiling through the whole thing. Yeah.
Takes ball 1. 2 outs here. Bottom of the 5th. Tie game.
I see an uncanny resemblance to an older brother.
By osmosis, you know. You
Yeah.
soak it all in. And
Yep.
the way he walks, the way he catches, the way he stands in the batter's box.
He'll tell you, he's a good brother to emulate. Here comes the pitch.
Oh, that one was
Strike. Looked a little low.
Low. Called strike. 2-1 the count. And Ryan is a streaky hitter. When he is in his groove, he hits, and he, believe it or not, despite his slight frame, hits for power.
And it looks like that one went over for a ball, so it's 3-1. Ryan Morehouse trying to get something going from Westfield as the stadium and everybody here and the players all kind of in a mid-game slump here. Romero
Ryan
stepping off.
And Ryan backed out, getting some further instruction from Coach Lucia.
Will Gable checking the, still calling the pitches down here. Romero deals.
Strike 2. He's still got some heat on that fastball.
He does. And, you know, I was just, remember he got hit back in the earlier innings.
Yeah.
He just looked like he limped a little bit back to the back of the mound, but he's been hiding it pretty well.
A lot of zip on that one.
Here comes the pitch to Ryan Morehouse. High, and that's going to send Morehouse to first base with a walk. So the first Westfield runner on for the inning. And that's going to bring up Walt Figueroa, who struck out his last time at bat.
Figueroa looking for signs from Coach Lucia down at third. And he stands in.
Morehouse kind of eking his way out there off the first base bag. Romero goes back.
Romero, he does a great job of holding that ball for as long as possible, trying to freeze the runner.
Absolutely. A talented little player there on the mound.
Pitched well against Bismarck as well. Didn't have a lot of support behind him in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't get flustered, though.
And there goes Morehouse. The pitch is high by design, but he's going to go in standing up with a stolen base.
Well,
dinner for that boy.
Well, let's see if he can steal third and steal home. 1-0 the count to Walter.
Figueroa with an opportunity to give Westfield the lead here.
He can hit, too. He's a lot like Ryan. When he gets a hold of it, he sends it.
Maybe that's just what we need to get everybody going around here. And the pitch from Romero. Outside. Count now falls to 2-0.
Figueroa can either drive in that run or get on himself. It's going to bring up Mason Collinwood.
And that's something I would believe they want to avoid. Second baseman makes a bid, trying to distract Morehouse. Then he stepped out and called time. Not in time. Oh, he didn't grant it, and he called it. 2 balls, 1 strike. So a late request was not granted.
Second time we've seen that.
Yeah.
Same thing happened when West Lynn was up. They called time, and it wasn't granted.
And there's the second baseman, Grayson Pijas. There's a big looping curveball. Missing.
Wow.
3 balls and 1 strike.
They're going to see if they ask Figueroa to take here or if they're going to give him a chance to make some noise. You got to think that West Lynn is going to throw over to second base at some point here, as you see Jacob Vu creeping behind the second baseman running.
Haas is there. There's a
swing.
hit. It's going to go to shortstop. Vu fields it, but not cleanly. Morehouse gets to third, and the runner's safe, and that is going to bring up Mason Collinwood.
A rare error by Jason Vu. Sorry, Jacob Vu. Probably prefer I call him Jason right now, but
That's right. Who's Jason Vu?
Yeah.
It wasn't me. Wow.
Jacob Vu, a rare error. He's been playing clean all week, and that one just ate him up.
So here we go. Something that I'm sure Sam Romero didn't want to happen. So he's got runners on the corners.
And there goes the outfield. They are walking back. They are now in Cummington, Massachusetts.
It's not as far as the last game, though. Who was that guy that was up? My goodness.
That was Gavallo.
Yeah, they were back there at the bleachers for the football stadium. And there goes the runner, fouled off.
So it's sort of a Westfield tradition to steal home. The Murphy boys, Kyle and Sean, have done it.
There you go. You think it...
I don't know. I don't know how bold we're going to be right here, but...
We have done that pretty consistently, and it's paid off.
Kyle Murphy did it this year in college, I believe,
That's right.
at Westfield State.
Yes, he did. Throw over. Great move, but it's going to get by the first baseman. That's going to bring Morehouse home, and that's going to send Figueroa to second, and he's coming all the way to third. The throw back to the pitcher, and we now have a Westfield lead of 3-2 with Walt Figueroa on third, and more to come perhaps from Mason Collinwood.
2 outs, and your top hitter at...
If you look up, I guess we got the replay. The ball goes in, hits the player on the helmet, and they are off to the races. As it got hung up back there, went all the way to the fence.
0-1 to Mason Collinwood.
Big curveball hit down the third base line. That's going to score Figueroa. Collinwood rounds first, takes a look, and then retreats back to the base with another RBI.
4-2. Westfield with the lead now in the bottom of the 5th.
So Morehouse and Figueroa have come in to score. Collinwood collects an RBI. I was going to say, he did get him. That was a great move, and I will
We
give
got that
all
on
the credit.
replay. We're going to watch that right now.
That was a
on
pretty
the replay.
move.
And a good turn by Romero. He caught him leaning just a bit.
Just a bit. Hats off. Great, great move.
But Westfield gets 2, and it's 4-2. They've got the lead going into the 6th. We're going to take a break. You're listening to the Babe Ruth World Series on the Babe Ruth Network. Back at the Babe Ruth World Series, Donnie Morehouse, Brian Barnes in the press box And we've got a 4-2 lead for Westfield against West Lynn. Final game in pool play for these two. Both teams are winless, playing for some pride, and both teams playing as if pride is on the line. What a great effort from both these teams to this point.
Absolutely. I mean, Westfield obviously with the lead now, but West Lynn has played an admirable game, actually a pretty clean game. A couple bad breaks went their way.
Sure. When you see Sam Romero with 2 runs come in and the lead given up, he turns around and throws a guy off first base to get him out of the inning.
Lots of fight left, and that'll bring up Will Gable. Flew out to center field last time up. Pitch is in there for a strike.
For West Lynn, Will Gable.
Yes. So Scanlon doing a good job getting ahead early. 0-1. Fouled back, quickly up 0-2 on 2 pitches.
I'll tell you, if you're a Westfield High School coach and you're come and watch the Babe Ruth tournament, you got to be thrilled with what you're seeing out there. This whole group goes in as freshmen to the high school. Some will go to St. Mary's, some to the Technical Academy. But all 3 of those teams have baseball and baseball tradition.
Yeah. So you're thinking that Westfield's going to look at this and be licking their chops. We've had a great baseball tradition at the high school, and that looks like it's going to continue. As a swing, I think he got a piece of that. And we've got one strike.
We have a
on the
2-0 count, or an 0-2 count, actually.
0-2.
Not up on the board right now. There you go, 0-2.
Will Gable pops one out, flares it to the right side. The right fielder comes over, makes a great catch, and there's one down.
Looks like David Roundy over in right field now. So 2 out. Here in the top of the 6th inning, 1 out. I'm sorry, a little slow on the scoreboard out there, and of course I'm not really paying attention, so.
Who is? All my writing is going out the tubes here.
I'm following your lead, so.
Sorry. All right, that brings up Trayton Burke, first baseman. Trayton Burke struck out last time, singled in the first.
Another one of those kids was real impressive in that loss to Bismarck. Played very well over at first base. He's kind of a prototypical first baseman, tall, rangy. He's got a good stretch. He's got good hands over there.
Indeed. Scanlon with the pitch. That's in for a strike.
We've had a couple of prep school coaches that have come here and actually worked the tournament, which is great to see. Helped out doing game changer and things like that. And I'm sure those guys have been watching some of these players and thinking, you know, who knows?
Absolutely. There's a flared single into left field by Trayton Burke, so he'll be the first runner on in the 6th inning, and that's going to bring up Mr. Kolarczyk.
Trayton had a single and an RBI earlier in the game, and now he is on base again with 1 out.
And that's bringing up Kyron Kolarczyk, the center fielder. Kolarczyk hit into a double play his first time, and in the 3rd inning, grounded out to the 3rd baseman to end the inning.
Scanlon goes over to first base, seeing if he can catch his man off guard there. Josh List taking over at first base for Mason Collinwood.
And the pitch kind of dropped by Morehouse there, and the runner taking second base on the play. So West Lynn with a runner now in scoring position. Kolarczyk steps in. Colin Scanlon looking back to check the runner. Pitch is there, and the ball is driven foul just past the 3rd base side.
Right off the bat handle, and if these were wooden bats, half of them would be broken.
Yeah, Colby Gosda just saw that go by. Yeah, the day of the old wooden bat.
Pitcher jammed up there, Kolarczyk, or catcher, batter jammed up rather.
Yeah.
1-1 the count.
Morehouse had a ball in the dirt, tough to handle. He goes back to retrieve the ball, but that sends Burke all the way to 3rd base now. And he is on third with 1 out. And now it could just be an infield ball to the right side or deep to shortstop, and that's going to bring the run home for West Lynn.
Still have to call that curveball when it's warranted. Here's a strike by Scanlon. Throws the heat by him that time.
Nice pitch. Nice.
2-2 the count. Third base coach for West Lynn. See the ball, hit the ball. It sounds pretty simple, but you know what? It's really what it comes down to.
Ball in the dirt, and a nice scoop by Morehouse as he goes down on one knee to make that stop.
And that's the issue. Had that conversation with his older brother last night. And brother gave him a hard time for going down on one knee and not two.
Evan, if you're listening, you got some more work to do here.
Foul tip.
Foul.
3-2 the count. And Scanlon could do himself a big favor by a swing and miss right here.
Yes, he could. So, Burke on third. The pitch. Low, misses, ball 4, and that's going to put runners on the corner. Sam Romero, the pitcher, coming up. He popped out to the first baseman back in the first, and in the 4th inning, he grounded out to the third baseman. And of course, West Lynn looking to capitalize here as they're down a couple runs and running out of time as the game is getting on. Runner goes, throw down to third by Morehouse. Burke stays on the bag. We have runners in scoring position with 1 away.
Collins. 1-0 the count to Romero.
Romero hits the ball to shortstop, gets through, and
Rolls
that's going to score a run.
Rolls underneath the glove of Hall.
Yeah.
Run scores. Runner is safe, so we're first and third again with 1 out. And the score now 4-3.
And that scored Trayton Burke. And it moved Kolarchuk all the way over to third.
Westfield in danger of giving it all back here.
Hitter Brandon Alexander, who struck out back in the first inning, or sorry, the second inning, and he lined out to the shortstop in the second. Alexander, a right-handed hitter, pitches in there for a strike.
Scanlon throws that fastball. Get strike 1, get ahead of the batter right away.
So Kolarchuk takes his lead. Gazda playing in a little bit at third base there. The pitch high, gets away from him a little bit. That'll be a ball. Drops the count to 1-1. So the shadows get longer still as we move on into the late afternoon.
Now it's right across the batter's box.
Yes, almost to the pitcher. The pitch, and there's a hit right back to the pitcher. He's going to go to third. Now they got him in a rundown. Kolarchuk stuck between home and third. Nobody covering third base as the shortstop did not get back to cover the rundown. And that's going to be costly as Kolarchuk stays alive.
And we see the replay, and again, Gazda was running in, but nobody had come in behind to back him up.
So bases are loaded.
Getting tougher for Westfield, putting themselves in this position. We had an error, we had a passed ball. Kind of indecisive there on the rundown.
Grayson Pijas is, that's going to be a strike. Of course, everybody's in on the play on the field here, trying to preserve that run with the bases loaded, and that was an attempted bunt that got away.
And the runner was coming home. Kolarchuk was coming home hard and fast. 1 out, 1 strike. Pijas was looking to lay down the bunt, unable to do so. Infield in, and there's a walk.
And that was done by Kolar. That was all Kolarczyk, who just started to run hard at home plate, and it kind of distracted Scanlon for a second, and he interrupted his motion. So that brings home the tie and run.
Well, it is 4-4.
Does it? It is 4-4.
And Ryan will go out and talk to Conlon Scanlon.
That moves Sam Romero and Brandon Alexander over as well. So they're now on second and third. And as you say, out comes the coach. Yeah.
4-4. We are tied. We are in the top of the 6th inning. And there's one out, one strike on the batter. Pijas, who did get a chance to lay down the bunt as a balk sends in the tying run.
And yet another Morehouse walks by.
Well, we got quite a few of them here.
I was going to say, you're a producer, man. You're, my goodness. So the breeze picking up a little bit, which brings a little bit of relief, but maybe not so much to the situation that Westfield finds them in now. Men on second and third. One out, tie score. And Grayson Pijas at the plate. Move over, the throw over to third. Fielded by Colby Gazda. Scan looks over. Deals, and the ball's fisted into left. That's going to be foul just on the left field side, on the third base side.
0-2 count. What a tough spot that ball is. If that ball is fair, you're scoring 2 runs easy.
Yep. That is just bleeder's paradise right there.
So gut check time here for Scanlon.
I notice.
He throws strike 3.
Wow, strike 3 got him in a great situation. Boy, he just came through with that. He's got to be happy with that one.
2 outs now. Tie score still.
And Pijas,
second and third.
Yeah, and Pijas knew it. He grimaced like, what have I just done? Brings up Will Vaughn, who singled back in the second. And in the fifth, I can't even read my own writing. So there you go.
I'm sure he did something
He
good.
did something really good. It's low for ball 1. Oh, popped out.
Saw Matt Pelletier walking around, so whatever illness/injury impacted him, he is mobile.
Good.
Moving around.
Here comes the pitch. And that is low as well. So Will Vaughn finds himself in position to perhaps deal the go-ahead run, the hit. He has 2 outs, and he's ahead, 2-0. And the pitch. High.
It's high, 3-0 now.
That almost looked like it deflected off his bat.
I don't think you're going to be able to sell that, but
nah.
Good effort. There's a strike on the inside corner.
Well done. Well done, and that bringing this to 3-1 with 2 outs. So we'll see if Colin Scanlon can close the deal here and keep this game tied at 4 going into the bottom of the 6th. Pitch is low, a nice block by Morehouse, and that's going to load the bases once again and bring up Carson Flagg, who has struck out and grounded back to the pitcher.
So 4-4 the score. We're in the bottom of the 6th.
Yes.
Rather, top of the 6th.
And this is the 8th batter.
On a strike from Scanlon to start him off.
So the 8th batter, and we've got two runners across, so it could have been worse at this stage, hoping to still stave off this and go back into the dugout tied. Colin Scanlon to the stretch. The pitch and a big swing, but a miss.
Strike 2. We see those shadows now. They creep across the mound a little bit, right at the release point of the pitcher, and then once again they come back and play in the batter's box.
Yep.
Oh. Scanlon looking for strike 3, but it didn't come.
Just missed. And you'd have to tell me where that. We'd have to ask the ump where that one was. That looked very good. 1-1, two outs.
Here.